Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, King of the Mountain. Ash Ketchum, 18 years. 3 years ago Ash Ketchum finished up studying in the Alola region and went back home to Pallet Town. But unlike most times when he came home, there wasn't a new region discovered yet. Not having anything to do, he decided to stay at Oak's Ranch and train the Pokemon he's caught. But he quickly grew bored of it staying at home with nothing to do. He loved Pallet Town, but he had to admit there wasn't much to do except for hanging out at Professor Oak's laboratory. The professor saw how bored he's gotten and suggested he went and train his Pokemon at Mount Silver in Johto. It was a harsh and difficult environment to live in, but the professor was certain it would be good for his development as a trainer in person. Ash speared off to the mountain immediately without knowing Professor Oak had to give permission to the man guarding the entrance to it. One phone call later he was allowed to go up to the most dangerous place bordering Kanto and Johto. A few steps were taken before he encountered his first wild Pokemon there. It was a Dodrio. Even though he used Pikachu and had the type advantage, it was still a pretty strong Pokemon to beat. If this was just a Dodrio, then what else was on the mountain? The thought excited him and scared him at the same time. The professor was right. This was a rough place that would make him and his Pokemon stronger. Inspired by the trails of Alola, Ash tested himself and his Pokemon by setting a daily challenge concerning the environment. Find and beat 3 Steelix a day. Try to get through a cave without alerting the Golbat living there. Defeat a horde of Sneasels and many more different challenges that would test his skills as a trainer and his Pokemon. Together they grew stronger than any journey through a region could make them. He felt himself getting stronger as well. Even the smallest task was training in itself. Ash had experience of living in the wild, but on Mount Silver it sometimes turned into a battle for survival. But it would all be worth it. The next region they'll go to, they would win the Pokemon League and become Pokemon Masters. But what would be the next region? Ash had been pondering that question for some time now. The discovery of a new area didn't come, so Ash counted the days on the mountain until he finally would receive a call from Professor Oak. But the words never came and he was questioning if he should actually retry a Pokemon League he's competed in before. Hear me out, Pikachu. We've always been going to new region after a Pokemon League's finished and we head off to the next one. But what if we actually tried a league again in a region we've been in? With the training we did over here, I think we could go one higher than the last league we've been in. It's been 5 years since he was in Kalos after getting runner-up in the Pokemon League there. He nearly won, but Alan and his Mega Charizard X prevented him from taking it all. It stung a bit at the time, but he was satisfied knowing he gotten to battle a great trainer like Alan. Maybe he can ask for a rematch if he finds him on his journey again. He was recovering in the Pokemon Center station there. Most of the time he went up the mountain higher, but to exchange his Pokemon and refresh himself once in a while they ventured down. He received a call from the man where his Pokemon were stationed if he already had 6 on him. Ash, my boy. How are you doing? Professor Oak didn't chance much these past 3 years. Maybe a few more wrinkles here and there, but he still had the enthusiasm for Pokemon he always showed. Same as always, Professor. Did you discover a new region yet? I'm sorry. None of that actually. What I'm about to tell you is of important matter. Do you remember Kurt? Of course. He created Pokeballs from apricorns, right? Someone broke into his workshop and stole something. Sorry. But if something's stolen, wouldn't it be a better idea to call Officer Jenny? He loved to help other people, but he was on top of here while Azalea Town was quite a bit of traveling away. It wasn't that he's stolen from, but what got stolen in the first place. Kurt left his shop one day and when he returned it was ransacked. Strangely, out of all the Pokeballs Kurt had in his shop, the culprit only took one. The GS ball. You're kidding. Why would someone want that Pokeball? He once delivered a gold and silver Pokeball to Kurt. The GS ball, as it was called, was a seemingly worthless Pokeball that couldn't be opened. That's why I want you to go to Azalea Town and investigate this matter. Since you're in Johto anyway, it might be best for you to go over to him since you're so close. You can count on me, Professor. I'm on my way now. Well, Pikachu. Time to head back down again. Noivern. I choose you. The dragon Pokemon really matured the past 3 years. It grown a bit in size and was capable of flying Ash long distances. Any shortcomings the youngling once had were now replaced with experience. With Noivern's new speed they flew to Azalea Town in less than 2 hours. Landing in front of Kurt's home, he thanked Noivern for its effort and returned him in his Pokeball to give him some rest. Here we are, Pikachu. The place still looks the same since the last time he came here. He delivered the GS ball here with Misty and Brock. That day he learned about apricorns and that Kurt specializes into making them into Pokeballs. He went inside the hut and started looking for the old craftsman. Hello, Kurt. It's me. Ash. Ash from Pallet Town. Professor Oak told me you wanted to see me. Ah, hello. It's good you could come at such quick notice. Ash turned around and saw the old man he was looking for. Kurt's hair was gray from old age and his outfit remembered him of the old forgers he once read about in his history books in Alola. Old looks aside, he knew Kurt was a master at his trade. He still has a fastball from years ago as a memory to the old man, and the Totodile he caught was homed in a lure ball. Ash, sit down. He found an old creaky chair and sat across Kurt waiting for his story. As you know, Professor Oak has told you that the GS ball was stolen. If someone went through all the trouble of stealing the GS ball, who knows what kind of power it held. In hindsight, maybe there's a reason why no one could open it. It wasn't intended to buy the one who created it, Professor Ivy, Professor Oak and Kurt himself. Nobody was capable of opening the GS ball. They tried everything from jackhammers, crowbars and the strength of fighting-type Pokemon, but it would never budge, let alone leave a scratch. But from the way Kurt spoke about the thief, he knew exactly what the GS ball was and how to open it. The culprit left a note. It had your name on it. He gave Ash the letter the culprit left behind. Mr. Ketchum. I look forward to facing you in battle in Kalos. Just go there. I'll know when you arrive. Signed, I could tell you my name, but why ruin the mystery? I don't get it. Why go through all this trouble just to steal and telling us where he could be? And what does he want with me? That's what worries me. Please be careful while in Kalos, Ash. I hoped you were able to go there and investigate the matter. Professor Oak told me you've been training at Mount Silver and were doing quite well up there. He had faith that you would succeed, even though I'm reluctant to send you on this errand. Of course, Kurt. Leave it to me and Pikachu to find the GS ball. And don't forget the rest of my Pokemon. We've all been training really hard at Mount Silver and this would be a good opportunity to test our strength. He's been dying to get back into the action and battle against a trainer again. Here. Take one of each of these. He gave Ash one of each Pokeball you could create from an apricorn. Fast ball, as the name says, to catch fast Pokemon. Level ball to catch weak ones, though Ash would never use it out of principle cause it might demean the Pokemon captured in it. Allure ball to catch water Pokemon. Friend ball to make a Pokemon grow quickly towards you. Moon ball for easier capturing of Pokemon that evolve by Moonstone. Heavy ball for heavy Pokemon, and a love ball to capture the same Pokemon from an opposite gender. Thank you, Kurt. But I might not need these. Ash wanted to hand the bag back over to Kurt, but he refused to accept it back. It's the least I can do for all the trouble you're about to go through. Use them as you want. He put the small bag into his own and said his goodbyes to Kurt. Well, guess I'm off then. I'll have to call Professor Oak and exchange the Pokemon I want to take with me. After he did that, Ash went on his way to the nearest airport in Goldenrod City. Just a short trek through Ilex Forest and he would be there. He could use Noivern to fly over again, but he didn't want the dragon to think he was nothing more than a transport vehicle. And Ash's stamina was good enough, he could take the walk with ease. Well. The decision has been made for us, Pikachu. Kalos it is. Do you think we'll see the others again when we are there? The group of Kalosian he traveled with each had their own faults and quirks. But he still cherished his friends. Clement, the Lumino City gym leader and aspiring inventor. He was a bright young mind who wanted to create inventions that would benefit Pokémon. Ash thought his inventions were always cool, even if they had a tendency to blow up in his face. Clement's younger sister Bonnie. A little bundle of energy who loved Pokémon as much as he does. Easily excited just Ash was when he was young whenever he met a new Pokémon. She had her heart in the right place and she was going to become a great trainer. And then Serena. He met her during a summer camp when they were just kids. But when they left again for the second time they became the best of friends. He didn't know if she was still in Kalos. The last time he saw her the young performer went to Hoenn to try her hand at contests. He doubted she would be in her home region again considering Kanto, Johto, and Sinnoh had contests as well. But who knows? It would be nice to see everyone again. How about we go to Lumino City first and see how Clement is doing at the gym? Maybe we can challenge him to a battle to test our new strength. It's been a while since we had a battle with a gym leader, due to Mount Silver being so desolate not a lot of people ventured up there. The past 3 years he was battling against wild Pokémon or nature itself. It would be great to experience the rush of a battle against a trainer again. And be a good way to test how strong they've gotten. Just what kind of secret does the GS ball hold? Why is the thief interested in a seemingly useless Pokeball? No, it's not a Shalebi. But what it does contain. Follow to find out later. A little something to finally get rid of that thing that's been bothering me since Jen. Think we would forget writers? I sure haven't. And since you used the Shalebi excuse for movie 4, I'm free to insert my own idea for the GS ball which could finally round out that thing's story arc. We interrupt these notes to bring you urgent news. Serena kissed Ash. Now you can argue it was on the cheek, but from the way the group was reacting, I'm going for lip smooch. But I had this and a few chapters written before it and didn't want to chance too much. I'll try to post a chapter at least once every 2 weeks. And I'm making some chapters in advance for a bit. If there's one thing I hate, it's unfinished stories. You will get an end, I'll promise you that. Although I said in my first story, Mistaken Identity, that I don't have much time to sit around too long. I'm going to challenge myself by getting this out. Chapter 2, Queen of Kalos. Serena Yvonne 18 years. It was 5 years ago when Serena left for Hoenn to start her performance training. Palermo, a former Kalos queen and mentor of Arya, suggested she'd go there and experience something called contests. Serena watched a contest first before competing in it, trying to see how they were set up. During her travels through Hoenn she learned a lot about contests and how to show her Pokémon off. One day she met a girl named Zoe. She was an accomplished coordinator who once won the Grand Festival in Sinnoh. Serena asked to teach her how to be a coordinator. Zoe was willing to teach her the basics and Serena paid close attention. You're going to have to create an appeal in which your Pokémon are the middle point. Use your moves to show off your Pokémon, not the moves themselves. I made Glamour the focus of the appeal. As soon as the moves start to be more important than the Pokémon performing them, you'll lose out with the judges. Serena could see where she was going with this. During Serena's free performances the attention of the audience was mostly on the combinations her Pokémon made and dazzling combinations. If she went in with a performer's mindset she would have failed from the start. She would need to learn a completely different mindset to the one she learned while performing. As much as she loved to perform, if she was dancing alongside them it would distract the audience from the Pokémon on stage. If you make it past the judges round, there's the battle round. This is where coordinators put their Pokémon against each other in a battle. You can win by knocking out your opponent's Pokémon, but I won't recommend it. It's about using their moves and turning it into an appeal of your own. Ash once told her he competed in a contest. She now saw the benefits Ash had learned from contests. It learned him to be creative. Be quick on his feet. He used the experience in contest battles in his actual battles. Like that one time he managed to shatter Valerie's trick room. He never knew it was coming and yet he perplexed everyone that day with his quick thinking. It once again showed her that nothing you do is a waste. She competed in a few contests and managed to collect 5 ribbons. She competed in the grand festival, reaching the top. As much as she liked coordinating, performances were more up her alley. She learned from the experiences and would use them to improve her showcases. Serena went to Sinnoh afterwards. Going through the same motions she did in Hoenn and take inspiration from the local cultures. It made her grow even more and would inspire her to create regional performances. When Serena finally returned to Kalos, she combined the experience of performing and coordinating. It was a clash of 2 styles people haven't seen before. Her travels filled her head with hundreds of ideas for their performances. When she accepted Palermo's tutoring, in her spare time Serena would study up further on literature and cultures from different regions and would create performances native to them. For example, Johto-themed performances. She dressed up her Pokemon in kimonos, being a region of tradition. With a style unique, she became the Kalos queen. Aged, but her work wasn't done yet. She wanted to make people smile. She wanted people to discover their dreams. She went so long without a goal that she didn't want anyone else to experience that feeling as well. So one day she was told about a foundation that Aria and Palermo were planning to set up. It was focused on charity work and letting people experience the possible things they could do with their Pokemon. It was supposed to be a way for a former Kalos queen like Aria to still give happiness to other people. From being trainers and performers, Rhyhorn racers and doctors. There were so many things you could do with Pokemon, and Serena wanted people to experience them the same she did while traveling. They decided on a name. Unifying Pokemon and Trainers in Kalos. UPATIK for short. With all the good she's done for everyone, Serena became the most popular and well-respected person in Kalos. She held everyone's respect and little girls aspired to be like her. She felt honored and grateful about it, but there was one thing missing from making all this perfect. Every day she did something. She wondered if Ash would be proud of her. How would he react to her being Kalos queen? Would he happy for her or be bothered that she achieved her dream before he did? Would he leave her behind again and train in some other region until he finally achieved the title of Pokemon Master? She wanted to know. If necessary, she would go to Kanto and Pallet Town to ask where he was. She nearly did it as well. One day she called Professor Oak and asked her where Ash currently was located so that she might surprise him with a visit. But to her annoyance, the professor couldn't tell her where he was because the location was classified. Oak's reasoning behind this: if he told her Ash was on Mount Silver, arguably the most dangerous place in Johto, she might have sent out a rescue squad for him. In the end, the performer could do nothing more but wait and hope that one day she would see him again. Currently she was in Laver City to model one of Valerie's new collections. She invited her friends Shauna and Miette. They've become great rivals for her, but ever since Serena came back from her journeys the 3 of them mostly hung around each other. Shauna became a well-known promoter for showcases and Miette opened up a baking store in which classes were giving and making all sort of sweets. They became of age that they had boyfriends and would pester Serena that she didn't had one as Kalos queen. Her friends once told her that everything she did remembered them a bit like Ash. They found it cute that Serena was trying to mold herself into a female Ash of some sort. And once Bonnie told them she actually dressed up in his clothes to battle a trainer in his place, they teased her with it all the time. "Oh come Serena. You'll need to have a boyfriend on some point," Shauna said to her. Serena was getting tired of the subject being brought up over and over again. "I told you girls. I'm not looking for one. I'm too busy as Kalos queen and the foundation." "Or is it because they aren't Ash?" Miette teased her. She knew the feelings her friend had for the boy from Pallet Town. It was completely obvious in front of everyone except the intended target. "I just am not looking for anyone right now." It was incredibly selfish for Serena to wait for a boy she hadn't seen in years, but she couldn't forget about him. He showed her a world of opportunity. He showed her courage when she was scared. He showed her determination. He showed her to never give up. We already have boyfriends. Isn't it time you get one yourself? Miette stared to date someone called Jean. The boy had brown hair and green eyes. A true Kalos native who could appreciate the fine taste of the region and wanted to be a master chef himself. One day he met Miette during a baking class and they managed to hit it off instantly. Things went from there and they were dating ever since. Yeah. TJ is taking me tomorrow. You're the only one of us who doesn't have a date. Who else are you going to dance with? Shauna's boyfriend was a boy from Hoenn called TJ. Coming from Duford Town, his skin was a bit dark like Shauna's and he wanted to compete in the Kalos League coming up in a few months. He had collected 5 badges so far and was hoping to get his 6th in 2 days' time after the ball ended. They met after one of Shauna's showcases and the boy was immediately smitten for her. Serena just sighed. This happened every time the 3 of them were together, but there were more important things to do right now. I can dance with just about anyone. Now stop pushing me and enjoy the time we still have. Here. Tomorrow is an important day and I don't want to disappoint Valerie. The fairy tale ballroom dance was tomorrow. A recent tradition made by Valerie, people and Pokemon could enjoy themselves in a mystical atmosphere resembling the old fairy tales parents always read to their children before going to sleep. A show promoting the style of Lavere City and the fairy-type gym in it. The girls continued to fit their outfits for the show. They made some other small talk to fill the time. After they were done fitting their dresses, Serena wanted to go back to the place they were staying, but Miette and Shauna wanted to ask Valerie something and told Serena to go ahead without them. Not thinking about it too much, Serena left them to do whatever they wanted to do. Her 2 friends had other ideas though. Miss Valerie, can we interrupt you? Shauna and Miette walked up and bowed down their heads in respect. They held an amazing amount of respect for the gym leader and a designer. Is there something wrong? The gym leader wondered. Preparations for tomorrow were complete, so she didn't think anything would be wrong. Can you do something a little different tomorrow? Miette asked her. It was known that after one of Valerie's fashion shows she would pick a trainer from the crowd and she could challenge the gym leader for the fairy badge. It was a tradition as old as the city itself. However, Shauna and Miette had other ideas for the closing act this time. Serena's part of what she did during Ash's absence in Kalos. I really like the idea that 2 renowned people like Palermo and Arya would set up an organization of some sort to stay relevant and keep on giving as a Kalos queen eventually retires or grows too old. Will Ash meet one of his old friends next time? Who knows? You'll have to read to find out. I'll try and post it before or during next week, considering I'll be out of town for the 2 weeks after that. Chapter 3, Back in Luminos. Clement, 18 years old. Bonnie, 13 years old. Ash arrived by plane in Luminos City. After visiting the Luminos gym, Clement's father Meyer told Ash he was going to a school to demonstrate the miracles of science. Can I help you, sir? A teacher walked up to him. The teacher thought he looked a little too young to have a child in school. I'm looking for Clement. I was told by his father he was here. He currently giving a demonstration in the back of the school. I can take you to him as long as you don't interrupt the class. Ash accepted her answer and was led to the back of the school. On his way there he heard a massive explosion coming from the direction he was walking towards. Another failed experiment, same blue jumpsuit only with more pockets to store some tools in. Bright blonde hair with big glasses. Ash knew it was him. Never give up. Practice make perfect. Pika. The young scientist turned around and looked at the one who spoke up. The most notable feature was the Pikachu on his shoulder. Chase-Spin, Bunnelby, Luxray. Can you play with the children outside until I come back? The Pokemon nodded. All of them missed their old traveling companion from Kanto, but Clement wanted to talk to him alone. Ash. Clement. The 2 young men shaking hands, introducing each other again. Ash squeezed Clement's hand a little bit too hard and the young scientist had an excruciating look of pain on his face. Sorry about that, Clemont never was the most psychical person he knew, and it looked like with years past that hasn't changed much. Your dad told me what you were doing here. Need help? Clemont declined his help and went to repairing the machine he was showing off to the class. After Clemont finished up his business at the school, the two of them walked through Lumino City back to the gym. So how's Bonnie doing? He just wondered how much Bonnie's grown. When he last saw her she was too young to be a trainer of her own. But the girl had a compassionate heart and he never doubted that she would be a great trainer. You can ask her yourself later. Today she's helping out at the daycare and she'll be home in a short while. I have to get some equipment for my machines first. You can wait for her at the gym. And I want her to be surprised. That's fine by me. A short while later. Hey big brother. I'm home. A girl stepped inside and went looking for her older brother. Your brother isn't home right now. Can I leave a message? Ash appeared in front of her. Ash. Pikachu. The youngest blonde dashed towards them and enveloped them in a tight hug. It's been almost 5 years since she's seen them. We've missed you. Right Deden. A small orange Pokemon looking similar to Pikachu but smaller and with whiskers like antennae jumped out of Bonnie's pouch. It jumped on Ash's other shoulder and started to nuzzle him, showing that he missed them. Ash fell to the ground after being shocked by Deden's nuzzle. Ash. Bonnie worried for his health. But the young trainer just laughed it off. It's great to see you again Deden. We missed you as well. He started rubbing it under his chin, making the mouse squeak out of happiness. Ash, look at my other Pokemon. The girl was still as easily excited as he remembered her. Before he knew it the rest of Booney's Pokemon were already released from their Pokeballs. A Growlithe, Bellossom, Nidorina, Jinx, and an Eevee appeared. Wow Bonnie. They look pretty healthy, Ash commented. I've traveled through Kanto. I caught these Pokemon there. Bonnie then explained she traveled through Johto and then through Kanto. She still didn't know exactly what she wanted to do with her career as a trainer. But so far she just traveled and enjoyed the time she had with them. I'm home. Her older brother saw the scene before him and decided to make his presence known. Big brother. Did you know Ash is back in Kalos? Bonnie jumped up and down. Yes, I know Bonnie. I saw him earlier today. Ash felt happy he was back in Luminos and seeing his old friends again. But time to get to one of the matters of hand of why he was here. How about a battle, Clemont? Ash asked him. How about you battle me, Ash? Bonnie jumped in. Ash also wanted to battle her just to see how good of a trainer she is. But he didn't trust himself going up against her and hurting her Pokemon too much. I'm sorry Bonnie. But I want to battle Clemont first. I'll battle you later, okay? He lied to her. Okay. The girl didn't take notice of it and was happy she would get to battle her friend later on. They went to the field that was inside the gym. How about one-on-one? Clemont asked him. Sounds good to me, Ash replied. Heliolisk, let's go. A yellow reptilian Pokemon appeared. Ash only battled Heliolisk during their gym battle and didn't know as much about him as Luxray, Bunnelby, or Chasepin. You ready, Pikachu? He nodded and jumped off Ash's shoulder onto the field, sparks coming out of his cheeks. You can have the first move, Ash. He's seen Ash battle enough times to know he always started fast with Pikachu. Clemont already had a counter prepared for a quick attack. Pikachu. Extreme speed. Pikachu dashed off at a speed Clemont hadn't counted on. Before Clemont could give Heliolisk a command, he already got hit by Pikachu head-on. The impact was so big that Heliolisk was already flying past Clemont into the gym's walls. Heliolisk. Clemont worried for his Pokemon and ran up to him to see if he was alright. Oh man. Did we overdo it? Ash looked at Pikachu and had a look of shock on his face. Inside he was disappointed he managed to defeat Clemont this fast, and the other half was ashamed he did that to his friend's Pokemon. Is he going to be alright? Ash worried for Clemont's Pokemon. Not having battled a trainer for 3 years and coming straight of Mount Silver without knowing your own strength. And if Pikachu could do this much damage without trying against a gym leader, then how is he going to keep himself under control when battling regular trainers? It's okay, Ash. I know you didn't mean to. Pikachu sure has gotten stronger. I'm sorry. Me and Pikachu didn't want this to happen. They both rubbed the back of their heads. Where did you train to get this strong? Clement wondered. Mount Silver. You went up Mount Silver? Meyer asked him. The father of the Lumino siblings was watching their battle. It did explain where all that strength came from. What's so special about that place? Bonnie asked. It's one of the hardest places in the world to live. There are rumors that some Pokemon living there would fit right into a gym leader's team. This left Clement speechless. You've been training up there. No wonder you've improved that much. But we don't know our own strength. We need to find out how strong we are without hurting other people. We need to control it now that we're back under other trainers again. I'm sorry I lied to you, Bonnie. But I didn't want it to hurt your Pokemon too bad. Ash apologized to the young girl for pulling her leg like that. But he didn't want to have the thought of injuring Bonnie's Pokemon on his conscience. Just promise me we'll get to battle later when you learn to control yourself, Bonnie told him. She still wanted to battle Ash, but she understood why he didn't. He was too strong for his own good. I should tell you the other reason I'm here. He told the group about his adventures to the Orange Islands and Johto concerning the GS ball. How it was stolen, and he interrupted his training to go to Kalos to find the thief. Eventually I'm planning to compete in the Kalos League again. But first I need to find the one who stole the GS ball. He finished his story. Wow, that's a tall order you've got there, Ash. Wish we could help, Clement told him. It's okay. I don't want you drawn into mine or Kurt's affairs. Oh, that reminds me. He grabbed his backpack and pulled out the bag he received from Kurt. Well, you know the old saying, money doesn't grow on trees. It turns out Pokeballs do. This shocked the Lumino siblings. Ash explained to them that these were apricorns once. In Johto, Kurt could create Pokeballs from them. It was a whole day's work, but a small price to pay for the craftsmanship he presented. I'd want you to have one each. Take your pick. Ash, you don't have to, Clement said. It was his property, and even though he liked the gesture, he can't take something as rare as those Pokeballs away from him. Kurt told me to use them how I wanted. I want you and Bonnie to have one. After looking over the Pokeballs and hearing from Ash what they did, Clement took the fast ball because it had a small lightning bolt on it, and Bonnie took the friend ball, hoping that the next Pokemon she catches will be a great friend. Seeing his friends' smiling faces of objects from another region, he wanted to show them something else. Hey Pikachu. How about we show them our special move? He showed his Z-ring, which he received in Alola. Pikachu nodded his head. He wanted Ash's friends to be impressed, and if the gym leader loved electric types, he would love what they're about to do. Is that a Mega Bracelet? Clement asked him. But the stone inside the bracelet was more shaped like a crystal. Can Pikachu Mega Evolve? Bonnie asked. That isn't a Mega Ring, right, Ash? Meyer asked him on closer inspection. Having helped Professor Sycamore with his Mega Evolution research, he knew exactly how a Mega Ring looked. And the fact he was secretly Blaziken Mask. A hero that protects Lumino City. You're right. It's a Z-ring. I've gotten it while I was studying in Alola. Well, let's see it, Bonnie demanded. Do you have something I can test it out on? Clement took them to a measuring machine he built when he learned Bunnelby Wild Charge long ago. He used it nowadays to test how strong the electrical currents of his Pokemon were. All right, Pikachu. Let's go. He activated the crystal inside the bracelet and it started glowing. Ash and Pikachu started performing some sort of dance. The poses they made make both of them seem like quite silly. Clement thought it was embarrassing, and Bonnie thought Ash looked like a total geek doing it. Not long after that, Pikachu started glowing with power. Catastrophica, Ash gave the attack command. Pikachu jumped into Ash's arms before he threw him up into the air. Pikachu then curled up mid-air and homed in towards the measuring device. He smashed into the machine, leaving a huge cloud of dust from hitting it. When the smoke cleared, Pikachu stood there triumphant, not a scratch on him or even looking worse for wear. The rest of the group were just shocked. Clement was thanking his lucky stars Ash didn't use it against him. He still had this much power hidden during their battle. No way he could have stopped that. As expected from a Z move. You really show great connection with your Pokémon, Meyer observed. Ash surveyed the damage. The Z move was already powerful without his training, but now that he's seen what it could do with a fully powered Pikachu, he came to one conclusion. I think it's best we don't use that while we're here, Pikachu. Ash scratched his head. The mouse nodded with him. No Z moves against others while being in Kalos. A while later, Ash and Pikachu were saying their goodbyes to the Luminos inhabitants. So long, Ash. Be sure to visit again after you're done retrieving the GS ball, Clement said. Problem is, I don't know where to start. He said he would find me. The youngest of the group suggested something. Valerie is presenting a new line of fashion in Laver City and Serena was invited to be a model for her. I really miss traveling with you and Pikachu. Maybe you can take me there. Bonnie wondered. I'm not sure that's a good idea. After all, Ash is looking for a criminal, you know, Clement interrupted. Oh, come on. You've seen how strong Ash and Pikachu are. I'm sure nothing wrong can happen so long they are with me. I'll take care of her, Clement. And I was wondering if she was actually in Kalos. Aren't you coming with us? I unfortunately have to stay at the gym. Some circuits in the gym got fried during your last demonstration. Say hi to Serena for me though. Oh. Before I forget. Serena is, OW. Bonnie stomped on Clement's foot. Why ruin the surprise? What about Serena? Ash wondered. Nothing to worry. You'll see in time. Come on, let's go, Ash. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you again. Bonnie took Ash's hand and pulled him along out of Lumino City. After being on a bus for a bit, Ash asked Bonnie exactly why she wanted him to accompany her. There are a lot of cute girls in Laver City. One of them might be a keeper. Ash and Pikachu laughed at that one. Some things do never change. Even if they all matured, there were still some habits they had when they were younger. Traveling just with Bonnie again, it sure brought back memories of the region. And when he would see Serena again, maybe some more would pop up. Chapter 4, Out of a Fairy Tale. Ash and Bonnie arrived in Laver City. The town still looked similar to how Ash remembered from all those years ago. But the last time he was here there weren't any banners hanging and the town wasn't as decorated as it is now. It seemed to him that they were preparing for some sort of festival, but as far as he knows, the gym leader only had a fashion show today. They went to the location where the fashion show was being held. Bonnie managed to get 2 tickets for them for one of the front rows. The young girl was once a substitute model for Valerie and since then had some VIP benefits from the designer. The two took their seats in the front row. While waiting for the show to start, Ash and Pikachu tried to look for someone suspicious in the crowd. Seeing if one of them could have stolen the GS ball. He told me he would find me once I came here in Kalos, he whispered into Pikachu's ear while brushing on the Z-ring he received while being in Alola. He knew that the person who stole the GS ball would know when he was in Kalos. Now that he was here in such a crowded environment, he wondered if he should actually be here. He might endanger someone who doesn't have any business. He promised Clement he would protect Bonnie. But he was worried he couldn't protect everyone else should the need arise. You seem tense, Ash. Something wrong? No. No, I'm fine, Bonnie. He lied to her again. That's now 2 times in 2 days he lied to Bonnie. He really should stop making a habit out of that one. Ash liked honesty and the truth. He disliked people pretending to be something they're not and he didn't want to go that direction. The Kalos Queen is being the closure off the show. Everyone wants to see her, someone spoke out from behind him. He turned his head to look at the girl who spoke up. Since Bonnie won't tell him who the Kalos Queen is now, maybe she could help him. Excuse me. Who's the Kalos Queen now? Ash asked. The girl looked cross-eyed at him like she has been insulted herself. Who's the Kalos Queen? Have you been living on top of a mountain? The girl sarcastically asked him. Yes. Actually he has, Bonnie interfered. She just couldn't keep her wit to herself. The woman looked at him and kept quiet, having no response to that. Then one of Valerie girls wearing a black furisuit came out and announced the show was going to start. Wonder when we get to see Serena Pikachu. Bonnie already knew exactly when. Ash is in for a long wait. Miette walked with her Slurpuff. When on her walk she looked over the crowd for their reactions to her outfit. It was a white and pink dress modeled after the Slurpuff who walked with her. But the shape was ordinary, like she was dressed for a special occasion. While walking she looked over the crowd for people's reaction to her dress. From the corner of her eye she noticed someone that fits Ash's description sitting in the crowd. She went back behind the curtain and found Shauna. This is going to be so good. What are you smirking about? Shauna asked her. Just remember our bet. I've already won. Shauna didn't understand what she was implying, but she went out and performed her walk over the runway. Shauna in the meantime skimmed the crowd herself as if looking for something. Finding what she was looking for, she walked back behind the curtain to wait for the end of the show. Ash actually wondered if Serena was actually here. She still hasn't come out from behind the curtain. He took a quick glance at everyone in the crowd after seeing all the models walk on the runway, trying to see if anyone was acting suspicious and if they were keeping an eye on him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, our finale of the show. Our current Kalos Queen presented straight from a fairy tale. Ash saw the young woman walk out from behind the curtain. Her hair was colored a honey blonde, reaching her waistline with a small ponytail at the end. Her eyes were blue, filled with hope and dreams of a better future. She wore a dress that was puffy and resembled Sylvian's color scheme. On top of her head was the crown the Kalos Queen gets to wear. The woman was accompanied by a Sylvian who walked the runway as if she'd done it times before. Is that Serena? When he met her more than 10 years ago, she was a scared little girl that hurt her knee. Ash had to get her up and walk her back to camp because she couldn't do it herself. But it seemed like all trace of that little girl was now gone, replaced with someone who shined with confidence and enthusiasm. Bonnie looked at Ash and realized he was spacing out. To Bonnie it looked like Serena put a spell on Ash and left him speechless. This was even better than she hoped for. She nudged him with her elbow, trying to snap him out of his daze. It affected him eventually. Is Serena the Kalos Queen? He silently whispered, but loud enough for Bonnie to hear. Aha. For almost a year now, she said it like it was the most normal thing in the world. Why didn't you tell me? He looked at her with a surprised look. You never asked. She stuck her tongue out to him. I did. And then you stomped on Clement's foot. Becoming irritated at the girl, his mind was now from Serena and onto Bonnie's cruel surprise. No use crying over it now. And that's for lying. You wanted to battle me. Ash needed to find a way to get back at Bonnie one day. But after hearing it was just payback for lying to her, he let it pass. While Ash was thinking about what just happened, he didn't notice Serena disappearing behind the curtain. Serena herself just focused on her walk, so she didn't look into the crowd. As usual, the models who all participated came out backstage and stood in line, showing their dresses off one more time. Ladies and especially gentlemen, Serena knew what was about to happen. It was a tradition of the gym after Valerie took over and has been ever since. Normally Valerie will choose an opponent and he will have the chance to earn a fairy badge. But today we're doing something completely different, or so she thought. The gym leader now stepped forward herself and continued speaking. As you might know, the Kalos Queen is still single. Maybe there is a young man in the crowd who she seemed fit to guide her to the ball. 2 of the Kalos Queen's associates will each pick a young man from the crowd who will get the opportunity to battle for the honor of taking her to the fairy tale ballroom dance tonight. A tale inspired of 2 knights jousting for a maiden's hand. What a marvelous way of promoting the stories of old times, Valerie ended her speech. Serena wanted to choke her. Who came up with this idea? They knew she wasn't looking for a boyfriend. At least not until she heard Ash's opinion on all this. Shauna and Miette stepped forward on the runway and Serena wanted to jump them. Of course they were behind all this. Some of the models held her back on Valerie's instruction, preventing her from mauling her 2 associates. Shauna let her eyes fall on a red-haired boy with a black jacket and blue pants. She motioned for the young man to step forward from the crowd and stand near a ramp that walks up to the stage. Miette looked over the crowd and saw a lot of young men hoping she would pick them. But Miette already knew her choice. She played the crowd a bit to create a bit of false suspense before finally she stopped in front of Ash. "You," Miette pointed her finger towards the young trainer from Pallet Town. All the girls on stage looked over to him and recognized him from years ago when he won the fairy badge. Serena's gaze fell on him and her eyes widened, not believing what she saw. Bonnie meanwhile was just giggling at Serena's reaction. "Me?" Ash looked around and noticed he was the only boy in the direction she was pointing. He would battle for Serena's hand. "Ash? It can't be. I'm dreaming at the moment. I must be." Same style of jacket, only you could see his shirt underneath, cap covering his black hair. His clothes looked worn and torn, like he just came from an adventure and hadn't gotten the chance to freshen up. But the real giveaway was the Pikachu which was attached to his shoulder. If both participants would like to come up on stage and begin the battle, being put on the spot, Ash just followed Valerie's order and came up on stage. "Ah, great. How am I going to battle here without wrecking anything?" Ash was pulled out of his thoughts by one of Valerie's servants as guest referee. Both participants will unleash their Pokémon at the same time. On a 3 count, Ash and his opponent released their Pokémon. Furfrou. Let's go. As with almost any Furfrou, it was trimmed to look different from any other. The tail and tips of its legs were colored yellow and its headpiece looked similar to a fedora. Swellow. I choose you. Being put in such a dense crowd with Ash could only go for one pick. Swellow was a physical fighter and didn't have too many moves that could destroy an area like Pikachu's Z-move did with Clement's measuring machine, which got destroyed. Valerie thought on the choice of Pokémon they had. Swellow is quite a physical Pokémon. While strong, its move pool is limited. And with Furfrou ability, Fur Coat, it would reduce the physical damage taken from that Swellow's attacks. He already has a good lead ahead of Ash. But let's see him if he can get out of this one. Furfrou, Cotton Guard. So he's boosting his defenses, Ash figured. Maybe he could hit him a bit harder and not worry about hurting Furfrou too much. Swellow, Wing Attack. His wings glowed a bright white, indicating Swellow temporarily hardened his wings with a mystical energy. Too fast for the poodle to react, he took the attack head on. But thanks to his boosted defenses, Furfrou took the attack pretty well. Swellow. Fly high up and use Double Team. Let's see what kind of long-range attack he has. Charge Beam. A yellow beam of electricity shot out of Furfrou's mouth. It destroyed all the copies one by one. Furfrou then glowed a bit, indicating its attack went up. An extra effect of the Charge Beam that could happen. Wing Attack. Swellow wings glowed again and he flew low for a direct hit. Now that Ash knew he had an electrical attack, he wanted to keep it as close as possible. Sucker Punch. Furfrou disappeared before Swellow could land the attack. Swellow couldn't change his trajectory when Furfrou hit him square in the beak. Surprised, the bird got knocked backwards into the air. Now Charge Beam. Before Furfrou finished charging its attack, Ash commanded Swellow's counter. Swellow, Mirror Move. Swellow summoned a mirror in front of him again and flew through it. It transported him in front of Furfrou before it could unleash its Charge Beam again. The blow by Swellow's wing knocked Furfrou off guard and the Poodle Pokémon became knocked by the surprise attack. Mirror Move copies the last move both Pokémon used in battle. Charge Beam wasn't unleashed yet at that point, so Sucker Punch was the last attack used. Furfrou is knocked out. The winner is Swellow, the referee announced. Ash thanked Swellow for his efforts and went up to the trainer's Furfrou. Hoping he didn't hurt him too much, he asked his trainer if Furfrou didn't take too much damage. Is he okay? No worries. I'll take him to a Pokemon Center and he'll be good as new. Disappointed he lost a chance to go on a with date the Kalos Queen, he decided to be polite and congratulate Ash on his victory. You're pretty strong. Hey, now I remember you. Didn't you came runner-up in the Kalos League once? The two of them made some small talk before they were interrupted again. What a wonderful display of teamwork and respect between trainers. Both of you can be proud of your performance today, but only one can be the winner. Valerie then walked up to Ash and stood in front of him. The boy now man made a real impression all those years ago on her. His Hawlucha was so similar to him. His Swellow had the same air to him. Congratulations. You have won the battle and are picked as a suitor for the Kalos Queen at the ball tonight. But you can't go looking like that. Ash outgrew the clothes he wore and it was also scraped on multiple places. Can you girls prepare him for a decent appearance tonight? Valerie questioned a few of her servants. Of course, two girls in Furisodes jumped up and got close to him. They each grabbed one arm and pulled Ash of the stage towards Valerie's workshop to get him a suitable outfit for tonight. I just want to talk to Serena. Hey, is anyone listening? He then left Serena's sight with Pikachu trailing behind, leaving her all confused. Serena couldn't believe what just happened in the space of a few minutes. She walked on the runway to present Valerie's prize dress. She met Ash again after 5 years. He won a battle for her hand and now was being taken away to get prepared for the ball tonight. She stepped out of line where most of the models stood and went where Bonnie was seated herself. She kneeled down and looked her in the eyes. Hey Serena. Great to see you again, Bonnie casually played off. But Serena didn't fall for it and demanded some answers. Bonnie. Why didn't you tell him I was Kalos Queen? I wanted to surprise him. You should have seen the look on his face when he saw you in that dress. What? What did he say? Serena just took her hair and tried to hide her blush behind it. It was a habit she had as a small girl that whenever she got embarrassed or flustered she would take it and hit her cheeks behind it. That's for you to find out. Ask him later tonight. Don't you have a date with Ash to prepare for? Her entire face was now covered by her long locks. A date. With Ash? Chapter 5, Reunited Again. The sun was setting down on the day and Serena was waiting patiently inside Valerie's gym. During the day she got patched up her makeup artists and looked ready to leave for the ball Valerie was organizing. Serena was waiting for the moment Ash would emerge from the dressing room he was taken in. She knew that Ash would be a pain for the two girls that dragged him off to get changed. She knew how much he disliked picking outfits. That time during preparations for the dance party years ago, Miette took him fitting outfits and she noticed how bored and annoyed he looked of it. She loved shopping sprees, but she would never ask him to carry all her bags for her. Although she was pretty sure he would if she asked him. But then again. It's been so long since I've seen him. Has he changed as much as I did? Serena herself was the first one to admit that because of Ash she changed from a small girl who gave up on something she didn't like, to someone who didn't know when to quit. It became the core for her character and the journey she's been on. And therein lied the fear she had for him. What if he met someone who changed him the way he changed her? Did he still have the same qualities as a person to him? Would he still be nice to everyone? Would he be still nice to her if he hasn't achieved his goal of a Pokemon Master and she already did as Kalos Queen? Would he, after years of disappointment of not winning a Pokemon League, be jealous? He wouldn't be Ash anymore and that thought made her restless. Being lost in her thoughts about his sudden reappearance here in Kalos, she was snapped out of it by Bonnie. Sylvian, who was with her, wrapped her feeler around her wrist, sensing her discomfort, hoping it would help her to calm down. Nervous Serena? Bonnie went with her this afternoon to get an outfit herself and wore a dress that was the same color of orange as Deden. No, of course not, that was a lie and Bonnie knew it. Serena was a nervous wreck after Ash's battle today, and it was announced he would be her date for the ball. And then Ash finally emerged from the dressing room. He was wearing a blue suit with a white cape flowing behind him. No cap on top of his head, but a hat that seemed to fit with the style of medieval clothes they were going for. He wore black gloves and had some badges on him that were supposed to represent a military rank of some sort. He walked up to the two girls and tried to talk to Serena. Before they could talk to one another, Bonnie already was pushing them outside the building they were in. Outside, you two. I'll meet you at the party. Now outside, all the people were looking at them as they walked along the carpet guiding them to the road. Pictures were being taken of how great they looked together, and people were just itching for a glimpse of the Kalos Queen and her male companion. Hey, they said at the same time. Not knowing what to say to each other, a friendly hey was all they could think of. They reached the end of the walkway and noticed a man standing in front of them, opening the door. Your chariot awaits. They looked up and saw the chariot they were going to ride in. It was a silver color, and the lighting of the street lights shined off from it, making it quite a spectacle. Too rapid, Ash would pull them along, and the man commanding them wore a jockey suit designed for special occasions. Designed by Valerie, of course. They then stepped in the chariot. Ash and Serena sat on opposite ends while Pikachu and Sylvian were sitting next to them, already making conversation with each other. There was still an awkward silence between the two humans. Now they finally were alone, minus Pikachu and Sylvian. Serena decided to start talking to him. Nervous of being alone like this with him, she gathered the courage to start talking to him. I guess we finally have time to talk in private. Our reunion turned out a little different than I expected, Ash joked. Out of all the scenarios he came up with, meeting Serena again, being dressed up like a prince from a fairy tale, riding a chariot with her on the way to a ball, was not one of them. Now you know how I felt so long ago. At least you remember me this time. Serena memories of their second meeting were still fresh in her mind. After seeing him on the news during the rampaging Garchomp, she sought him out to return the handkerchief he used to cover up her knee, and hoping he would recognize her. He didn't. I'm still sorry for that after all those years. Pikachu went from Ash's side and went to Serena. Pikachu jumped on Serena's lap. She petted the yellow mouse, and it enjoyed the attention it was receiving from her. Has Ash been taking good care of you, Pikachu? He nodded his head and flexed one of his arms as if to show he developed some muscle in the tiny limbs he had. Ash smiled at the interaction between two of his oldest friends. Pikachu meant everything to him as a trainer. The yellow mouse copied Ash's behavior a lot, and it showed in their battles. Always working in sync and never questioning their next move. Sylvian noticed Serena being too busy petting Pikachu. She went over to Ash to the other side of the carriage. She now sat next to him on the couch and looked at him for attention. Ash then turned his attention to the fairy type. Sylvian. How are you doing? She was just in tiny EV when Serena first met her. To say she was quite shy would be putting it lightly. Any form of contact from people other than Serena and Clemence Bunnelby, she turned her tail. And even after she evolved into Sylvian, she still was quite shy around other people for a bit. Now that he thought about, Sylvian looked quite comfortable from what he could remember from the fashion show earlier today. The last time Ash saw her, Serena's hair was still short just above her shoulders. But now it was growing back to the ponytail Serena had when they first met in Kalos. Your hair. Why did you grow it back? I thought you liked it short after you cut it. He actually noticed. Ash never was one to study a girl appearance, but the fact he actually saw she did something different as simple as her longer hair surprised her. The reason she cut her hair in the first place was to show her newfound determination. It was a new look for her to show that she has changed. Serena used to give up on something that didn't go well. Eventually she grew it back because she achieved what she set out to do. Becoming Kalos' queen. There was no need for her anymore to maintain that look, and it started growing back on its own. You like it? Serena was fishing for a compliment concerning the way she looked. All the makeup artists and designers did her absolute best to make her look as perfect as possible. And Serena agreed. She just hoped it got a reaction out of him. Long or short hair. I don't care how people dress or look like. You're still you, Serena, an answer that she came to expect from him. Ash was just a pure sometimes. Never judging on appearance but on behavior. It was frustrating for a girl that she should spend all this time on her looks trying to make a boy notice her, but she came to expect it from him. But it also gave her some relief that maybe he didn't change that much from that many years ago. Still, you look amazing. You really look like those princesses my mom used to read me stories about. Was that a compliment Ash gave her? She took her hair and used it to hide her cheeks. Ash wondered if she was blushing. Ash Ketchum knew a bit more about romance than in his younger days. Especially because his mother forced him to read books about behavior around people, so he wouldn't grow socially awkward after not interacting with physical human beings next to the Nurse Joy stationed at the peak of Mount Silver. And Delia would quiz him on the phone to prove he actually read them. If he didn't, she would drag him by the ear back to Pallet Town. So he now possessed a basic understanding of what love is supposed to be and why some people he met on their journey were acting so strange. Thank you, not trying to stay on the compliment too long before she lost herself in her thoughts, she tried to guide the conversation to his looks. Your outfit. Valerie's maidens did a great job. I still don't understand why I can't wear my cap instead of this stupid hat. It's not really suited for where we're going. You can't turn up in the scraped clothes I saw this afternoon. You look like you've been on the road for a long time. So what did you do when you left Kalos? Ash told her about some of the adventures he had in Alola. The Pokemon school he entered, the friends he met and the Z-crystals he'd been collecting. What are Z-crystals? They can only be found in Alola. You see, there's something called trails instead of gym battles there. The trials are testing the bond between trainer and Pokemon. Each Pokemon type has a trial in which you can earn a Z-crystal from a captain. They're kind of like the region's gym badges. But you can use them for an one-off attack with a lot of power. That's mainly the reason I've been there. They didn't have a Pokemon League when I first arrived there. But then I saw new Pokemon and Z moves and I just had to stay there. A bit of a change of pace after the Kalos League. And then the tricky part. How is he going to explain to her where's been after he was done in Alola? 3 years on top of Mount Silver isn't really a fact you want to say to worry your friend. Ash knew Serena worried about him. But that's normal considering she's a close friend to him. Hoping to get some more time to come up with a reasonable explanation for the time gap, he decided to let her do some talking. Speaking of changing pace. How did your contests in Hoenn work out? They were amazing. I never knew there were so many different ways of showing your Pokemon like that. It's like another world opened up for me. I learned so much from my time there, I felt like a completely different person. I could see why you like traveling so much. So many different cultures to experience. It helped me grow into a better person who has more knowledge about taking care of Pokemon and keeping them perfectly groomed. And I finished in the top 8 in my first Grand Festival. Serena then told him she traveled through Sinnoh to learn more there before returning to Kalos to compete in the Master Class. She overcame her final hurdle in Aria and was crowned Kalos Queen just over a year ago. Congratulations on achieving your dream. I'm really happy for you. Thank you, Ash. But there's something I need to ask you. Serena wanted to ask him this ever since she became Kalos Queen. She needed a person like Ash for this. There were a lot of people who fit her criteria, but no one was more suited to this job than Ash. She just hoped with all her heart that he would accept. We're here, the writer interrupted them. They've arrived at the ball Valerie was organizing. You can ask me later, Serena. he said as he stood up, and they went outside towards the festivities and just enjoying the night. Chapter 6, At the Ball. They both stepped out of the chariot that guided them towards the mansion just out of town. The outside was decorated with the same sort of banners Ash saw earlier in the town, and the lights inside gave it a real glow similar to how Lumos Tower would light up. They heard noises coming from inside as if a lot of people were already gathered there. The halls were decorated with paintings of fictional characters from different scenes in storybooks. Serena remembered some scenes from the stories her mother told her when she was little. Pinocchio in the stomach of a Wylord. The Ugly Ducklet. Snow White and the Seven Mackhop. The Torkoal and the Diggersby. The pair and their Pokémon continued their way until they reached the main hall. It was decorated even more lavishly than the halls they just went through. Classic music played in the background. People were all dressed formally, and it was all very impressive. It made Ash and Pikachu realize the situation they found themselves in. I'm way out of my depth here. Sensing his nervousness, Serena gently put her hand into Ash's. Sylveon did the same for Pikachu, wrapping one of her feelers around Pikachu's paw. She gave him a look that no matter what happened, she would guide him through the night. Serena did the same for Ash by holding his hand. He nodded his head as if to say thank you. Ash realized Serena had a calming effect on him. When they went inside the ballroom, there were already people socializing and complimenting each other's appearance. Some people already took the dance floor station there. It's been a while, but now that she was over her happiness of seeing him again, she noticed more of Ash's features. He was a lot taller than most of the men gathered there, and it suggested he was quite muscular compared to the others. He had a habit of training physically together with his Pokémon, and his body reaped the rewards of it. There you two are. They looked around and saw two familiar faces. It were Serena's two friends who were together with her this afternoon for Valerie's fashion show. Ash noticed Miette and Shauna walking up to them accompanied by two males his age. Aren't you going to introduce us to him, Serena? One of the males asked her. By the sound of it she knew the two of them. Is he the one who won this afternoon's battle? The other boy asked her. It was a night to be polite and make some new friends. Jean. TJ. This is Ash. Serena introduced her suitor to her two friends' boyfriends. I'm Jean. Pleasure to meet one of Miette's friends. She told me a lot about you. Did she now? How about the part she tried to get close to him like she is with you now? Before Miette dated Jean, she saw Ash as a potential suitor, and the Blueonette accompanying him looked over Ash. She noticed that the years did him pretty well. Her boyfriend Jean extended his hand to him to say welcome. Ash put his own hand into Jean's, returning the greeting. I'm Ash. Nice to meet you. Ash put his hand into Jean's and shook it, thinking nothing wrong about it. Jean's face contorted because Ash squeezed a bit too hard. Ah. That's a firm grip you've got there, Jean yelped and tried to wring his hand loose out of Ash's grip. Ash let go and he apologized for it. Sorry. I've forgotten that I don't know my own strength. The boy that was now standing next to Shauna made his greetings. I'm TJ. I'm from Hoenn and I'm here to compete in the Kalos League. Ash shook his hand and tried not to squeeze it at all. His grip was very loose so that he wouldn't hurt TJ's hand as well. It's time for the dinner service, ladies and gentlemen. Ash's face lighted up after hearing the word dinner. All right. Food. He didn't have anything to eat ever since Valerie's maidens took him away to get all dressed up, so his stomach was already ordering him to get some. At least Serena knew that his love for food was still there. Maybe she could surprise with him with some new macarons recipes she picked up on her travels. The guests all took their seats on multiple round tables. Bonnie joined them after she arrived at the party herself. All tables were filled with plates full of delicious-looking food. Ash wasted no time and began eating everything in arm's reach. He's quite the glutton, Jean commented. Being a chef, he enjoyed a good meal and took great care in every recipe he made. To him it looked like Ash was eating without tasting anything. Ash? Serena stopped him. He looked up with a pile of pasta still hanging in his mouth. It looked a beard of spaghetti. The other 4 who didn't travel with Ash sweat dropped. Are you actually tasting something? Ash slurped up the remainder pasta hanging from his mouth. This is so good. He continued his feast while the others looked on. Surprised that a human being can eat that much without slowing down. So why are you in Kalos? Weren't you traveling around to become a Pokemon master? Shauna asked him. She didn't mind him being here, but it didn't really belong in his motive to become a Pokemon master. Just why is he revisiting a region he's already competed in the Pokemon League before? There aren't any trainers where I trained, so I forgot what it was like to battle a trainer. I'm hoping to find some strong trainers here to test the results of my training, leaving out the part of the GS ball which got stolen. He didn't want his new friends to be drawn into a matter that didn't concern them. Since Bonnie was with you, did you battle Clement already? Serena asked. Clement has gotten better as well as a gym leader, and his reputation was only enhanced after the Team Flare incident. I did, of course, she thought. After hearing that from him, she wondered if Ash actually changed at all. It was starting to plant doubts in her of that he still was as dense before just after he complimented her appearance in the carriage. So how did it go? Serena wondered. She saw their gym battle against each other and it was quite close between the two of them. Since Ash is busy eating, he and Pikachu beat Heliolisk with their first attack. Bonnie answered for Ash. This surprised the group. You one-shotted a gym leader? You mentioned there weren't any trainers where you were. So where you've been training the last few years then? Miette asked. Mount Silver, Bonnie said as Ash stabbed his fork into another plate to take a bite of some pizza. You went up to Mount Silver. Jean screamed, drawing everyone's attention to him. Yelling in a dining room was not proper etiquette. He looked around and sat down again, apologizing for his outburst. Why does everybody react like that? Ash thought to himself as he took some bread from another plate. First Meyer and then Jean. Was it really that dangerous up there? Why did you yell like that? TJ asked him. It's considered the most dangerous place in all of Johto. The Pokemon there are rumored to be as strong as gym leaders because of the cold and unforgiving environment, Jean told the rest of the group. TJ now had to know. If Ash was competing in the Kalos League this year, would he actually stand a chance? How long were you up there? 3 years, Ash swallowed and answered like it wasn't a big deal. That explains the firm handshake, Jean reasoned, because he went up there, Ash himself would have gotten stronger too. From the stories he heard, anyone who traveled to Mount Silver better be as tough as they come. Serena didn't like this bit of info one bit. She knew he was pretty reckless and always willing to get stronger with some of the most intense training she knew, but he crossed a line this time. You should have told me. How could you be so reckless to go up there for 3 years on your own without us knowing? I didn't go alone, Serena. What a relief, at least he had someone with him making sure he didn't do anything too dangerous. I had my Pokemon with me, of course. It was a pretty dangerous at first, but the rewards were worth it. Right, Pikachu? Not what I meant with that. Serena was really upset with him now. She knew he would do anything for his Pokemon. He proved when he dived off Prism Tower to catch Pikachu, and he nosedived into a volcano to help his Fletchinder. But this was a bit too much. Those were flashes of bravery. This was an endurance training that could have hurt him really bad. So wait. You're telling us you've been to one of the most dangerous places known across the regions, survived there for 3 years and fought Pokemon who were as strong gym leaders every day? TJ said. He really was hoping he wasn't competing in the league a few months from now. I've been up there so long it just became normal to me, Ash told them. You consider that normal? Shauna yelled. Now everyone else in the room looked at the 7 like it was contagious. Some of them put their plates away, scared that something was wrong with the food. So what could you do up there? Jean asked. There wasn't much to do on Mount Silver. Mostly training in the wild or looking for strong Pokemon. There was this pack of Ursaring I was looking for that gave me trouble a while ago. Pack of Ursaring? Serena started to sound more frightened the more Ash told about his time up there. The rest of the group except Bonnie went silent after that one. He risked his health just to go looking for some ursaring. You willingly looked for a pack of ursaring? Serena blurted out. She never had much experiences with ursaring, but she knew they were quite dangerous if handled without caution. The girl was now on the edge of tears. He could have been so reckless. Does he have no sense of self-preservation? They stole some of our supplies when we were a bit higher than usual. They could have kept the supplies if a Teddy Ursa didn't take my hat. Serena's head was now down looking at her knees and she was tensed up. She clutched her dress and Serena felt powerless at that moment. It seemed like she couldn't respond or wasn't even listening to them anymore. Wait, hold on. You went after a pack of ursaring just because they took your hat? Are you crazy? Miette wondered. I asked them nicely but they were quite aggressive. So we took it back by battling them. You should have seen the leader. He must have been at least over 6 feet tall. The entire group mouths dropped. Ursaring were known to be about 5 feet 11 inches high. One towering over the others was just terrifying. Serena couldn't take it anymore. Just hearing about how Ash was training and living so dangerously broke her heart. She thought the training she did was difficult. It was nothing compared to what he went through. Ash. Why didn't you tell me? I could have helped. Why did you do it? Just what other dangerous Pokemon did you met there? Serena started to have horrible images about him. Being stuck at the bottom of a pit without any food or water. The fresh cuts and broken bones he might have experienced. The days of sleeping outside in temperatures that only citizens of Snowbell City would find acceptable and the Pokemon who were up there ruthlessly defending their territory because some kid couldn't keep his nose out of their business. I can't take any more. How can he be proud of me if I had it that easy? I need some fresh air, Serena said with no emotion and walked away from the dinner table. Ash knew now that it was his fault. Wait, Serena. Do you want me to go with you? No, I need to be alone. He had his doubts about following her after she denied his request, but seeing Pikachu and Sylveon looking at him worriedly convinced him. Maybe he should have told her. Maybe then she wouldn't worry as much and she wouldn't be running away like that. Ash went out to look for her after excusing himself. Let's go, Pikachu, Sylveon. The rest of the group were still silent after what just happened between them. It wasn't until Shauna's boyfriend decided to break the silence. Something going on between those two? Bonnie answered for TJ. Maybe. Chapter 7, Clearing Things Up. Serena ran away showing no emotion as she left the ballroom. She tried to act as emotionless as she could so it might seem she might just went out to get some fresh air. Eventually she found a log next to a small lake. The stars in the night sky reflected against the water making for quite a stunning sight. But the stunning sight was nothing compared to Ash in her mind. He's just so strong, kind, brave, compassionate, selfless. He doesn't deserve it. Now that Serena had everything she ever wanted she would like to give back to people. But she wanted to give Ash just a little bit more than others. Hearing about the danger he was in and she couldn't do anything to help him tore her apart. She sat there crying. Depressed, worried about his well-being, frustrated that she wasn't there for him. And horrified he went to such a dangerous place without even letting her know. Just why? Why did you do something so dangerous? I care for you. More than you can imagine, Serena was brought out of her thoughts by her Sylveon. She wrapped one of her feelers around Serena's wrist trying to comfort her trainer. I must have worried you, didn't I? I'm sorry, Sylveon, she petted Sylveon feeling sorry that she ran away without saying anything to her. There you are, Serena turned around looking to where the voice came from. The cause of the emotions she was feeling at the moment. When she met him again in Kalos to begin their journey there she thought he was perfect. That Ash had no flaws as a person. How could she not? He's nice, caring, brave and always ready to come to someone's aid. To her he was the blueprint of a noble prince and was aspiring to as confident and assured as he was. But the blueprint was quite lacking in some departments, as she discovered with time. Ash had next to no table manners. Had an almost borderline obsessive fixation on battling Pokemon. Was painfully unaware whenever she or any girl tried to impress him. In his eagerness to get to his next destination mostly got lost on his own. Jumps into a training session head first without thinking about the consequences, like when he got sick that one time. But without those things he wouldn't be Ash Ketchum. It made her realize that no one is perfect. And during the rest of her travels she discovered that people and Pokemon needed each other. The world can't function if they can't live in harmony together. Those were some of life's lessons she was taught, and it made her want to be a shining example of that very idea. "It's nothing," Sylvian meanwhile rubbed head against her knee, trying to distract her from her trainer's worries. Her Pokemon were always there for her to comfort. If there ever was anything wrong, Serena could always turn to her partners. "There is something that's bothering you, Serena." I feel so." Although he was the reason she felt this way, it wouldn't be fair for Serena to throw the blame on him. "I pride myself into completing my training with Palermo and inventing a new style of performance." Her tutoring was as difficult as you could imagine. "But it's nothing compared to what you went through. Hearing about your training and what you've been through, when comparing it to mine, makes me feel so minuscule." She looked up to him. How he knew that word she didn't know, but it was exactly how she was feeling. Yes. So that's why she left. She thinks she had it easy compared to me. "Are you proud of me?" Serena asked him. Ash being put on the spot by her question. Who wouldn't be proud of calling Serena your friend? She repeated herself. "Are you proud of me? Do you think I'm doing wonderful things for people? That no matter who or what, I will always support them and guide them when they're feeling down. To protect everyone that I know, even if it costs me my own happiness. To be a person that inspires others to chase their dreams and to never give till the end. Do you think that makes me a great person?" She'd been dying to know the answer. For years she wondered if Ash would approve what she did. And no, he just appeared out of thin air today, and she would finally know the answer. "Your effort allowed to become Kalos' queen. Your effort to help people rewarded you with the title. And I'm sure that even if you weren't Kalos' queen you would still help people. It's just who you are. You're Serena. You help people. It's what you do. And even if they don't want it right away, they'll always come around eventually. Believe me, I should know." Ash regretted every day that he lashed out at her after he lost his Snowbell gym battle. Serena that day tried to help him from his defeat, as he did for her so many times. Remembering her first Tripokalon, in which she failed in the first round, she hoped to get Ash out of his depression. But he just yelled at her that she didn't understand. Being angry at him, she threw snowballs at him, saying that the person in front of her wasn't Ash. Eventually he came to his senses and apologized later that day. It was the only fight they had that day, and Serena hoped with all her heart it would be the last and only one. "Yes. I am proud. Proud that I know such an fantastic person who's helping people before herself. Who's always supportive to others no matter how many times they fail. Someone I'm proud of calling my friend. And it just motivates me to become a Pokemon master even more." "Just a friend, huh?" Serena disappointed being called that, but calmed down a bit after that. He was happy for her and that he tried harder to become a Pokemon master. Serena started to notice Ash in a different way now. His hair was a bit longer than it used to be. Although older, his face still had that look of innocence to it. This wasn't a boy anymore in her eyes. "Oh, that reminds me," he opened his jacket and he grabbed a small bag he'd been storing inside his suit jacket. He opened it up and 5 Pokeballs came out. Serena looked over to the 5 Pokeballs Ash presented to her. Pokeballs from Johto. Serena knew what they were from her studies, but she never saw some in real life. They looked pristine and like they just came out of the Pokeball factory in the city. "I want you to have one," he offered one to her. "Ash. These are special Pokeballs. I don't know how rare they are, but I can't take. Ash interrupted her. The man who gave them told me I could use them however I wanted. I also gave one to Clement and Bonnie when I saw them again. I want you to take one. I won't take no for an answer, he smiled. With no option than to take one, she looked over them. I like this one. Feeling bold, she took the pink Pokeball with the heart symbol on top. Hoping he would get the hint on why exactly she picked that one. That's a love ball. You can use that to capture a Pokemon from a different gender of one you already own. Maybe you can use it to find another Eevee who gets along with Sylveon pretty well. The fairy type cooed at that. Then I picked this one. She noted it looked almost exactly to how her backpack was modeled after the first time she traveled through Kalos. Serena just liked the heart design on it and thought nothing of it at the time that it could be modeled after a Pokeball. Because it's pink, right? As I remember, you like wearing pink. So he does pay attention to my look somewhat. Serena selfishly hoped he was looking at her and would try and find the changes she's been through. Ash was now staring intently at her face. She wondered what he was thinking about at the moment. Should I tell Serena her face is as pink as the Pokeball? Shoving it aside for now, he went to ask her something that's on his mind. Let's talk about something else. Could you tell me what you were going to ask me in the chariot? After what happened tonight at the mansion, Serena completely forgot about it. She slapped herself for getting something so important. Ash. I know you love traveling all over, but there's no one I trust more to do this than you. I have a job for you. A job? What for? Serena then explained everything about the organization her mentor Palermo set up. A charity foundation that does everything to improve and STMLT the relationship between humans and Pokemon. Ash listened intently to the entire backstory and was quite impressed with what she did on charity these last few years. You'll give demonstrations to show people how great Pokemon are. The pay is great and it might help you get closer to your goal of being a Pokemon master. Nothing you do is a waste of time, right? Hoping to convince with a thought he taught her. No matter how dumb and how much is a waste of time it seemed, you could always learn from it and use it. Why me? Aren't there other people you can ask? With all your experiences traveling, you've seen so much. I hope that you can show them something that the rest of us can't. We have a lot people under contract who promote the idea of harmony with their Pokemon, but none have traveled the regions like you did. You have so many stories to tell and met all kinds of different trainers who have their own style. From type specialists to Pokemon rangers. Maybe you could inspire the young people to find a path to follow. I once was their age and I didn't know what I wanted to do. It wasn't until Shauna introduced me to Pokemon performing that I really knew what I was trying to achieve. And since that moment I wanted young people to find their dream. I was so long stuck without one that I want no one to experience living without one. Please consider it. That's all I'm asking of you. I'll think about it. First I need to take care of something here in Kalos for an old friend. It's nothing dangerous. Just a small errand for a thing from my past. It's not much to worry about, at least that is what his gut feeling was telling him. He really didn't want her to get hurt or anything. But lying at Serena's face, something inside told him it would the most terrible thing he could do at the moment. He promised himself this afternoon he wouldn't lie to Bonnie anymore. Maybe I can help you with it. As long as I can make my performances, I'd love to travel with you again, even if it's just a short time. And he especially couldn't do it after Serena told him how much charity work she'd been doing between her performances and duties as Kalos Queen. She didn't deserve to be lied to. How to put this, so Ash nervously told her everything. How he was asked to retrieve the GS ball from the Orange Islands. That Professor Ivy wasn't able to open before he brought it to Professor Oak, who then asked him to take it to Kurt. Before not hearing about it for years, and he continued his traveling. One day during my training I received a call from the Professor Oak that Kurt's place had been broken into. But the only thing that was stolen was the GS ball. He left a letter for me that told what he would find me in Kalos. After I arrived in Lumino City and battled Clement, Bonnie suggested I went to Lavere City to see you again after so long. And well, here we are, I guess. I'm sorry I've kept this for so long. Serena wanted to be mad at him, but it just would be wasted effort. For some reason or another, Ash had the remarkable talent to always attract bad guys to him. How else does Team Rocket always manage to find him? And to be one of the key players in stopping Team Flare. Clement and Bonnie know as well, but it feels like something I have to do alone. Why? People can achieve more when they work together. It's just. I spend so long up on Mount Silver, I actually wondered if I was making progress. We've grown up now. We're young adults. You have so many responsibilities as Kalos Queen. I can't even imagine what it feels like. I feel like retrieving the GS ball on my own is a first step to adulthood for me. I'm sorry. I promise I'll come visit you after I bring the GS ball back to Kurt. I'm actually planning to do the Kalos League again. You are? Yeah. And this time we're going one better, right Pikachu? Serena looked at the two of them, radiating confidence. It remembered her of that time he started doubting himself after he lost his first gym battle in Kalos. But with a few words of encouragement from her side, he managed to win his first gym badge. And with the maturing attitude he displayed, she would have had no doubt that he would succeed this time. This talk refreshed her spirit. How is it possible that one person can make you feel surprised, confused, bedazzled, mad, upset, comforting and happy all in the same day? How about we go back? Ash wondered. He had no indication of the time they were outside, and he was starting to wonder if people would miss them, considering Serena was supposed to be the star of the party. He stood up and took her hand. He helped her stand up from the log and slowly made their way back to the party. On the way back she asked him something. Ash? Can we do this more often? He looked at her surprised. Did Serena really wanted him to go to these fancy gatherings more often? Ash found out he stood out like a sore thumb in occasions like this. He would try out everything believing it could help him be a Pokemon master, but this was maybe one thing that made him feel like he was wasting his time. Talking, I mean. Just talking to you calms me down. Oh. Of course we can. I like talking to you as well. Just promise me no secrets from now on. If there's anything that's bothering you, come to me immediately. I want to help you. No more secrets from now on. Promise? She spoke in a tone almost demanding it from him. Promise. Chapter 8, Just Our Luck. Ash and Serena walked back to the mansion where the party was being held when suddenly a gust of wind erupted from it. Their hair was being blown up from the shockwave and they braced themselves. After recovering from the gust of wind, they saw people running out of the mansion from the other side of the building. The windows were blown out and some of the interior also landed outside. One of the guests saw Serena and ran up to the pair as if to warn them. Serena. There are some people attacking the mansion. Valerie and some of the others are fighting back. Can you please go in and help? Ash heard all that he could stand. Pikachu, let's go. Ash and Pikachu sped off inside towards the danger and to try the people who were still inside fighting back. Always going in head first, Serena and Sylvian went after them, but to the makeup of the dress and the slippers she was wearing underneath, it was hard for her to run with him. So we already took care of some trainers here. Which one of you is next? Instead of the robe-hooded men that Ash and Serena were dealing with right now, they were wearing a sort of armor that covered up their faces. Something what looked like a voice box hung around their necks, making the four of them sound identical. It was hard to look and listen for any clues on their identity considering they were so well covered up. Not a bit of skin showing, they went all out to stay anonymous. Don't be so shy. I'm burning with anticipation. One in an orange-red armor yelled. A flame motive was running through it, so it was probable that he was a user of fire types. Always a hothead. Learn to control yourself. A runner-up in the Kalos League has to be strong. Or was it just luck? We'll see after I tested his power. If he shows up, that is. Another one in gray armor told his comrade. You want a battle, I'll give you one. Swampert, go. TJ send out his most trustworthy companion. Swampert was his starter Pokemon in Hoenn, and even though he always took and switched his Pokemon on his journey, Swampert was the one he couldn't leave behind at Professor Birch. He's mine. Since I know just how much you hate to get wet, the gray-armored one with the Nidoking told his partner. Unlike his comrade in red, this one didn't seem to care about what type he was facing against. Swampert Ice Punch. Overpower him with Poison Jab. The two fists clashed and tried overpowering each other. It wasn't before long before the effects on their fists disappeared. They both gave up their attack and grappled with each other, seeing who had more raw strength. Nidoking eventually won out, pushing Swampert away from him, and a confident grin emerged on its face. Like he was reveling in the fact that he was the more powerful of the two. Mud Bomb, not being able to overpower the Nidoking, TJ would try to hit a super effective move and hope it would lower his opponent's accuracy at the same time. A ball made off mud, shot from Swampert's mouth and was directed at Nidoking. Iron Tail. The Royal Horn Pokemon tail turned a silver color. He slammed his tail against the attack, splashing the mud everywhere. The hardened tail protected him from any damage. Sludge Wave. Nidoking spouted a purplish goo out of his mouth, but its attack didn't hit Swampert directly. He used it over the floor around Swampert. Surrounded, it had nowhere to go. The other people all looked for a table in hope to avoid touching the toxic waste. Nidoking, still being capable moving in the toxic sludge without any drawbacks, slowly made its way to Swampert. As if he was goading the Swampert even if had the type disadvantage against the water ground type. Use Muddy. Hold it. The one in a gray armor decided to test TJ just how much other Pokemon are worth to him. 'Cause the sludge wouldn't poison Swampert or anyone else. The Nidoking had the rare ability Sheer Force. It removes status ailments from attacks and makes them more powerful instead. So matter how many times he hit someone with a poison jab, the opponent wouldn't be poisoned. A warning. You might do so and do a lot of damage to Nidoking, but at the same time you'll spread it over to the rest of the room. Are you willing to risk other people's Pokemon just to beat me? The gray one started bluffing his way to victory now. TJ and his Swampert were in a pinch now. He could use muddy water to wash away the poisonous sludge and allow Swampert to move freely without having the danger of being poisoned, but like the mysterious person told him, he would be poisoning everyone else in this room. And with a lot of people using fairy types, he didn't want to have that one on his conscience. Being put on the spot, he could do nothing more but wait for the inevitable big hit. Who are you people? Shauna asked the four figures. Ah, the Tripokalon promoter, Sheena, was it? Tell me something. How does it feel knowing you and your friends never will able to draw out the true power of your Pokemon? This one wore a silver armor. But despite the voice box, it had hints of disdain. As if mocking her and everyone who ever dream about becoming a performer was wasting their time. It's Shauna. And what do you mean with that? Kindness and happiness are overrated. Instead of giving, you should be selfish. It's a lesson I will teach your precious queen and all young girls who want to be Kalos' queen. And I'm going to enjoy destroying her dreams and everything she believes in. A sort of glee emanated. The mere prospect of meeting the new Kalos' queen made the person shake from excitement almost. And the idea of ruining the ideal of Kalos' queen filled her up with a twisted glee. What do you want with Serena? What lesson are you talking about? Miette came to the defense of her friend. With all the good they've been doing for the last couple of years, who's he or she to comment on what a performer should be? Who cares about your lesson? Magmortar Lava Plume. The one in red armor was maybe even more hot-headed than his Magmortar. The lava Pokemon raised his cannon-shaped arms at Swampert and shot a wave of fire from both. TJ looked over Swampert and noticed he was cornered. And being trapped in one place, he couldn't do anything but watch how his Swampert would take the attack. Although a fire-type move, it was a good shout. Swampert would get burned. Suddenly the ground started to shake. To the surprise of all inside, the floor tore up and was lifted into a slight angle. The purple sludge on the floor went down into the crater created so everyone could move freely again. But before the searing heat could hit him, a blue hue appeared as if it doused the flame and created a curtain of fog. Once Ash was inside the hallways leading to the main ballroom, Serena finally managed to catch up with him. She noticed there were a lot of people wearing white robes. Their heads covered by the hoods, a symbol was sewed upon it. An purple U-shaped ornament with the endings forming round coming together at the top. They all had an aura of mystique around them. The pair already knew which direction this was heading to. Before you pass, you'll have to battle us. A group of 6 people stood in front of him, all with Mytiana bearing their fangs at them. Pikachu already jumped off his shoulder and cheeks sparking. Whoever it was, Ash wanted to make short work of them fast as possible, and he had just the Pokemon to do so. Infernape, I choose you. The flame Pokemon popped out of his Pokeball and was ready for battle. Ever since Ash told him he was a pick to catch a thief, he wanted nothing more than to help Ash. Considering the history the two have, it's not surprising they wanted to test their strength. Another one I don't know of, first the Swallow Ash used in his battle against the Furfrou trainer, and now the Infernape in front of her. Serena been to Sinnoh after she left Hoenn. She heard about the final evolution, the starter fire-type Chimchar there, but it was the first time she saw one in person. It made her ask herself if Ash had even more exotic Pokemon with him. Infernape, Flamethrower. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The two wasted no time aiming for the 6 Mytiana. Serena wasn't going to stand by. She promised she would help Ash with his mission here in Kalos, and proving that she's gotten stronger too would be a great start. Sylveon, Swift. A blue figure emerged from the vapor from Magmortar's lava plume. When the steam evaporated, the figure standing in it looked like a humanoid frog with a giant throwing star on his back. The red-armored one was furious at his attack not being able to burn Swampert. Are you Ash's Greninja? Bonnie asked the mysterious Pokemon. It nodded yes. So the legendary Greninja is true after all. So that must mean he's here, the final member of the 4 said. The person in the blue armor noted. The figure was the most quiet one of the 4, not having said anything yet until that point. Only giving out orders for their Pokemon to attack. Ash would be so happy to see you again. Hey, where's Squishy? Greninja was the only one from the 2. It made Bonnie feel a bit dejected that her little green friend wasn't with the water dark type. The 2 of them both left in order to protect Kalos from the vines that were released from the Team Flare incident, and it made a promise it would one day see her again. But the Zygarde core was still nearby. It was the one responsible for opening up the ground. But because it was such a crowded area, it chose to stay hidden. It didn't like to be exposed to a large crowd for so long. So Greninja went in alone to help out, and the core would monitor everything that's going on above ground. Who cares? He's going to pay for putting out my flames. That isn't like any Greninja I've ever seen. Why does it look like Ash so much? And why has the ground opened up? Miette asked in a panicked state. Ash and Serena had no trouble with the 6 Mytiana. After they knocked each one of them out, the Mytianas were returned to their Pokeballs and their respective trainer left as soon as possible. Ash was ready to chase them down, but Serena grabbed his arm and stopped him from going. Leave them. We need to go inside. People need us. He nodded and decided to follow Serena's advice. Ash ran up to the door leading to the main ballroom and using his shoulder barged the door open. When he opened the door open, he was expecting a mess, but the first things his eyes laid on were the blue Pokemon with a throwing star on his back. Greninja? Is that? He rubbed his eyes. He was so overjoyed at seeing his Greninja again, that the 2 nearly forgot everything that was going on around him. The 2 stared at each other, speechless at seeing the other again. I know you missed each other. But this isn't the time for a sweet reunion. Bonnie snapped them out of it. She knew exactly what this meant for the 2 of them, but this wasn't a time for bringing up old memories. So you finally showed up. It was right to leave that little note to Kurt. Here you go, one of the armored knights threw a small object towards Ash which he caught. It was wrapped in, so he opened it to see what was inside. It was a pokeball. Instead of red on top it had a pink-purplish color. The top has the initials written on it in the same style the GS ball had. But instead of GS it was BK. It shone underneath the chandelier's lights and some of the people in attendance eyed the ball like it was a magnificent diamond. Ash stored it away in his pocket for Kurt later. He came here for the GS ball. Kurt might have been happy with such a pretty ball, but Ash wasn't going to return to Johto with something else than the ball Kurt asked him for. This is the answer to all your problems here, one of the four said to him. My problems? The only problem I have right now is you four. Ash yelled back. We've done what we came for. Kingdra, Draco Meteor. The blue armored one ordered Kingdra to use the strongest dragon-type move. A yellow ball of energy got fired from the Pokémon's snout and went straight up. Unlike an ordinary Draco Meteor which separated in tiny projectiles once the attack reached its highest point, it came straight back down as a concentrated ball of destruction. That's going to destroy the mansion. Someone who stayed behind to fight yelled. Greninja Water Shuriken, Infernape Flamethrower, Pikachu Thunderbolt, Ash ordered his Pokémon. Everyone who stayed behind ordered an attack to try and stop the Draco Meteor from falling on top of the mansion. The Pokémon's attacks combined together and it headed straight for the falling Draco Meteor. A huge explosion erupted a few feet above the mansion roof, just preventing it from caving in. Everyone then turned his attention back to the group of four, but they were prepared for it. Smoke screen, the Magmortar let out a black cloud of smoke from its arms, concealing the group for everyone. After their sight was obscured and Serena managed to get her composure, she ordered Sylveon to use Fairy Wind to blow the smoke away. Through the hole in the roof the smoke blew off, leaving nothing behind it where the four armored people were standing. They got away. Ash resented the fact they were gone. But there were four people he was having to deal with now instead of the one. Plus a couple of hooded lackeys. And they called themselves Team Union. When he saw everyone trying to gather their bearings from the assault, Ash made an ironic joke towards his partners. Another group of criminals. Just our luck. Chapter 9, A Friendly Battle. After the four mysterious knights and their henchmen left, Ash had been thinking about what just happened. So they're the ones who stole the GS ball. Still, I wonder what they meant by the solution to my problems. He eyed the crystal pokeball in his hand. Just why did they give this to me? But this wasn't a time to just sit quietly and think. Some Pokémon were injured by Team Union's attack and had to get to a Pokémon Center as quickly as possible. The trainers who stayed behind to fight were already running towards the Pokémon Center to heal their comrades. Ash, Serena and Bonnie decided to go to the Pokémon Center to get their rest and heal their Pokémon as well. They arrived at the Poke Center. There were already a few people from the party trying to get Nurse Joy to heal their Pokémon. It looked like she was preparing for an all-nighter. After a few hours Nurse Joy emerged from the back having good news for all trainers. All Pokémon would make a speedy recovery after a good night's sleep. Greninja followed them as well, not leaving his trainer's side. Greninja once was a troubled Froakie. Originally a starter Pokémon for young trainers who started their journey, it proved quite to be a handful. It never truly made a connection to other Froakie he lived with and was so much of a handful that starting trainers always returned it to Professor Sycamore. Long time no see, huh? Ash's focus was now on one thing only. He was excited and thrilled to see his old Pokémon again. The first Pokémon he caught in Kalos. The two embraced each other the same way as when they said goodbye. Greninja knew it was him. Ash's looks might have changed, but from the inside Greninja still felt the connection was still there. No other person gave him a feeling like this. Then on one faithful day it met Ash, and from the start the two of them managed to click immediately. It assisted Ash in stopping Professor Sycamore's rampaging Garchomp due to Team Rocket trying to control. When Froakie saw Ash's bravery by jumping of Luminos Tower to save Pikachu, he decided that he would be its trainer. There was a hidden connection between the two of them which they discovered on their journey. Even Ash's oldest partner and Pikachu couldn't perform such a feat, a bond so close that enabled them to trigger a kind of transformation similar to Mega Evolution. And after all these years it was still there. Ash understood exactly what Greninja was telling him. Not with words but with feelings. Greninja got rid of the vines he was tasked to search and destroy. Zygarde one day felt the region was purified and released him from his duties. He trained in solitude, growing stronger, awaiting the day Ash would finally return to Kalos. He had a dream about their first encounter in Lumino City and memories of Laver City. Seeing it as a sign, he traveled from his training location to where he was now. And when he heard the explosions, he sped towards it to finally meet Ash and Pikachu again. Pikachu talked back to Ash's fellow Pokémon. But there was another who wanted to get known with the mysterious water type. Infernape went closer up and studied the frog's features. It noticed that the side of its head looked similar to Ash's hairstyle and the attitude he'd been emitting was familiar. The fire-fighting type stepped closer, still wary of the water type in front of him. Infernape and Greninja made their acquaintances. Although both Pokémon belonging to Ash, they never met before. They were both clashing dual types. Firefighting and Waterdark would be a recipe for disaster in normal circumstances, but knowing the one thing that connected them was enough for them to respect each other. Both of them raised their paws and shook them to say hello to each other. Serena was looking over their reunion, smiling at the interaction between the two. Both of them powerhouses, but closer than family. They've never seen each other before, and yet it felt like they were long-missing relatives greeting one another. Ash really had a way to treat his Pokémon. They all decided to stay in one of the rental rooms inside the Pokémon Center and called it a night. The next morning, Ash woke up pretty early. But to his surprise, his friends are already awake. This also included Shauna, TJ, Miette and Jean. They were waiting for him in the Pokémon Center main dining room, as if waiting for him. But at the moment their attention was directed at the TV screen showing the morning news. Our main story today. What should have been a night of celebration turned into a night of chaos. Last night at Laver City's Fairy Tale Ballroom dance, a group has shown itself to the region calling themselves Team Union. The screen showed a picture of some hooded men before the armored knights were shown as well. The pictures were pretty vague, but you could still determine from the silhouettes it was them. But due to the efforts of the visiting trainers and participants, including our very own Kalos Queen, any further damage was prevented and nothing of value was stolen. We tried to get a response from the Kalos Queen herself, but she was unable to respond to our messages. Authorities are gathering intel about this new gang and as we speak, are hoping to get more information as the day progresses. The traveling advice is that if you necessarily need to go somewhere, bring someone with you. Their actions last night seemed like an act of vandalism. Is this a new villainous team like Lyssandra's Team Flare, or are they former Team Flare members acting under a new alias? More on this later at the 12 o'clock news. You guys are up pretty early, Ash spoke up and everyone's look fell on him. He knew exactly what was coming. What's with those guys? And what exactly is that pokeball they gave you? Miette didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Don't know. But I know now they're the ones I was looking for. Excuse me? Shauna asked. Ash explained everything what happened in Johto and how he got here to this point. This left them all stunned and quiet except for Bonnie and Serena, who already knew the true reason he returned to Kalos. Any more reasons you are here that you didn't tell us? Like catching a legendary Pokémon? Mastering Mega Evolution? Or just something dangerous in general? Jean started to think that the young trainer from Pallet Town was a thrill seeker. He didn't mind some adventure himself, but whatever Ash did went a bit away from his comfort zone. The way they talk to you seemed like they know you. Did you meet them before? Shauna asked Ash. One of those nights left a bad feeling at her yesterday. The way it spoke about the ideal of Kalos Queen being a fake ideology and how it was looking forward crushing Serena's dream and teaching her a lesson. She didn't tell Serena yet, to not worry her, but she was waiting for a moment when they were alone to tell her. No. Any idea where they went? Now Jean had a question for him. No. Any clue what they want? Miette now with her own question. No, Ash was getting tired of all this. And he was pretty sure that to the next question, the answer will also be a no. Do you have this city's gym badge? TJ asked. No. Wait, what? Already answering before his mind processed what the question was, he quickly retracted that statement. Since my gym battle is now postponed due to the mess here, I want to battle you to see where I stand compared to Valerie. Care for a battle? TJ was pretty nervous asking him for a battle. After meeting Ash last night and hearing about his exploits on the dangerous Mount Silver, he really had his doubts about challenging him. But you can't be the best without beating the best, so against his better judgment he decided to go for it. Can't see why not. The group went outside to a battlefield behind the Pokemon Center. Ash and TJ stood on opposite sides. Now all they needed was a referee. Bonnie stepped forward. This would be the first time she unofficially became a referee and would do her best like her brother would. Since Clement isn't here, I'm going to be the referee. How about one-on-one? The trainers both agreed and Ash was quite eager to start. Torterra, I choose you. Ash threw the Pokeball and the final form of the grass-type Sinnoh starter appeared. Torterra was a giant Pokemon which looked quite like a tortoise. Its lower body was a brown color similar to the bark of most trees and patches of green around its body. On either side of the head was a spike which looked like a rock with 3 more protruding from its shell. A small tree was on top of the shell which small Pokemon in the wild used to build their nests. Awesome, a Torterra. Bonnie left the middle of the battlefield and was looking over Torterra intently. I never seen one so close before. Look at the tree in its back. You think we can build a tree house for you there, Deden? The makeshift referee was already daydreaming about a Deden treehouse and what it would be like just laying on its back while it's walking. I thought you were supposed to be impartial, Bonnie, Shauna defended her boyfriend. It was quite an impressive Pokemon, but she was pretty sure TJ would be able to give Ash a hard time in this friendly battle. Serena decided to ask him about his choice of Pokemon. It's been eating away at her ever since he used Swellow and Infernape yesterday. Why don't you pick the Pokemon who actually were part of your Kalos team? The only ones she knew from the team he had now, were Pikachu and Greninja. His Infernape was already being great friends with Greninja, but she really missed Talonflame, Hawlucha and Noivern and wondered why he didn't take them with him again. I want some of my other Pokemon to see Kalos and let them see the regions they haven't been in. Let them experience something new. And the selection I made now is concentrated on power. Since I didn't know who I was going to deal with, I took some heavy hitters with me. That included Torterra here. Looking at the continent Pokemon, he definitely fell in the description heavy hitter. Torterra didn't look like he could maneuver that much, so TJ decided that staying away would be the best option. Tropius, go. Tropius is a large dinosaur Pokemon with a brown body wrapped in green leaves on its chest and head. It had 4 green leaves on its back. It has a long neck, where underneath its chin was growing fruit. These yellow, banana-like fruits can be picked and eaten by other Pokemon or humans and was said to taste quite sweet. Battle start, Bonnie gave the command to begin. Tropius, take flight and use Energy Ball. The 4 leaves on its back flapped and it was quite a sight to see such a big Pokemon fly with such ease. It opened his mouth and a green ball started to appear from it. Eventually gathering enough energy, it launched it to the standing Torterra. But to their shock, Ash didn't order anything. No command to dodge or counterattack. Isn't he trying to dodge it? Serena noted. The only time Ash battled defensively was with Goodra. But he had the added effect of having bite so it could repel attacks back. But there wasn't any action from Torterra indicating on a counterattack. The green orb collided with Torterra head-on, creating a black cloud of smoke. The smoke eventually cleared and Torterra wasn't looking any worse for wear. He shook off the feeling he had and was ready for a suitable time to strike back. No scratch. Nothing. You got to hit a bit harder than that to beat Torterra. Now use energy ball yourself. Torterra opened its jaw and started creating ball that looked the same as the one Tropius fired before. Dodge it. Torterra shot it and Tropius dodged by moving a bit higher in the air. Get close Torterra. The people watching thought Ash had gone crazy. How can such a lump Pokemon like Torterra hit a flying type so high up with his body? Rock climb. Torterra yelled his name and his legs in front started to glow white. A giant pillar shifted up from the ground and went up right underneath Tropius. Torterra ran up the vertical pillar and was charging for Tropius head-on. In shock, TJ just managed to issue an order. Dodge it. It managed to just get away from the incoming continental Pokemon and was quite surprised how close it actually was to hitting him. Torterra flew a bit through the air before it landed on the ground. A small shockwave was felt because of its massive weight landing pretty hard. Now Leaf Storm, TJ ordered. It flapped its leaved wings and a torrent of green leaves bombarded Torterra. It stood his ground and took the attack head-on like the energy ball before it. Torterra, let's show them a real Leaf Storm. Torterra now fired a huge tornado of leaves from its body. It hit Tropius head-on and for a good few seconds it was blown around in the whirlwind of leaves. Trying to regain his control in flight, it struggled quite hard to get himself upright again. It managed eventually and it was already looking tired while Torterra wasn't looking any worse for wear. I think that's enough Torterra. Let's stop. Ash left his box on the battlefield and stepped forward towards Torterra, congratulating and thanking him for the effort. Are you quitting? TJ asked him. The battle wasn't over yet. Tropius was still able to battle but Ash didn't want to push it too far. He still had trouble controlling himself and didn't want to knock him out with an accidental hit like Clement's Heliolisk and the Furfur yesterday. Understanding his reasoning, they called it a draw. Let's get Tropius healed in the Pokemon Center. What about Torterra? Serena wondered. It seemed strange that Ash didn't heal his Pokemon after a battle. He always took better care of his Pokemon than himself, so it surprised her. Already covered. Synthesis. Torterra started to shine a faint yellow and was absorbing sunlight. Whatever little damage was done already was healed instead. You still had a move like that? Shauna asked in shock. All confidence about TJ winning disappeared when Ash revealed his final move. Serena now could see some of the fruits of his training. From what she's seen so far suggested Ash improved indefinitely. He has absolutely no trouble against the Furfur trainer yesterday, held his own quite easily against Team Union's minions with her help and overpowered TJ with ease. His abilities as a trainer were unquestioned. But she couldn't help but think about him alone. Just how much did you change as a person? Chapter 10, Preparing to Set Off. After TJ had his Tropius healed by Nurse Joy, Ash was preparing to say his goodbyes for now. He enjoyed hanging around with his new friends, but Kurt was counting on him to solve a mystery. Ash was about to make his next move known to the group before Serena started talking before he got the chance. I'm scheduled to have a surprise performance in Dendemil Town. You can see how much better we've become. I'm sure you'll enjoy our new performances. Did you remember why I'm here? I promised I would come to you after I'm done here, Ash told Serena. Oh no. I told you I would help you with retrieving it. It's my turn to help you, Ash, a bit mad, saying that he would be traveling alone without her and Bonnie again. She went up right in his face. But Ash was not backing down as well. I don't want you to get involved in this. I need to figure this out on my own. Ever thought about what I want? Ever thought about what Bonnie wants? I'm not taking no for an answer. I don't care how much you think you've gotten stronger. I don't trust it. You'll be walking right into their hands. And Kalos has changed since the last time you've been here. You'll need a guide to help you through this. And as much as I hate to brag, I pretty much know the region inside out as the Kalos Queen, Serena boasted. A scowl appearing on her face. Just last night they made a promise not to leave any secrets for each other and that she would help him. Ash breaking it after one night wasn't going down with her. This was a surprise for him. What happened to her? Wasn't she supposed to smile the entire time? And he really didn't want to argue with her, but it was for her own good. At least he thought about it that way. But Ash tried to give an explanation for traveling alone, but Serena wouldn't have any of it. She loved him and would do anything for him. But a bit of tough love was necessary at this point. I'm not taking no for an answer. Now where are you going? Serena waited for his answer, still looking angrily at him. This was a side he never saw before from her, and he didn't like seeing Serena mad. Miette, Shauna, TJ and Jean were quiet during all this. Especially her female friends were quite stunned that Serena would lecture her crush like that. Bonnie was just waiting patiently to help Serena out if Ash would speak up again. The whole idea of going with him in the first place was because she wanted to help Ash catch the thief as well. The young blonde gave a suggestion for their next course of action. Have you tried opening at that ball they tossed you? Ash explained that he tried last night, but like the GS ball it gave no response. He tried to force it open, have Pikachu use Thunderbolt on it and trying to chip away at the crystal that decorated the top. But maybe it was made from the same material as the GS ball but just a different color. You do know there's a Pokeball factory here, right? Maybe they can help you out. Bonnie knew if Clement would notice her having a hidden motive instead of just going to Lavere City, the overprotective brother would come out again. Ash, Serena and her brother were doing dangerous activities at her age. She always felt left out because she was so small, but now that she was a young teenager she was going to prove she was a grown-up now. Whatever this thing is, it's not made in a Pokeball factory. You think a Pokeball this shiny would be locked away more secure? And they just gave it to me. Would you just give up on one-of-a-kind Pokeball? They told me it's the answer to my problems, whatever that's supposed to mean. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Any idea where we should go first? If Serena knew as much about Kalos as she said she did, then the first suggestion would instantly be a success. He had faith in her that she wouldn't let him down. She never did. Back to one of Valerie's shops. A shiver went up Ash's spine. It scared him more than any horror movie. Was she really taking him clothes shopping? He normally wore what his mom made for him for his journeys and that would suffice for him. He wasn't looking forward at being stuck in a clothing store for a few hours when he had more important things to do. What does having new clothes have to do with Pokeballs and bad guys? You're dressed great. Serena and Bonnie already grabbed his hands and was pulling him towards Valerie's workshop. Despite Ash's protests, the two girls ignored him. But Serena was more distracted by his final comment. She was wearing nothing special in her eyes. Just a red top with some blue jeans with a light pink jacket with the sleeves hanging over her shoulders. Did he just say I looked great? At Valerie's workshop. I still don't understand why you're getting clothes at a time like this. It's not for us. We are going to get you new clothes. You can't run around chasing bad guys looking like that, Bonnie argued. Ash begged to differ. But the two girls were right. The jacket and pants he wore were completely torn and were ready to be replaced. Ever since he came off the mountain he didn't had any new clothes to pull on. Ash put it away as a side thought, but he knew she was right. Not that he would admit it. But still he had doubts. This was a shop for young girls. He saw dresses and all sorts of female clothing hanging on coat racks. Ash was not known with shops like this, but he got a pretty big hunch they don't have sports jackets or just ordinary jeans laying around. Why not? It's more comfortable than what I wore last night. And I doubt they will care what I wear. But Serena cares how you look, Bonnie replied with a small smile. Ash didn't understood what she meant with that. Was she planning to dress up like him again in case he gets sick? Or did Bonnie mean something else with that? Serena was already through the clothing racks trying to find something suitable for him. But she just couldn't help herself. She just loved fashion too much to not look for something herself. Not only that, her little experiment was about to start. She remembered the comment he made about her look last night and this morning. "Still, you look amazing. You really look like those princesses my mom used to read me stories about. What does having new clothes have to do with pokeballs and bad guys? You're dressed great." And those comments were surprisingly flirty to her ears. Did Ash Ketchum finally develop an interest in the other gender? Was he now really aware of other people's romantic expressions? Or maybe he was just nice towards her like he always is. It was egotistical to think like that considering he was here for the GS ball and this team union seemed to be having business with them. Serena willed herself and decided to test her luck. Ash meant too much for her just to let go of him again like she did the last 2 times. Or at least let him know about her feelings somewhat. But she couldn't wait too long. And even though he would say he would think about the job she would like to give him, she already had her suspicions he would say no. He liked traveling too much to stick to a schedule on where to appear. It went against his free-spirited nature. He already had trouble sitting still when they traveled together, but the fact he remained around one place when training gave her a slimmer of hope. But until then she would try to support Ash in every way she could so that he could accomplish his mission. She owed him at least that much after everything he did for her. "I want him to try all of these just to see which one fits. But I doubt he has the patience to try all of them." Bonnie later joined her to try and find something for him as well. But the young girl was more focused on teasing her friend. "How about you try them yourself first?" Bonnie asked with a grin. Serena dressing up as Ash to battle in his place was a sight she would never forget. And she would make sure Serena wouldn't either. Bonnie. Serena now saw the torment Clement had to go through whenever his younger sister tried to find a keeper for her older brother. Serena at first thought it was cute that your sibling is trying to take care of you, but in the long run she understood Clement for being so embarrassed with her all the time. Just get whatever he would like. Why not something similar to what he has right now? Or what he did wear when we traveled with him? I'm sure he won't mind. He's not picky. Clever girl, Serena thought. She returned all the clothing she had collected and went out to the back of the shop. If she couldn't find anything suitable for him, then she would just make some herself. While Ash was waiting for Serena to return, Shauna and TJ walked in. A reluctant TJ was following her, knowing exactly what was going to happen. The poor boy was under the impression that he was going with her just to carry her bags. But Shauna came to Ash to warn him. "Hey guys. Why are you here? Where's Miette and Jean?" Ash was still waiting for his female companions to return from their search. He decided to make small talk to them to pass the time. "So how is Serena doing?" Shauna ignored his question and looked at him worriedly. "Something has been bothering her since last night." Ash's thoughts wandered to last night. When he told his new friends about his time on Mount Silver, Serena's reaction was completely different to that of Clement and Bonnie's. They didn't bat an eyelid over the fact how dangerous he'd been living up there, while Serena nearly burst out in tears. And the fact that she promised him she would help him, even if he didn't want her help, to keep her out of harm's way. But the girl had other ideas. "Why? I know you're against the idea of Serena going on this adventure, but there's something I need to tell you. It's about one of those nights last night." Shauna told him that the one in the silver armor talked about destroying the idea of what a performer should be, and that soon the Kalos Queen and all aspiring performers will be taught a lesson. What business do they have with Serena? She didn't even know what a GS ball was until last night. That's why I think that Serena should stay with you for the time being. After seeing you battle these last 2 days, you're more than qualified to keep her safe. I know you're not here for her, but maybe staying with Serena for the time being can make them come to you instead. One of them clearly has it out for her. In the meantime, I'm going to try and find out more about our mysterious visitor. Just see exactly who has it out for performers. You want me to keep this a secret from Serena? But I promised her last night I would tell her if something is wrong. You've seen how she reacted this morning when I told her I would be traveling alone. Serena was finally done creating the outfit for Ash. When she came back, Ash was still thinking about what Shauna said to him. She decided to wrap up the conversation swiftly before Serena did return. Eventually she followed Bonnie's advice and went for a blue jacket with a white stripe running across the zipper. Some blue jeans and red shoes made it a similar look to what he wore when he first went to Kalos. But for one small detail. Considering Greninja had agreed to join Ash again, she added a little shuriken on the back for decoration. Hoping that it will help them grow back together again. Are you ready yet? She just hoped she's gotten his measurements correctly. It's fine. Although the shirt's a bit tight, Ash opened his jacket to show them. You're right. Wow, look at those muscles. Can you train my brother one day? He needs to be in better shape if he wants to find a keeper. Bonnie was impressed with what she saw. You could see the muscles he's been developing from his training. The two girls stared at them with big eyes. Serena's stare was the most intense. She's seen Ash sometimes in his swimming shorts, but never did she think he would grow this muscular. That's pretty neat. Right, Serena? Bonnie complimented him while asking her best friend. Completely zoned out, Serena was thinking how it would feel to run her hands on those abs. And to massage those shoulders of his. Anne. Hello. Bonnie waved her hand in front of Serena's face. Ash found it weird that Serena was spacing out like that. He did notice ever since last night there were a few little quirks she had when it came to him. Her cheeks turned quite pink after he complimented her ballroom dress last night and how worried she was for him compared to the others. Maybe he'll figure it on this adventure. Well, that do you think, Pikachu? The small mouse pointed his small paw up and gave him somewhat of a thumbs up. Satisfied with his new clothes, Ash was preparing to pay for them. Serena told him there was no need to because she made them herself. Thanking her for doing such a great job, he complimented her by saying it was exactly what he would have picked himself. And so the group started to make their way to Dendemil town. But Ash didn't like it one bit about what Shauna asked of him. It started eating away at him. A feeling of guilt washed over him knowing he had to lie to Serena after he promised her there will be no more secrets. I really hope Shauna comes up with something quick. This whole lying thing really stinks. Chapter 11, Prepare for Trouble, Back at You. They continued their way to Dendemil town, but they stopped in a grassy plain to rest up. The group decided to catch some lunch Serena made. And Ash decided to do some special training. Right. Who wants to meet some new friends? Ash decided to introduce the girls to the remainder of the party he selected. Me. Let me see. The little blonde jumped up and down pretty fast. Bonnie's excitement didn't went down with age. I'm excited too. I can't wait to meet all your other Pokemon, Ash. Serena was almost as excited to meet some of his other Pokemon. And wondering just how they would react to her. Alright, everyone, come on out. Ash opened up his Pokeballs he was carrying on him. Swellow, Heracross, Infernape, Torterra and finally Greninja emerged from them. Ash selected this team on the base of pure power. But considering there was more than one thief and a team instead, he would change it up later so everyone would eventually get a chance. And to keep the villains guessing mostly. We can't stay behind. Come on out. Braixen, Pancham and Sylveon all appeared. Sylveon already had seen Pikachu and Greninja, but Braixen and Pancham were wondering who the new Pokemon were. But for now they were just happy to see them again. All of you as well. Bonnie was the last to let out all her Pokemon. Growlithe, Bellossom, Nidorina, Jinx and finally her Eevee. The five of them looked around seeing all the new Pokemon around them, wondering what to do. They were familiar with Serena's, but the boy they just recently met appeared to have some giants. There are friends, go meet them, Bonnie spurred them on. Some of them quite cautious, but soon they started socializing with each other. The three trainers enjoyed and were relieved at the scene before them. It wouldn't be that much fun to travel together if there were constant arguments like between Serena's Pancham and Clement's Chasepin. Ash's Pokemon were eyeing the newest addition to the group. They've heard stories from Ash's other Kalos Pokemon at Oak's Ranch and were quite eager to meet their new friend. Everyone meet Greninja. You might have heard about him from the others. And good news. He's joining us again. So say hello. Everyone except for Infernape, who already met the ninja Pokemon, started welcoming Greninja to the group and were hoping they would be great battle partners. They all look so strong, Bonnie commentated. But that came as no surprise. Ash always made sure that he and his Pokemon were in top psychical condition, and it showed. Serena saw them as well and scanned each one of them with her Pokédex. I'm going to train for a bit with Pikachu and Greninja. I need to see where he stands after being separated for so long. And to see if our bond is as strong as ever. He didn't want any repeats of his disastrous first gym battle against Wulfric. He was so desperate to get his final gym badge at the time he forgotten what it was why he became a trainer. They lost their ability to transform and lost pretty bad. And now with these new bad guys running around, he wanted to make sure there wasn't a repeat of that failure. Can I train with you? I want to get stronger too, Bonnie asked. Is that okay with you, Serena? He didn't want her to feel left out already. Sure. I need to put the finishing touches on my performance anyway. I'll be a bit further away. Try to be easy on her, Serena worried for the small blonde from Lumiose. But after seeing how he handled the situation with TJ before, she knew Ash wouldn't take it too far. They all started their training and Greninja was running a gauntlet on all of Ash's other Pokemon. During the time they were working out, Ash noticed Greninja was lacking in some departments compared to the others, considering he didn't have the same training all the other Pokemon had. He wasn't as quick compared to Pikachu as he remembered, and he was being overpowered in power struggles compared to Infernape. So he had two things to do now to worry about as a trainer. Learning all his other Pokemon to control their power in ordinary battles and making Greninja catch up to the others. As a side quest he came here for the former, but now that the ninja Pokemon is back he also had to work on growing stronger as well. He returned Greninja, leaving that problem for another day. Considering Ash's Pokemon were a bit tired now, he now thought it was safe for Bonnie to train with him now. Alright Ash. Time for us to show what we can do. Diden, the young girl, was looking forward to this ever since she saw Ash again. Diden, huh? Of course Bonnie would go for him. It was with her even before she was allowed to become a trainer. Ready, Pikachu? The small mouse stepped forward to face the smaller one. Sparks flying from their checks, they were ready to go at it. But before the two electric types could attack each other, they flew up into the air. Hey! The two trainers saw their Pokemon being attracted to a giant magnet hanging in the sky. In closer inspection it was strung underneath a hot air balloon. Prepare for trouble. Oh, not this again. And make it dough. Torterra, Energy Ball. Ash wasn't in the mood for them. The cage that was holding Pikachu and Diden got blown up and they fell downwards. Swellow was already speeding off to catch them both on his back, and brought them back to Ash and Bonnie. This didn't sit well with the Snatchers. You interrupted our motto, you twerp. The female that was with them was wearing a white top that exposed her stomach and was emblazoned with an red. Jessie felt personally insulted by Ash's attack. Infernape, Flamethrower, the three let out a yelp of panic. They barely managed to dodge the attack rushing toward them. The Flamethrower just missed the Meowth balloon as if it was a warning shot. He's quite aggressive. At least most times he would actually let us finish, the blue-haired Rocket member noted. James was noticing Ash was quite intent on doing some damage from the off. Not even waiting till they explained their plan or fantasy when they captured a Pokemon. What's up, twerp? Aren't you going to say hello? Meowth was hoping to reason with him, as strangely as it sounded. Even he realized the Pikachu's trainer wasn't listening to them. You want hello? All you're getting is a goodbye. Thunderbolt. The mouse turned around and fired off a bolt of lightning to the balloon in the air. The three let off screams of panic knowing what was coming. Wobbuffet. A blue Pokemon jumped on the edge of the basket and it created a barrier around its persona. The thunderbolt got redirected back at Ash and Bonnie. Torterra, being part ground type, intercepted the attack, feeling nothing of it. Ash thanked him for taking the attack before glaring towards the three high up in the air. I don't have any patience for you guys anymore. How many times do we have to blast you off to get the point? You're not getting my Pokemon or anyone else's Pokemon. It's over. I'm tired of you guys. Leave us alone. I know Ash always had trouble with the three of them, but this isn't like him. Bonnie knows the trouble and history the four of them have together, but even during all their encounters in Kalos, he never exploded like that. How long are you going to bother us? Ever since Pikachu and I started traveling, you've been trying to take him away from me. I don't know if it's coincidence or sheer dumb luck you guys are always in the same area I am. You don't even know what I'm here for, and yet you're still chasing me. I got bigger things to worry about than you three. So leave me alone. Leave Team Rocket. But if you don't listen, I'll just blast you away again. And this time I'm going to try aiming where you actually land. The three villains were quite amused at this so-called threat for him. He was just too nice to actually put it into action like that. They knew him as much as some of his former traveling companions. What's with the attitude? Did someone step out of the wrong side of the bed? Jessie goaded him. You don't have the guts for it, Meowth provoked him. Last chance. Ash had lost all sense of sympathy and patience with the trio. He was about to reach a boiling point. It's been 8 years since this story of Meowth and Pikachu started. It was time to bury the hatchet. And if they didn't do it willingly, he would do it for them. With force. He felt a small hand tugging on his new jacket. Looking down, it was Bonnie who was pulling on it as if to ask for his attention. Ash just asked her what's wrong. Can I battle them? Ash clearly wasn't acting like he normally did. But she understood his frustration. Bonnie knew he had trouble holding back at the moment and didn't know his own strength. She didn't like Team Rocket as much as the next person, but she didn't want them to see hurt because Ash might get carried away. He wasn't in the right state of mind. Are you sure? Bonnie nodded yes. She wanted to show him that she was capable of being a help on his journey. She was out to prove she wasn't a little girl anymore. The three villains thought this was an golden opportunity. Little Twerpet thinks she can beat us. How cute. Don't take us lightly, brat. Gourgiest. Let's go. A large pumpkin-like Pokemon appeared from the ball Jessie thrown. Inkay. Come out. James tossed his and a small squid-like creature emerged from it. Jinx, Eevee. Let's go. The human shape and evolution Pokemon were ready for battle. Ready to give them some payback for trying to kidnap Pikachu and Deden. Ash and Pikachu stood on the sidelines. Whenever it would go badly for Bonnie and she was going to be overwhelmed, they would step in to provide backup. Keeping in close eye for any tricks they might have had, he eyed them like a hawk. Inkay, Psybeam, the squid turned on its head and a rainbow-colored beam was shooting towards Bonnie's Eevee. Gourgiest, Shadow Ball, the pumpkin put its arms in front of her and a black blob of energy showed up. It hurled the ball towards Jinx, hoping to do some effective damage. Jinx, Powder Snow. Eevee. Shadow Ball 2, Jinx let out a chilly breeze mixed with snow particles and Eevee created a ball of dark energy herself. The attacks were fired off and clashed together to a mech and huge veil of smoke. Inkay, Tackle Eevee, the squid adjusted its angle again before it shot like an arrow towards the small fox-like Pokemon last known position. Go left Eevee, Eevee managed to jump out of the way letting Inkay shoot by. It turned around again and was now ready to strike Jinx instead. Jinx, Double. Slap, the squid couldn't stop its momentum and landed straight into Jinx's double slap. When the poor squid was being slapped hard, Jessie ordered an attack to interrupt it. Gourgiest, Dark Pulse, a black beam of energy shot from Gourgiest's hands directed at Jinx to stop the slapping of her partner's Pokemon. Eevee, Hidden Power, blue orbs appeared around Eevee and intercepted the Dark Pulse. It cancelled each other out and Bonnie was ready to turn the battle in her favor. Yawn. Eevee opened its mouth and it let out a huge yawn. It looked at affected Gurgiest. It started rubbing its eyes, seeming like it had trouble staying awake. Don't get drowsy. Use Dark Pulse. Trying to make most of it before her Pokemon fell asleep, Jessie ordered one final attack. The black beam sped towards Eevee, seemingly unable to dodge it. But Bonnie was ready for it. Toss it into the Dark Pulse. Jinx stopped her slapping and tossed Inkay directly into the beam's path. Inkay couldn't do anything but take the full force of the Dark Pulse, getting knocked out by it. Gurgiest meanwhile was now affected by the earlier yawn and fell asleep. Jinx, confusion, both the sleeping Pokemon and beaten Inkay were lifted up in the air. Unable to do anything in return, Bonnie ordered Jinx to toss them back at the balloon hanging high in the sky. The two flew up, eventually taking the three villains down, and they all fell inside the basket of the balloon. Now Deden. Discharge. It rubbed its cheeks and a giant stream of electricity that seemed to go everywhere shot out of the tiny mouse. A bolt shot up towards the Meowth balloon and it didn't take long before it exploded. Beaten by the little one, Jessie said. This was a huge blow to her pride. They grow up so fast. James lamented on how the small girl was doing the thing her friends always did to them. Unfortunately, some things never change, do they? Meowth ended their conversation before all yelled. We're blasting off again. The sound of their voice disappeared in the distance and a twinkle was seen where they were sent flying. And there they go. Ash and Pikachu looked up in the sky and smiled, knowing that Bonnie would be able to handle herself if there ever was any trouble with Team Rocket again. We did it. Great job, you three. And Bonnie started performing a small victory dance with Deden, Jinx and Eevee. Ash looked on with a smile. Memories reappearing about the first time he beat Team Rocket emerged. It was also his first win as a trainer, so there was a history behind it. Congratulations, Bonnie. Your Pokemon did well. Jinx and Eevee were great. Thank you. We've been training really hard. Serena's Sylveon is so cute, I just wanted an Eevee of my own. But I just can't decide on its evolution. A Sylveon would be so cute, but I want Eevee to evolve into the evolution she wants. Great answer. Clement must be proud of his little sister. Your first blasting off of Team Rocket. So how did it feel? Ash's hunch on his first journey was correct. Bonnie would be a great trainer once she grew up. He didn't have to worry about looking out too much for her right now. Pretty good. I understand why you and Pikachu always seem to so happy just blasting them off. I just hope we see them less after you scared them really good. I never seen you act like that before. What's up with that? With what? Wasn't I reacting like I always do when there's something dangerous going on? Ash and Pikachu being surprised at her question. And wasn't it about time someone scared them off for good? I heard an explosion coming from here. Is everyone okay? Serena came back running just with Braixen alone. Looking at the scene, to her relief, everyone was alright. She was in the middle of her final act of her Dendemil performance when the explosion happened. She was so focused on her performance that she blocked everything out and didn't notice it till just now. We're okay. Nothing Bonnie and Deden can't handle. Serena didn't notice because of her worries about the explosion, but Bonnie definitely did. The way Ash had been acting against Team Rocket was different than usual. He was intense, fearsome, and was prepared to be ruthless when blasting them off again. As if to make a point that their game was over. Just what was it? Nothing important. Come on, let's go to Dendemil Town. Ash shrugged it off. Nothing important indeed. Who cares about them? I'll be happier if we never see them again. The group continued their road towards the small town for Serena's demonstration. On the way to Dendemil Town, Bonnie broke her pace a bit to walk up next to Ash out of Serena's hearing range. You still owe me that battle. A small smile came up on his face. I know. Chapter 12, back where it started. After a few days of traveling, the group arrived in Dendemil Town. It was a surprisingly easy journey to the small town. Ash and Bonnie were worried that Team Rocket might have showed up again, but to their relief they didn't manage to find them or left them alone after Ash's outburst towards them. The building in which Serena was supposed to give her demonstration was now noticeable from a distance. The outer structure was mostly a deep red with some pillars on the sides. The entrance pillars were gold-colored and it had a glass roof to let in as much light as possible. Ash and Bonnie continued walking forward until they stopped and saw Serena just standing there smiling. They looked at each other and knew exactly what Serena was thinking about. "This building must be pretty special for you," Bonnie said. Ash and Pikachu looked at Serena. They knew what she meant with that. "It is. So many wonderful memories here," Serena answered. This was the exact place that she won her first ever princess key. After a poke-puff baking contest, she advanced to the free performance round where she beat her rival Miette and other competitors who aspired to be the Kalos queen. She was incredibly nervous when the votes were being counted, but it all worked out for her. "And today you get to create even more." The three turned around, saw a long black limousine now behind them. The most back window of the limo was open, allowing them to see inside. An elderly woman who wore sunglasses covering her eyes addressed them. She was dressed in mostly black, but a dark red scarf hung around her neck. "Ash. Pikachu. This is Palermo," Serena introduced the two visitors from Kanto to her mentor. On the way to Dendemil town, Serena told Ash about some of the training she received from the old lady and that she was grateful for creating the charity foundation she and her associates were providing so many events for. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ash and this is my partner Pikachu," Ash being polite as he usually was introduced himself. "So. Was he the one who you were talking about?" The woman still sitting in the limo changed her expression from a kind old lady to a strict one after the boy introduced himself. "Yes. I'm sure Ash would be a great help for the foundation. His experiences and strength will no doubt inspire young children to a career path." Serena knew something like this might happen. The elder woman was quite critical when it came to people who she never met before. Serena went through that same order of judgment, so she hoped Ash wouldn't take it too personal. "I see," the elder woman eyed the young boy. Her old age and experience gave the producer a good judge of character. But she wanted to make sure he was the real deal. "So how are you standing against the offer Serena made to you?" Not many people declined an offer coming from the producer herself. Serena was one of the few who did. She rejected having Palermo teaching her at first. The young girl preferred to finish her Kalos journey with her friends and that she wasn't prepared to give up on traveling just yet. Palermo let the offer stand after Serena was content with her journey and decided to teach her when the time was right. "Offer? Oh, you mean the one Serena made? I haven't had much time to think about it. I have a more important thing to do right now. After that I'll give it some thought." "Is that thing about yourself or something else? Is it for your own gain or someone else's?" The woman suspiciously eyed him. Ash took note of it. And the good behavior he showed so far was dropped immediately. "What do you mean by that?" "What I'm doing is for the good cause. Just because you don't know what it is, doesn't mean you have the right to bother with it. How about you leave me to my own things and I won't bother you with mine." Already the two of them were in a standoff. This wasn't really how Serena was expecting it to go. From how much the two people liked helping people and Pokemon, she really would think that Ash would look past Palermo's stern exterior and would warm up to her. That clearly didn't happen so far. "I hope this is just a small bump in the road. I would hate to see them continue on like this." Palermo wasn't also impressed with what just happened. Not a lot of people spoke up to her, even with good reason. From the way Serena persuaded her to give him a chance, she was not impressed so far. He was too easily provoked in her opinion. "I want to see you in a battle after the showcase is over," that grabbed his attention. Ash and Pikachu looked at each other. They were thinking it wasn't a good idea to jump into random battles after what happened every time he was in a friendly battle. Quite overwhelming his opponents, he decided not to engage in unnecessary battles for the time being. But the old lady gave off a negative vibe towards them, and they were going to show her that they weren't just all talk. The way she'd been speaking to them sounded like they weren't taking seriously, and she made it sound he was just another run-of-the-mill trainer. While the whole reason he is here is to stop the criminals that stole the GS ball. You're on, accepting the challenge Palermo set for him. After that it remained quiet for a few more moments, the two eyeing each other who would make the first move. Then I'll see you after the showcase. Let's leave it at that. You know where to find me in this town, Serena, and with that the window of the limo closed and it drove away. When it disappeared into the distance, Ash was as equally impressed with Palermo as the older woman was with him. Ash had quite a hard time believing she was the one who set up the foundation and trained Serena. She spoke so highly about the old lady that he was willing to give her a chance. First impressions count, but a bad feeling washed over him like there is something wrong with her. And once they started talking, the mood grew worse the more he was around the old lady. Meanwhile, Serena was quiet after what just happened. The first meeting between them didn't go to plan at all. Her expectations of the two meeting and discussing things about the charity organization didn't reach the level of disappointment she felt right now. She hoped Ash would not get overzealous in proving himself later today. After they went inside the building where the showcase was being held, Serena went inside a separate room to dress up for her demonstration. Ash was waiting for her to come out of her dressing room. Planning a strategy to use against Palermo later, he was planning to blow her away. While Bonnie mentally noted that Ash's behavior against Palermo was the same as how he behaved against Team Rocket but on a lesser scale. But she would have to agree with him on this one. The old lady had no reason to talk to Ash like that. She doesn't know him like I and Serena do. I just hope he doesn't get carried away like with Team Rocket. Her inner thoughts were interrupted by Serena's voice. Well, how do I look? Serena finally finished her change of clothes and Ash and Bonnie looked at her. She was wearing something similar to her old red performance dress that she always had on. The dress was outfitted with a big pink ribbon above her chest. The gloves she wore now reached up all the way to her arms when at first they ended at her wrist. Black stockings covered her legs and pink ballerina shoes completed the outfit. The choker, which normally was outfitted with a small gold pendant, was now replaced with the love ball she received from Ash. You look so cute, Bonnie told her. Looking over to Ash and Pikachu, she tried to see what his facial impression was like. To Bonnie's delight, it was the same look he had on his face when he first saw Serena again. Ash? You okay? Bonnie tried to get a response out of him. Serena was starting to get worried. Again? Why can't I say something to her? Why is it every time I see her in a new outfit I get like this? He felt his heart speed up and his cheeks getting a bit warmer. Ash couldn't give a word on how she looked when she strolled down the walkway in Laver City. She looked dazzling that time, and now he had trouble finding another appropriate word for her look now. It was a modified version of the dress she always wore for her performances, but something was different about it this time. He needed to say something now unless he wanted Serena and Bonnie to ask some questions about his strange behavior. Ah. That love ball looks great on you. Serena's face nearly turned as red as the dress she was wearing. She was hoping he would appreciate it, using his gift for her as an item for her performances. It was similar to the blue ribbon she received so long ago. Through the many wardrobe changes she went through over the years, there was always one constant. The ribbon she received from Ash. Serena would always try and make a spot for it. The blue color faded with time. Bright blue turned a paler blue. But the emotional value it held to her couldn't be replaced. It was a good luck charm for her that she always had with her. Can it be that's finally paying attention to her looks? Bonnie was thinking to himself. At least Ash had grown up a bit quicker than her brother, it seems. Serena was at least able to get a response from Ash, unlike any other girl who might have thrown herself at her brother's feet. Her two friends stayed silent, not knowing what to say to each other. Serena's mind was now spinning. This is the third time Ash complimented her appearance. The first time was probably because he didn't see her in 5 years, and the second time was maybe he was trying to get out of clothes shopping for him. But still she hoped she didn't misunderstood his expression. Could he really be thinking I look great? Miss Serena. You're on in 5 minutes, one of the people who worked backstage came to get her. This snapped her and Ash out of their thoughts. She had a duty to perform after all. Ash and Bonnie wished her luck and she was off for her demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen. Our beloved Kalos Queen. Please give a warm welcome for Serena. She accepted the cheers and bowed to them, tipping the hem of her dress. She was prepared as always. But something inside her felt different from when she usually performed. Ash told her he was proud of her. But ever since he returned to Kalos he's shown a massive improvement from before. But she couldn't get carried away in impressing him. She had to stay professional. Now with this new villain team running around the Kalos region, it was her duty to keep people together and to give a feeling that everything would work out for the best. Use psychic, Braixen started to glow a faint blue. Using her mental power, she started levitating Serena. Serena continued making her motions in mid-air when Pancham and Sylvian were up next. Use swift, the stars that Sylvian normally fired off were being merged into one giant star. Pancham jumped on it and was now circling around Serena. The tiny panda was controlling Sylvian's attack and was using it as a hoverboard of some sort. Pancham, stone edge, the panda jumped off of the star and was slamming its arm into the ground. A few pillars of blue rocks shot up from stage. Serena landed gracefully on one of them and continued the dance she was performing. A smooth transition from mid-air to solid ground. Sylvian and Braixen jumped up the rocks and were joining the two into their dance now. Despite such a tiny platform, they were all gracefully jumping between the rocks, showing of their agility. Serena was able to keep up with her Pokémon's movements. Everyone in the audience was enjoying themselves to the fullest and were smiling now. Fire blast. Firing the kanji symbol from her wand, the giant swift star came back and collided with the fire blast. A huge explosion of sparkles were floating around the stage and audience right now. And finish. Serena and her Pokémon finished up her performance in her usual style. The crowd ate it up and were cheering even louder than before. Everyone was appreciating the time she gave for them and were looking forward to see the showcase even more. This is why she loved performing so much. She just hoped Ash and Bonnie enjoyed it too. As much as Ash was looking at Serena, he didn't allow himself to enjoy her performance. Not because she was bad or anything, but Shauna's last words before they left Laver City had him focused on every single detail. Looking for something that might have been off whenever she's on stage, kept him focused like a hawk and would be ready if something would go wrong today. Fortunately, everything seemed fine for now. Serena took the opportunity to give some inspiring words and to make people more comfortable with the looming threat. First, I want to thank you for all coming here today. If it wasn't for you all, we wouldn't be doing the thing we all love the most. Every person waiting in the back room has the same goal in mind that I once had as a child. I hope to see the future is shining brighter than ever. But I also have to address this. Some of you might have heard about the incident in Laver City. Fortunately, everyone involved has gotten away without any serious injuries. But these people are a threat like Team Flare was so many years ago. We do not know what their goal is yet or what they have in store for us. So I'm asking from all of you to help each other in this time of need. Do not go searching for them alone. Stick together. A group is much more stronger than going alone. But if any of them is watching the showcase from their hideout, hear this. There are people who are also willing to fight for the good cause. People who value the bond between people and Pokémon. People who are willing to fight for their dreams. People who want to protect the things they believe in. No matter what, we won't give up until it's over. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the showcase. Chapter 13, Palermo's Challenge begins. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the showcase. Since the showcase was being televised around the region, Serena knew that her speech would reach a lot of people. Hoping to reach out to everyone, she would assure people that everything would be alright and that this new threat to Kalos was stoppable like Team Flare. The crowd was seemingly more relaxed and were all going to enjoy the showcase that was being held today. But there was one person watching who didn't feel better after her speech. It only made it worse. So she thinks inspiring people would make them feel better and make them not afraid of us. What a joke! It was the silvered armored knight who attacked during the ball in Laver City. The knight wasn't wearing her mask and voice box anymore. Are you still watching that nonsense? This spooked the woman, putting her on edge. A white-robed person interrupted her thoughts. Seeing exactly who it was eased her scare. Can't believe you would submit yourself to this torture every time something like that is on screen. I'd thought you hated her, the robed person asked her. The woman let out a small chuckle. I don't hate her. I just hate everything she represents. She's misguided. It's not too late for her, unlike a certain other. The robed person thought nothing about it. He didn't come here to discuss philosophy with the woman. He came here with a message for her that would grab her attention. One of your colleagues has gone out and is trying out his plan. She didn't even need it to hear his name to know who he was talking about. Knowing the man as well as she did, this could get quite ugly real fast. Figures he goes first. If the boy has trouble with him, then how is he going to beat the rest of us? I don't understand why he of all people has the position he has now. The man she spoke about, in her opinion, was even more useless than some of the grunts working for them. How a guy like him could achieve the second highest position while he was so incompetent, she would never know. Let's hear it. Wondering what her companion had in store for the boy, she asked the robed man to explain. Considering I'm going to act my own plan soon. I never expected you to jump along with your Pokemon while on the stone edge, Bonnie commented on Serena's demonstration. After Serena gave her big speech at the end, she rejoined Ash and Bonnie backstage. Thank you. It took a lot of hard work before I'd gotten it down. She really wondered what Ash's opinion would be, but he was awfully quiet. Normally he would always have an opinion ready for her. Did you enjoy my performance today? Serena asked Ash personally. Serena was happy the girl was pleased with her act, but she wanted to know her other friend's opinion. Serena couldn't help but feel her heart speed up. She managed to focus on her performance without thinking about him, but nothing would make her happier right now than to know his opinion. Unfortunately, Ash was so busy looking out for her that he didn't get to enjoy her performance that much. He managed to get some glimpses of it, but he was definitely impressed with the final act in her performance. You were great. How come you're so agile? You were so light-footed and perfectly in balance the entire time. And it looks like you barely broke a sweat. I would be finished after a performance like that. Ash wondered where all this endurance and grace came from, while Serena was thinking that it was him who showed her you shouldn't be afraid to get physical with your Pokemon. Serena explained to them that all the hours she put in her dance routines had made her extremely agile. She was capable of maintaining her balance and flex her body like a proper gymnast. The routines she was coming up were getting more complicated, and at a point she found out she couldn't keep up anymore. Serena didn't want it to be left behind by her Pokemon and took it upon herself to get better at dancing. I need to congratulate the winner today. Can we just sit down and enjoy the other performances? She and Bonnie enjoyed the other performers coming on stage. Each one of them hoping to collect the princess key that could be won today. While Bonnie was gushing over some other performers and their Pokemon, Serena's gaze hovered over to Ash every once in a while. She had trouble reading Ash's emotions. She didn't see any enjoyment on his face. To her it seemed like something big was bothering him. Like something could go wrong at any minute. Maybe he's just thinking about his upcoming battle. After congratulating the winner of the Dendemil Town Showcase, Serena went backstage and dressed back into her normal clothes. Now that the showcase was over, she knew what was next on the agenda. Alright, Pikachu. Ready to show the old lady what we've got? It was Ash's battle against Palermo. Serena guided him and Bonnie towards where Palermo told her where to find her. But this didn't ease Serena's worries. The two of them didn't like each other. From the moment Palermo decided to ask him something about his goal here in Kalos, there was something wrong. She knew the producer wasn't one to shy from some tough love, but what's going on between them seemed like more than just a simple disagreement. Guiding them through the streets, they eventually arrived in the center of a small building in the town. In the middle of the building was a battle arena. Waiting on the side of the arena was Palermo. "I thought you said you had a more important thing to do. Are you sure you can afford to waste time here?" The woman commented on Ash's attitude earlier today. "This won't take long," Ash boasted. It looked to Serena that he was extremely confident about this battle. Almost hearing a tone of arrogance in his voice saying, "We've got this." "Being confident, are we?" the old lady asked him. He was pumped up for this battle unlike anyone she'd ever seen. It was just a friendly battle to test his strength, nothing more. "We don't do things we can't back up. Are you able to?" While it seemed to Ash there was a lot more riding on it. Serena noted the hostility again. During the small time she did spend with Ash, it looked like he didn't change much. Still easily excited about Pokemon, was willing to jump into a battle that came his way, and he'd been treating her and Bonnie nearly the same after all these years. But Serena couldn't just wrap her head around the question, where the hostility towards her mentor came from. Ash and Pikachu were starting to grow impatient at a lack of an answer from the producer. They had more important things to do, like retrieving the GS ball for Kurt. And if he was supposed to work for her, then forget about it. Ash would show his strength and nothing more. Something about the old woman put him off, and he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Someone else walked inside the arena they were in. Dressed in a musketeer uniform of some sort, he tipped his hat and introduced himself to the Kanto visitors. "Bonjour, Mademoiselle Palermo. Is it this boy I shall battle against?" Serena knew exactly who this was. His name was Henri, and he was a star here in Kalos because of his role in the TV show The Gallant Galades. It was a series that took place in a medieval Kalos and was about 3 young men who battled and protected the region using their Galade. It was quite a hit under girls her age and under. Everywhere they went to promote their show, hordes of girls lined up to get a look at them. This was a private battlefield that Palermo had hired to prevent any interruptions. "I'm not going to battle you." Ash sounded extremely disappointed, almost offended. All this time he went in with the idea that she herself wanted to test him. Instead, sending one of the people who worked for her to do the battling instead. He was just relieved it wasn't Serena he was going up against. "I don't enjoy battling as much as you do. And not everything goes as you expect it. If you are confident about your abilities, you will have no trouble beating him, right?" "We'll show you." "What are the rules?" Ash wondered. "How about best out of 3? No switching in battle. If a Pokemon wins a round, then it will be substituted for another and won't be able to battle again." Ash and Henri agreed with the stipulations and were going to their respective boxes across the battlefield. Pikachu wanted to show Palermo that she had no right to speak about them like that. In his eagerness to show her she's wrong about them, he jumped off Ash's shoulder onto the battlefield. Sparks already flying out of his cheeks, he was all set for battle. "Wait, Pikachu," Ash called back his partner. It turned around confused at him. "I know you'll want to prove her wrong about us, but I would like someone else to battle right now." "You'll get the next one." Ash didn't know what Pokemon his opponent would use, so he decided to go with the one who hasn't seen any action so far in Kalos. All the other Pokemon Ash took with him had already battled in some way, and he thought it wouldn't be fair if he brought him all this way and didn't get to battle even once. "Heracross, I choose you." A blue beetle-like Pokemon with a long, pronged horn on its forehead. The horn ends in a cross on the tip, signifying it was a male. Its forearms have a pair of spikes near the wrists, while its thighs have a single spike each. It has 2 claws on its hands, and a single long claw on each foot. Haxorus, N-Guard, a yellow dragon-like Pokemon, came out of the Pokeball. It had tusks that were on the side of its face and formed the shape of an axe. On the outer rim of the axe was a shade of dark red while the inner blade were black and went through towards the face. Its arms were tiny in comparison to the rest of the Pokémon and it had red claws. Begin. Ash was more than eager to make the first move. But his time on Mount Silver had made him more patient. Just jumping head-on into battle with the wild Pokémon there was a bad idea. So he decided to analyze his opponent while waiting for the first move. A habit he seemingly adopted in his current battle. There had to be a reason why she picked him to battle me. Let's see what he's got. Haxorus, Dragon Claw. Block it. The bug type took a stance that seemed like he was bracing himself for the attack. Taken his position, he waited for the dragon type to come close. Throwing his forearms up, the dragon took a swipe at Heracross. The bug type managed to block it using his strength alone. They stood arms locked for a moment testing each other out to see who truly had the upper hand. Dragon Pulse, the dragon fired a huge purple beam of energy that took the shape of a dragon. Heracross being so close couldn't dodge the attack and decided to tough it out. A point-blank shot forced him to let go of Haxorus and the two Pokémon skidded backwards over the battlefield. The beetle Pokémon's tough shell protected it from major damage but an attack like close-up could do more damage than Ash would have liked. Now get close with Slash. Henri was again on the offense. The axe on the dragon's head started glowing a bright white. Charging towards Heracross, Ash knew he had to block it or else Heracross might have get into trouble. Block it with Mega Horn. Heracross's horn started glowing and was ready to block the slash with his power. Both Pokémon slammed their heads together. Neither willing to give up their struggle, they started to try and push the other back. Both of them pushing hard. Eventually it was Heracross who started pushing the dragon back. The dragon tried putting his feet in the ground to prevent getting pushed back but it was no use. Henri realized Heracross was stronger than his Haxorus and knew now he couldn't win this battle with power alone. Another big hit would help him along the way though. Now Dragon Pulse again. This surprised Ash. Was Henri really trying the same thing on him twice? All Haxorus needed to do to fire was turn his head. The side of his head which had the axe on it was clashing with the bug type's horn. Heracross, grab his head. The beetle Pokémon gave up their head clash and took Haxorus's head like Ash asked him to. Grabbing it by the side prevented Haxorus from turning its head and preventing the Dragon Pulse being fired off straight to Heracross. Now lift him up. It shifted its blue body a little bit, getting Haxorus off balance. It put his horn underneath Haxorus and lifted him up into the air using his huge strength. The dragon flew a few feet in the air before landing hard. Despite the damage it took, it could still get up. Heracross, Hyper Beam. The beetle opened his mouth and it didn't take long before a powerful orange beam of energy shot out towards Haxorus. The dragon was still trying to recover from getting tossed when the Hyper Beam was speeding towards it. Quick Dragon Pulse, Henri ordered in a panic. Hoping that the Dragon Pulse would nullify some of the attack, Haxorus opened his jaw and fired off a purple beam clashing with Heracross's Hyper Beam. The explosion of beams happened close to Haxorus. The dragon stood for a few more moments, but it wasn't until long before it collapsed of exhaustion and the swirls in his eyes indicated it had fainted. Haxorus is unable to battle. Heracross wins. The first round goes to Ash. Stopping Haxorus from firing the Dragon Pulse a second time by forcing its head to stay in one position surprised the producer. She just wondered what he was thinking after such a quick win in the first round. Arg, not again. Chapter 14, Palermo's Challenge Part. Ash's face turned into a look of disappointment. Although he came here to show Palermo he was capable as a battler, there was still a bitter taste in his mouth. He was looking forward to having a battle on equal terms, but Henry's Haxorus was taken down pretty quickly. He thanked Heracross for a job well done and told him to get his rest. Palermo was analyzing Ash's behavior. He won the first battle but his face told her that he was far from pleased with his win. Are you not happy with your win? Not really. That battle wasn't really close. Henri here is capable enough. Everybody can have a fluke win, Palermo commentated. She wasn't prepared for something like a Heracross with this much power. A fluke win? We'll show you. Your turn, buddy. Pikachu jumped in front of Ash's box on the battlefield. Ready to show everyone just how much their training paid off and show off in front of the producer. Are you sure you want to go ahead? I might pick something that's strong against your Pikachu. Escavalier, en garde. Henri opened up a new Pokeball and a Escavalier appeared from it. Keeping up with the medieval theme the Musketeer actor had going on. An insectoid Pokemon with a head sporting the red horsehair crest of a knight's helmet. The arms are tipped with red-striped protrusions resembling jousting lances. It started thrusting its lances towards Pikachu, provoking him. Pikachu started emitting sparks of electricity, showing he was ready. Like I expected he would do. This round is Henry's. The producer sitting on the sidelines was thinking about the upcoming battle and the round after that already. Almost certain that her worker would be able to win against Pikachu. Begin. We'll take the first move now. Extreme speed. In the blink of an eye the yellow mouse shot off to deliver a rapid strike to his opponent. Quick guard. Escavalier put up his lances in a X shape and protected himself towards the oncoming Pikachu. Pikachu still dashing, it charged headfirst into one of the lances and was knocked back, not expecting his opponent to block it. Fell Stinger. I switched its stance by now putting its lances in front of him and was ready to strike Pikachu. Dodge it. Despite the extreme speed not working, Pikachu was still quicker than the bug type. It jumped to the side, dodging the lances. Use Iron Tail. Pikachu jumped up in the air and his tail started to glow a metallic shine. Twisting its body in midair, it tried to gain some more momentum to strike the bug type in the head. Iron Head. Escavalier's head started to shine the same color as Pikachu's tail. Now standing still waiting for the impact. Pikachu smashed his tail on Escavalier's head and it didn't do any damage. The Iron Tail being blocked by Iron Head. Fell Stinger. Escavalier put one of its lances backwards and was ready to strike Pikachu with it. Use your tail as a spring, Ash commanded. Using its flexible tail, it used it to jump away just before the Fell Stinger could hit him fully. Still, by being so close, Escavalier managed to scrape Pikachu, leaving a small mark on the side of its yellow body. Thunderbolt. Pikachu started pumping itself up, ready to unleash an electric current. It shot out, soon heading towards the cavalry Pokemon. Drill Run. The bug Pokemon started spinning its body pretty quick. The Thunderbolt hit the spinning bug type and it dispersed away from him, leaving no damage at all. It blocked that as well. Ash and Pikachu surprised at how their opponent already blocked 3 of Pikachu's moves, while Heracross seemed to have no trouble with Haxorus before. Of course it did. Henri trained Escavalier specifically for your Pikachu. Ever since Palermo heard Serena talk about Ash, she took an interest in the young trainer. Serena told her that Ash and Pikachu were nearly inseparable. So there was a good indication he would use his partner in battle. Palermo knew exactly what Ash's battling style was, therefore she had Henri had his Pokemon trained to counteract the ones he had in the Kalos League 5 years ago. The Heracross came as a surprise, so it was no wonder to her that Haxorus didn't manage to win. It was trained to counteract his Hawlucha, Talonflame and Goodra. There was another Pokemon Henri had for his Greninja, but that one didn't need much training to counter him. If Escavalier would be able to beat Pikachu, she would have had no doubt that Henri would win the final round as well. No matter what Ash's final Pokemon would be. Despite not showing it much to the world, Palermo liked Serena. She grew protective of her during their time training. Serena reminded her of a time she was young herself. Full of life and always trying to put other people's happiness in front of her own. Serena grew every bit a Kalos queen she hoped for. But a recent phone call from Shauna made her worried about her latest student. Flashback. Miss Palermo, Shauna been dreading this moment ever since the attack in Laver City. With Serena being there, the brunette thought that Palermo already heard what happened from the honey blonde performer herself. Hello there, Shauna. I would ask how your evening was if I didn't hear about the news. Is everyone alright at least? Some Pokemon were injured. But everything worked out pretty well, all things considered. Good to hear. How's Serena doing? The producer knew Serena was invited by Valerie to model her newest prize dress. This wasn't an assignment that went through her agency but a job Serena wanted to take herself. She's doing fine. She still can make it to Dendemil Town for the next showcase. Honestly, that girl pushes herself too far sometimes. Just like another student of mine, Palermo thought to herself. Normally she had faith the girl could handle herself, but it still was a pretty big event that happened. I would be more relaxed if you would be traveling with her. Although Palermo never scouted her for her tutoring, Shauna had a special place in Serena's heart. Serena admired her friend and rival in the highest regard. If it wasn't for Shauna, Serena might have never discovered Pokemon performing, and for that the honey blonde would be eternally grateful for it. Palermo decided to give Shauna a chance, and although she couldn't beat Serena to the title of Kalos Queen, the girl became a great ambassador for showcases after her two most successful students, Arya and Serena. I asked someone else to look out for her. She'll be fine. This surprised the old woman. Shauna was pretty protective of her best friend. Almost acting as a manager of some sort for Serena, she would make sure that she could always make it to her scheduled appointments. The three women made an appointment in Dendemil Town after the showcase there. Who's with her now? I thought you would be going with her to discuss some things. His name is Ash and he's an old friend of Serena. He's gotten pretty strong since the last time I saw him. And I'm terribly sorry I can't come to Dendemil Town. As much as Shauna wanted to talk to her, she had to find out exactly who could be after Serena and other performers. She did not want it to make the old woman even more restless, knowing someone is out to ruining showcases and destroying the ideal of Kalos Queen. An industry the old woman revolutionized and made it into the phenomenon it was today. A boy? What can you tell me about him? He was the boy that won the battle in Laver City to take Serena to the ball. Why do I have a feeling you were involved with this? Palermo eyed Shauna. She knew about the tradition in Laver City concerning fashion shows and the gym leader. It was quite strange to her that such an old custom would be broken just before one of the biggest nights of the year. Shauna explained to her that Ash and Serena were childhood friends. 5 years ago he came to compete in the Kalos League, and along the way they've met up with each other. She had a few encounters with him when Serena was working on her master class qualification. It took Shauna a lot of self-control to mention that the boy Serena had a huge crush on was him. Although she and Miette enjoyed teasing Serena about her feelings for Ash, they held enough respect and self-control to not tell it to anyone else. Though they had boyfriends themselves, it was just some friendly teasing they did. Anyway, I have to go now. Something important came up. By Palermo, Shauna abruptly ended the call, leaving the producer quite flustered about what just happened. Normally Shauna had a bit more manners than that. After the call ended, Palermo ordered her assistant to look up Ash's records. It didn't take long before she came back with the information she asked for. It showed that he competed in 6 Pokemon leagues across the regions. But that he was a winner of the Orange League took an interest. The Orange Islands didn't have an official Pokemon League like the other regions, but she knew that it was more focused on completing different challenges and working together with your Pokemon. There were a lot of strong trainers in the world, but few are really trustworthy enough with their Pokemon to even qualify for it. The most noteworthy one was runner-up in the Kalos League, like Shauna told her. And he received the honor of Kalos, the highest nominee that a person can receive in the region. After that it seemed like he vanished for 5 years. Not any record of him competing in any gym battles or any Pokemon leagues. A person can change much in 5 years. I need to test him. He might be powerful, but I need to see what his behavior is like. I can't trust him with Serena if he's a loose cannon. End flashback. With this new villain team in the region, she was reluctant, knowing that Ash would be traveling with her for now. Serena could still be able to perform her duties while he would be looking out for her, like Shauna said. But she still had to find out one more thing before she could completely trust him. Just what exactly is he here for, and why doesn't he want to tell me? Meanwhile, Serena was eyeing her mentor and knew exactly what was going on. She now regretted the fact that it was her that put Ash and Pikachu into this situation. She looked over Ash in worry. Knowing that it was her fault made her feel only worse, and she couldn't believe Palermo would do something like this to him. She must have known Ash would use Pikachu in his battle against Henri. That's why Escavalier is able to dodge and counter Pikachu's attacks. If only I didn't tell her so much about him. Looking over her crush, she just hoped Ash and Pikachu would manage to find a way out of this without going overboard. She knew just how much power his Swellow and Torterra had. She couldn't imagine just how strong one of Pikachu's electric attacks might be right now. But to her relief she saw them crack a small smile. Instead, being annoyed that Henri managed to block 3 attacks from them, Ash really didn't mind much. Sure, he came here to show the producer he was good at battling, but now he could show her just how creative they could be. Now that's more like it. This is better than the last battle. Maybe we could drag this out a bit. Giga Impact. A purple-yellow aura showed up around the cavalry Pokémon. It was going to use all his force to smash into Pikachu and win this battle. Ash and Pikachu were prepared to go big themselves. You countered our moves, now we'll counter yours. Volt Tackle. Pikachu started dashing towards the oncoming Escavalier. Throwing caution out the window, Ash and Pikachu would just show them that no matter how much they knew about them, they could beat him. Covering itself with electricity, it threw itself at the oncoming Giga Impact. Neither of them willing to back out or slowing down, they clashed with enormous force. The force was so great it sent out a shockwave out towards the people who were watching. Serena's long hair was blown upwards while Bonnie had to hold on to her pochette to prevent Deden being blown away. Palermo shielded her eyes by using her sunglasses. After a few seconds the clouds started to die down. Everybody gathered their bearings after the clash and wondered what the result would be from the heavy impact. Quite reckless from both of them. I warned Henri not be drawn in like that. Henri was an actor. An entertainer. No matter just how much Palermo warned him not to get dragged into Ash's games, he couldn't help it. He needed to show off. He knew that Escavalier had the advantage over Pikachu, but he wanted to have a big and closing act worthy of his skills. The young musketeer had been awfully quiet for his standards and wanted to show his audience a great performance. Even if it meant breaking character, which Palermo warned him not to do. When the cloud dispersed, Pikachu was still standing. Due to the recoil, Volt Tackle gives Pikachu looked a lot worse. Its small body was scraped in some places and it looked like the Giga Impact was quite successful in dealing the intended damage. Escavalier now was visible and it seemed even worse than Pikachu. Escavalier is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. And since Ash has won 2 battles, he is the winner. Chapter 15, Palermo's Challenge End. Way to go, buddy, Ash congratulated his partner on another win. Henri didn't expect to be beaten like this so fast. Each one of the boys' Pokémon resembled their trainer in personality somewhat. His Heracross was pure power and was head-on in everything it did. Using sheer power and determination in their battle to overpower Haxorus, the boy showed trust in his Pokémon's strength. And the bond between his Pikachu and himself was undeniable. They knew what the other was going to do before they knew it. The stipulation was best of 3. Considering Ash already had the wins needed, Henri decided to congratulate his opponent on a job well done. A shame he couldn't do that final battle though. It seems you beat me fair, Anne. Ash looked over to the producer on the sidelines. Her facial expression didn't change a bit during his battles. This didn't sit well with him. Let's keep going, he told everyone. This surprised Henri. You won already. Isn't it enough for you knowing you're stronger than him? This isn't for me, Ash answered back to the old lady. Ash already won the battle in his favor, but he wanted to give Greninja a chance. Ever since he first trained with him again, he saw the ninja Pokémon's frustration that he couldn't keep up with these new Pokémon Ash had with him. Ash promised Greninja he would do anything as his friend and trainer to make him just as strong or even stronger. Ash came here to learn how to control his Pokémon's newfound strength, but after the sudden reappearance and joining of Greninja that plan had taken a back seat somewhat. They needed to rediscover the feeling of their bond phenomenon after being separated for so long. With the criminals he was chasing, Greninja's power would be perfect and it would maybe give him an edge against them. It wasn't a high-pressure situation Ash found it himself in right now, discounting Palermo's challenge. The last time he put an enormous amount of pressure on himself was against the Snowbell City gym leader. It ended in quite a shocking loss for them. This was the perfect opportunity to see just how close they still are. Greninja. I choose you. The blue frog Pokémon stood ready and posed for battle. This will be our first battle together in a long time. You ready? Bonnie and Serena were excited to see Greninja and Ash together again after so long. They had a lot of catching up to do after being separated for so long. Gallade, N-Guard, a white-green bipedal Pokémon came out. His upper body was green while its legs were white. Some sort of green strap ran all around Gallade's waist. A red protrusion stuck out of his chest and back. His arms seemed like they could shape into swords. It was said to be a master of courtesy and swordsmanship. Perfect for a musketeer like Henri. Now use Retaliate. Gallade started extending the blade on his left arm. Retaliate was a move that was strong when you used it after your Pokémon was knocked out. Seeing from how he started he wanted at least to win one round against Ash. It came at Greninja ready to slash at him. Use Cut. Greninja formed a small sword in his right arm and swung it at Gallade's left to block it. Fury Cutter. Gallade started glowing a faint green. Trying to hit Greninja with a barrage of strikes with increasing damage on each one. Keep up with Cut. Greninja pulled out two small kunai instead of the blade. The two kunai were used to block Gallade's swings. Each one trying to get an opening, but they both managed to parry, block or counter each other moves. Making no progress, both Pokémon were jumping back to create some distance between them. Aerial Ace. Using the power in its hind legs, Greninja sped off towards the blade Pokémon. Being surprised with his opponent's speed, it took a kick from Greninja pushing him further back. Disable. Gallade's eyes shone a bright white and Greninja started glowing the same white before it vanished. Now that Aerial Ace was disabled they couldn't do effective hits anymore. Double Team. The ninja Pokémon started making a few dozen copies of itself trying to disorient his opponent. Fury Cutter. Gallade started slicing his way through each copy and was looking for the real one. One after the other, the Greninja images vanished and now with nothing in its eyesight wondered exactly where the sneaky Pokémon was. Water Shuriken. Greninja was clinging onto the ceiling until all the copies were gone. Psycho Cut. Not been effective against dark types, Henri hoped it would be enough to stop the attack from hitting Gallade. A purple wave that sliced through the air connected with the water shuriken cancelling it out. Fury Cutter. Gallade moved before Greninja could react. Hitting it with the blade on his left arm, Greninja winced back a bit. A second strike followed and Greninja was pushed back and fell down to one knee. You okay, Greninja? Ash's excitement grew. Finally he had a battle he could enjoy again. Gallade was capable of keeping up with Greninja and the other way around. This was the sensation he'd been missing for so long. Henri meanwhile was started feeling the same. It wasn't every day he met a Pokémon that was as adept with a blade like Gallade. This was just a battle between the two men for some pride. But after losing twice today he was determined to win this one. This battle may last just a bit longer. Maybe we should show them our power, Gallade. Are you ready for our power of justice? Henri removed a piece of his cloak covering the lance. Now exposed on the top there was a shiny-looking stone embedded in the hilt of the blade. Ash saw it sparkle. Wondering what it was he waited for Henry's grand reveal. He started to have a big smile on his face, getting excited of finally facing a Mega Pokémon again after so long. You should have done this sooner. Ash screamed at the musketeer. The adrenaline in his body reaching a peak, he was pleading for Gallade to Mega Evolve already. Greninja felt the same way. He was starting to feel his trainer's feelings again after so long. Galade, Mega Evolve. The young musketeer touched his keystone and his Galade's Mega Stone started glowing. A purple glow engulfed Galade. A purple glow Ash had seen many times before. The sign that it was in the process of Mega Evolving. But when the purple aura disappeared it looked like nothing happened. Galade still looked like before and the Mega Stone didn't seem to react to the keystone the musketeer wore with him. Mega Evolve. The young musketeer tried again. Again a purple glow appeared before disappearing completely, leaving an ordinary Galade still standing there. Is this your first time using Mega Evolution? Ash started to think back about Coronus Lucario. Mega Evolving it wasn't an issue. From the moment the two collected their Mega Stone they were immediately able to perform the feat, but whenever Lucario stayed too long in his transformed state he would lose all sense of reason and would go on a rampage. Only after making their bond stronger were they able to truly master it. No. We've been together ever since he was a little Ralts. We've been through so much. I just Mega Evolved him yesterday for a closing scene. Speaking of closing scenes, this battle ended in an anticlimax. Greninja had to catch up to Ash's other Pokemon and this wasn't helping him at all. Not to mention he couldn't test how strong the Ash-Greninja bond was after so long. Sorry Greninja. I can feel you're disappointed too. Maybe next time. Ash thanked his Pokemon for the somewhat hard work they've put in today. There was still a gap to bridge to his other Pokemon, but he was starting to feel Greninja's feelings again. Too bad the Mega Evolution didn't happen so they could truly test their bond again. You're leaving this battle unresolved? The producer wondered. We won't grow stronger if Galade isn't able to Mega Evolve. That's why you picked him to battle in your place. I'll come back when you can activate it again. We'll finish this battle later. We won't get stronger if you're like this. He's kind towards his friends and Pokemon. He treated Henri with respect, but when I questioned the reasoning he's here, his attitude became violent towards me. And when he battled Galade there was a fire in his eyes. He wasn't content about winning the battle unless Henri and Galade were at their peak. He was nice to the two girls and the trainer he battled against. But when it came to her there was a shift in attitude. And it was like a switch was flipped in his head. Why are you really here? To gain more strength? The Kalos League? Mega Evolution? She asked him. Ash would give her this one. Something that was stolen from a friend. I'm just here to take it back. Palermo wasn't satisfied with his cryptic answer. Aren't you doing the police's work? She asked him. This is our problem. This is a bit personal. I'll be fine, he answered. The last thing he wanted was for her to get involved and find out about the GS ball. He already thought he made a great mistake by telling Serena and her friends about it and now he was probably leading them into danger headfirst. A shame. Great talent, terrible attitude. I wonder why Serena suggested him knowing he's like this. At least he was strong enough to protect Serena from Team Union, Palermo noted. They just had to find someone else for the teaching application they had open. Palermo couldn't trust Ash with inspiring young children when he's having trouble with people who disagree with him. Are you sure you don't need help? Henri here isn't the only trainer that works for me. I have some powerful allies. I don't need your help. Keep going on with the charity work. But if you ever do something that hurts other people or Pokemon, I'll know where to find you, Ash threatened her. Serena was actually horrified at hearing those words. They've just met and it seems like they hate each other. Serena had doubts that they would ever get along. Whatever it was about Palermo it put Ash off and the old lady wasn't looking happy with the warning that came her way. Very well, Palermo didn't bother asking him about the offer Serena made to him. If the boy really was like Serena told her he was, it was a far cry from what she told her. Contemplating exactly where his behavior towards her came from, she was ready to leave to conduct her usual business and be on her way. It seems you're capable enough. Make sure he doesn't overdo it. With that the producer left him and Pikachu standing there wondering what she meant by that. She already turned, going back to the limo that was waiting outside. Hey, come back. You're just going to leave like that? Ash thought the producer's behavior was quite awkward. What did she exactly mean with overdoing himself? As if he didn't know he needed to learn to control his power. The group were now on their way to Luminos City. Serena suggested to go to the capital to see Professor Sycamore again and ask why Henry's Galade couldn't mega-evolve. Ash wasn't really interested in going back to Luminos right now, seeing he didn't get one step closer to one of the four knights. But since he promised Shauna to protect Serena from them, he would go along with no argument. Serena knew they would be passing by the hotel they once helped from being all run down. It was just a bit outside Dendemil town, and after a few days of traveling she needed a warm bed. She wondered how the owner Weston and his Rotom were doing now, and it would be nice to pay a visit once again. On the way to the hotel, she was pondering over what exactly happened today. It didn't went exactly as planned. Ash and Palermo were supposed to get along. Ash would thank the older woman for setting something like the foundation up and training Serena personally. He would then ask if she wanted to help him retrieve the GS ball, and when he did, after a while he could take up the teaching Serena talked about. Ash would be busy until the Kalos League started, and they would be spending some more time with each other, so that she finally would gather the courage to tell her feelings. Instead, the two argued the moment they've met, and it grew worse the longer they were around each other. It seemed to her that Ash was determined at making the producer admit she was wrong about him, while she was eager to prove she was right. His battles were won quite easily, and when Greninja battled Galade, Ash wasn't happy that it eventually couldn't mega-evolve. "Are you okay?" Bonnie asked the young performer. She'd also been wondering why Ash would act so nasty to Palermo and vice versa. She'd seen Ash act like that before. Against Team Rocket. The same hostility, but to a lesser degree. She just hoped it was a phase he's going through and he'll soon return back to normal. Seeing her friend's distressed face, Bonnie tried to ease her. If not to make herself feel better too. "I'm just disappointed they don't get along. You don't know how much it hurts to see two people I care about argue like that. It's just Ash being stubborn. They'll come around eventually. I hope." "You're right, Bonnie." Chapter 16, Ash's Distrust. The group decided to set up camp for the night. It was an easy path they took to the hotel Serena made reservations at, but it was still a few days of traveling. During this time the long-haired performer had been contemplating exactly on how she would ask Ash a question that been bothering her. "Why don't you like Palermo?" Serena had been watching Ash from a distance. She'd been studying his behavior ever since they left Dendemil town. After the meeting between her mentor and her crush didn't go as planned, she needed to know just how he behaved against other people. And to her relief, everyone they encountered on the road were treated with kindness and respect. He politely introduced himself whenever a trainer came up to ask him for a battle. They all ended in the same fashion all his other battles had ended up so far. An easy win, and an Ash that was more disappointed than his opponent, for making it another quick victory. Serena didn't understand why Ash wouldn't be happy with all these wins under his belt. He worked hard for his strength, and now he'd been reaping the rewards of it. Just like she did when she became the Kalos Queen after her studies with a former Kalos Queen. Ash didn't make any mention of the old lady and treated Bonnie and Serena the same way as usual. Always making time for them and telling them some stories about his adventures in the Alola region. Ash didn't tell anything about the encounters he might have on Mount Silver to not make Serena even more worried for him. The story of the pack of Ursaring that stole his hat was a reason not to go any deeper. And Serena was pleased that Ash decided to stay silent in that subject. No need for her to know any more danger he might have put himself in. Who knows how she would have reacted hearing even more dangerous and reckless things he did. Ever since he came back here he seemed like he hasn't changed much. But why can the two of you can't get along? Ash in the meantime had more important things on his mind. He'd been polishing to the purple crystal pokeball on some nights to keep it as clean as possible. Even though it wasn't the ball he came looking for, he'd have to agree it was quite prestigious looking thing. After he tried to open it in Laver City after Team Union's attack, it behaved the same way the GS ball did when Professor Ivy experimented on it. No reaction whatsoever. No dent, stretch, chipping or possibility of shattering it. It seemed impossible to open it to see what's inside. Ash had a feeling that after all these years he was close to finding out what the GS ball could really be containing. And whatever was inside, if these villains took an interest in it, it can't be anything too good. The answers to all my problems. Wonder what they mean with that. Could it be related to the GS ball? The group were sitting around a small campfire they made. The sound of the fire crackling and the heat radiating from it made it quite comfortable to just sit around and enjoy the night sky. But there was still a strange chill in the air. Bonnie decided to break the ice. She'd been studying Serena the same way she studied Ash. The young blonde saw the performer's face scrunch up a lot these last few days and knew she was asking herself just why two people so similar in character traits seemed not to agree on a single thing. "Why don't you like Palermo?" Ash looked over towards Bonnie. After they left Dendemil town, not a single word was spoken about the producer. And Ash preferred it that way. She questioned me about what I was doing here. She doesn't have to know everything about me. Did you meet her before? Even though Bonnie asked the question, Serena had to gather courage herself to find out exactly why. If she ever wanted Ash and Palermo to cooperate, she needed to take the role of counselor herself. Ash shook his head as if to say no. He had reasons to be cautious around the producer, but he didn't want it to hurt Serena's trust in him. So why? Even if Serena asked him to give Palermo a chance, he'd still be pretty reluctant. Ever since Serena told him about the teaching offer they had opened, he grew quite distressed over the fact that Serena was involved in something like that. A foundation set up to protect and rescue Pokémon and promoting the idea of coming together with your Pokémon. It's like the Ether Foundation all over again. The leader of the Ether Foundation was Lily's mother Luzamin. Lily, one of his classmates in the Alola region, was one of the nicest girls he'd met. Caring for her Vulpix Chiron, she'd been treating it like a mother would raise a child. Lily had a mansion where wild Pokémon could come and play with each other. She fed them their favorite food, no matter what Pokémon would come, and treated them all with love. After some days at school, he and Mallow would come over and play with all the different Pokémon that were there and would have a blast playing away till sunset. It was hard to believe for him that a kind girl like Lily was raised by someone like Luzamin. Luzamin pretended to be a nice woman who had nothing but the best interest for Pokémon. Even going as far as making a man-made island as a refugee home for Pokémon. It all seemed so perfect until it came crashing down one day upon Ash and his classmates. It turned out Luzamin had slowly gone crazy from interacting with creatures from another dimension called Ultra Beasts. One trip to another dimension and Luzamin being fused with an Ultra Beast later, made him question exactly what else was going behind the scenes of the Ether Foundation. Luckily, Lily's brother Gladion and Mrs. Wick were two people who were willing to stand up and return the Foundation the way it was meant to be. Lily decided to take her mother to Kanto in order to find a cure for her. Luzamin had been poisoned by the Ultra Beast and hoped that Bill would be able to find a cure for her, considering the rumors he once fused with a Pokémon. Now that I think about, maybe Bill knows a bit more about me and Greninja. After I retrieve the GS ball, I might pay a visit. With the 4 Knights of Team Union concealing their faces with their armors and not being eager to show them any time soon, everyone was guilty in Ash's eyes until proven innocent. He didn't even start to imagine if Palermo was evil in some way and she'd been using Serena to move her own disastrous plan along. It might have been paranoid to think like that, but he wasn't going to take any chances. It sounded far-fetched, but Palermo could have heard about it one day about what happened in the Alola region and decided she fancied a bit of the Ultra Beasts herself. It won't be the first time somebody disguised themselves and fooled everyone. After all, Elan was used in the same way by Lysandra. Gathering Mega Evolution energy under the guise to make Marin's chase spin better, the Mega Charizard X user was played like a violin. Lysandra pretended to be, while in reality he wanted nothing but to create a world for him and Team Flare alone. But he couldn't let Serena know. She might judge him for making up such a bizarre theory and would break up their friendship because she was indebted to the old lady for teaching her how to become Kalos' queen. When I told her I had something else to do first, she was already questioning if it was for myself or someone else. I told her my name, and when I told I didn't have time for the teaching offer, she immediately started interrogating me as if I were a criminal. It's just her way of trying to motivate you. Please don't take it too personal. She showed me the same tough love when she asked me to become her student. And she also did it with Arya. You are good enough on your own to become Kalos' queen. You never needed her help. I know you don't like her, but she taught so many things I never imagined about Pokemon performing. I would never figure it out myself. Serena came to the defense of her mentor, but this didn't sit well with Ash. You would do it on your own. You never needed her help. I really believe that. Don't let her or anyone tell you otherwise. She didn't make you Kalos' queen. Everyone else did. It wasn't her decision to appoint you the Kalos' queen. You've worked hard for it and should take the reward for it yourself. It's okay to be grateful others, but you shouldn't downplay your own achievements because you needed help from someone. Serena's cheeks turned a faint pink over the praise Ash just gave her. Normally she had to share some of the credit because if it wasn't for Palermo and Arya she wouldn't be where she was now. But hearing that her crush had complete faith in her abilities made her heart flutter. Once you're done with getting back that Pokeball, can I meet some of your other Pokemon? Serena asked him, turning the conversation to a lighter topic. And now seemed to be a good time for her to make a step, making clear to him she likes him. They say a man's love goes to his stomach. Ash was pretty much a dictionary definition of that term. Always ready to make his favorite sweets for Pikachu, she remembered when they started traveling the first time that she stayed up late to make freshly baked cookies for him after he learned to Rhyhorn race. Food was a good way to get to him, but another one was more important in her eyes. His Pokemon. If she really wanted to become Ash's girlfriend, she knew that she had to get along with his Pokemon. Luckily for her, Pikachu and Greninja already knew Serena pretty well. It were the others she was concerned about. They could get along with her, but they didn't show a particular interest in her. Serena knew that Ash valued his Pokemon's opinion more than his own judgment sometimes. Meeting his mother would seem like child's play compared to the work she had to put in to get Ash's Pokemon to approve of her. She didn't want to imagine what would happen if one of Ash's Pokemon wouldn't like her. Me too. I would really like to see Talonflame, Hawlucha, and Noivern again though, Bonnie asked him. She was getting along with Ash's other Pokemon right now, but she'd been really missing the Kalos Pokemon she knew so well. And Gudra, Ash looked down towards the ground. After all this time he'd been in Kalos, he hasn't had an opportunity to visit Gudra in the wetlands. The memories when it was just a frail little gummy came back to him. Bonnie saw how sad Ash was looking. Cheer up. Over the years we have visited the wetlands and Gudra is doing just fine. You can visit him anytime you want since you're staying for the Kalos League in a few months. You'll have something to forward to. Bonnie let out a yawn. It's been a long day on the road and she was having trouble keeping her eyes open. Not wanting to be put to bed again like when she was a little girl, she decided to go before one of them decided to tug her in. Ash and Serena wished her good night before sitting alone around the campfire right now. She's right about Gudra. He's been really missing you. Nothing would make me happier than seeing you reunite with him. Huh? Ash looking confused over to her. Serena noticed her slip of the tongue and waved her hands in front of her face, trying to nervously correct herself as if she said something bad. I mean, Gudra might be happy seeing all of us together again. Yes, that's what I mean, hoping he didn't notice what she said in fear he might have gotten any suspicions about her feelings for him. She might have gotten off the hook with that one, but she had to be careful around him with her words. Can't make it all too sudden for him. I'm going to bed as well. Good night, Ash. Ash wished her good night, but something about Serena was bothering him now. Ash felt something weird going on in his chest. He did notice Serena's first sentence in him seeing the dragon Pokemon again. But he was still confused about what she said. Why would she be happier than me? He knew that as a Pokemon performer she wanted to make people smile. He admired Serena's honesty about him seeing Gudra again in the future, but her comments still bugged him somewhat. He thought that bringing other people's smiles made her happy. Why would he be more important than Clement and Bonnie? Being it too late, he would think about it on the road to the hotel. His sleeping bag wasn't the ideal place to think about his friend. Ash went towards his tent and went for a good night's sleep. 'Cause if everything went according to plan, he would be sleeping in a warm and comfy bed. Chapter 17, A Warm Reception. On the way to the hotel, Serena was going through a few thoughts of her own. As much as their latest conversation went about Ash and Palermo's dislike towards one another, her mind wandered to another thought she had last night. How to impress his Pokemon. She'd been walking around with her Pokédex all day studying Ash's Pokemon descriptions and trying to find whatever their favorite foods, behavior, or little quirks they might possess. It was difficult for her not to ask Ash to tell anything about his Pokemon and then coming up with the things they liked because he told her. She wanted to surprise them. Serena believed firmly it would make her score some points with Ash. Let's see. Swellow, Infernape, Torterra and Heracross. What would they like? All day she'd been pondering about how similar they might be to their trainer. But to know how similar she needed to see him battle with them more. These quick wins didn't do any of them justice. Ash looked at his happiest when battling. The expression on Ash's face was a joy to behold whenever a tough battle was ahead of him. Maybe his other Pokemon feel the same way as well. Let's hope Ash meets someone strong soon that he can really battle at his best. They finally arrived at the hotel just after sunset. The hotel still looked as prestigious since the last time they were there. The outside hadn't changed a bit and was well maintained as expected from the kind hotel owner Weston. The group entered the lobby and to their surprise it was empty but for the hotel owner. He wore a well-tailored brown suit and his hair was just a bit more grew. The man looked awful. The bags under his eyes were noticeable as if he hadn't slept for days. Why is it so quiet here? Bonnie wondered. Wasn't this place supposed to be booming with people? Excuse me. What happened to all the guests? Serena asked Weston. I can't say, he spoke. This didn't satisfy Ash's curiosity. Why not? Is someone threatening the hotel again? Where's Rotom? It was the same scenario as last time. They still wondered where the Rotom was that belonged to Weston. Surely with all his different form changes it would have been capable of beating the one who took the hotel away again. Please don't. Rotom wasn't capable of beating them, the owner said that his Pokemon couldn't beat the invader despite going through all the form changes. The poor Pokemon was hiding away in fear something terrible might happen if he showed up again. The one who made the threats was adamant that he would burn the hotel down to the ground if Rotom showed himself again in his presence. Out of fear the electric ghost type stayed away hiding in the power grid of the hotel. Ash had heard enough and knew what his next step was going to be. No warm comfy bed for him just yet. Where is he? Ash asked Weston again. The owner remembered the last time he was here in the hotel. For someone who had helped him regain his hotel 15 years ago he still looked surprisingly young. The same could be said for his traveling companions. He didn't want it to drag them into his problems again. Just go to. The owner didn't want them to get into trouble. It was dangerous right now. Ash interrupted him again. Not content not knowing who's behind all this. Where is he? Ash changed the tone of his voice sounding as demanding as possible. Glaring towards the hotel owner he demanded to tell him what was wrong. If he didn't he would turn the hotel inside out himself until he found the culprit. This way then, the owner reluctantly took them to the battle hall. It was a slow walk for them as if the owner wasn't really in a hurry to get his hotel back. He recognized the group from the picture they've taken when the hotel was saved last time. But this wasn't anything unlike last time. Opening the door to main room where the battle arena was located the lights were all out. You could hear a pin being dropped, it was that silent. It was an eerie feeling that washed over Serena, realizing something terrible was happening. Or about to happen. "Show yourself. Don't make me come and find you," Ash boasted. Not really patient or tolerant with what was going on, he called out the one who created the trouble this time. A sudden bright flash erupted from the opposite end of the battlefield. Seeing two pillars of fire shooting besides the space where a trainer would normally stand. The rest of the hallway was lighted with torches that been hanging around the entire, casting a warm orange glow. What is all this? Serena thought that this would look more at home during one of her performances with Brakeson. But whatever it was, it spelled trouble. Like what I've done with the interior. You'll warm to it eventually, a voice appeared from behind the flames. Eventually dispersing, they saw some standing in the opponent's box. "I am called Mixture. Master of flames and petrol in my veins. And one of Team Union's 4 knights. Are you liking my warm reception?" Taking a closer look at the man's face, he had next to no hair left on top of his head. His skin was different colored all over his face. A various degree of burns lined over his entire face, making quite a sickening sight. The flame pattern on his armor made it seem like he was bathing in flames. Ash felt he was in luck. He'd get the hotel back to its owner and at the same time take care of one of the people who invited him to try and take the GS ball back. "Where's the GS ball? And what about the rest of you?" Ash demanded to know from him. If they were all here, it saved the trouble looking for them. He owed them some payback for nearly collapsing the mansion where the charity ball was being held. Bit of a short fuse. "I like that," the man complimented him. Serena and Bonnie weren't exactly calm under the threat of this man. Showing off his fondness for fire and explosives didn't calm their nerves anyhow. "My colleagues are busy with other affairs right now. You shouldn't worry about them though. Maybe you need to take a closer look to our guests." Ash thought he was probably talking about the one Shauna was talking about. The one who's after the Kalos queen. If Serena and Bonnie weren't there, he'd been asking questions about that specific night. "Guests?" Bonnie asked. She grew fearful that other people who were staying at the hotel were taken hostage and would be used as a leverage over Ash to limit him in his battling somehow. "You will ignite your passion for battle. If you don't," the curtain that was behind him opened up and revealed something that looked like a fire arrow. Looking closer, the group noticed something on top of the rocket. It was the Team Rocket trio strapped to huge rocket themselves. If he wasn't so focused on the man in front of him, he would actually laugh quite a bit about their current predicament. After all the trouble they gave him and Pikachu, they deserved all of it. Like their team name says, they're going sky high. And don't try sending out any water, ground or rock types. Anything else than that, I'm sure you can figure it out. He started playing with the remote, which seemed like it was the one that would set the rocket off, while having a distasteful grin over his face with his burn marks accenting it. The trio started to muffle through their GGS, looking like they panicked for their safety. Trying to struggle to get their bounds any looser so they could ask Ash to rescue them. They were looking hopefully at him, knowing that he would save them from their current predicament. Threat or not, Ash was not backing down. He knew that beating this hothead would bring him one step closer to the GS ball. And Team Rocket would not slow him down no matter what they did. They've been a thorn in his side for too long. And he was about to prove he didn't care at all for what may happen to them. He warned them to stay out of his life and stop stealing Pokemon. The last time he saw them he warned them, but the three took it as threat. He wouldn't go through with it. He was going to make sure they would realize it right now. That's cheating. Bonnie yelled at him. Who was he to decide what type of Pokemon Ash could use? Greninja would be able to take care of him if the man seemed as fond of fire types as he is of flashy entrances. Serena started feeling the nerves fill her even more. A chill went down her spine. She had been scared more times in her life, but she only ever experienced a fear like this before. When she was just a little girl getting lost in the forest. They were willing to harm people to get what they wanted. How much disturbing imagery did she have to see, like the man's face? Just what kind of handicaps and sinister game are they planning to impose on him? Why are they after Ash specifically? Why leave the note for him to go and find them? Why give him that crystal pokeball? And what is exactly that mysterious pokeball Ash came here for to retrieve? Still, something big was off. Ash didn't seem to pay attention to it, but why did they hide their faces at the ball in Laver City, if he was going to show it to them anyway? They've been trying really hard to conceal their identity all this time, and yet here was one of them face bare for all to see. With the burn marks, she preferred it that way. And weren't there 4 of them? Why did he came seemingly alone? It isn't my job to look after those guys. They wouldn't be in this situation if they weren't following me around everywhere. I'm not here for them, Ash coldly stated. Everyone in attendance was stunned at the trainer's shift in attitude. If Serena could clutch her hands even more, she would. It wasn't like Ash to bring them into danger. I'm here for you. So blast them off if you want. We won't care, right, Pikachu? The mouse nodded his head with his trainer. Always being the target of their schemes, being put into cages to be taken to a man who's exploiting Pokemon, made his cheek sparks in frustration. How long would this go on until they realized that his Pikapi and him will never be separated, no matter how hard they tried? The man grinned and decided to call Ash's bluff. The boy was supposed to be too good of a person to let other people get harmed. He did receive the highest honor in Kalos for stopping Team Flare and was considered a hero. There was no way he would do something drastic as that to beat him, right? Prove it. Houndoom lighted up, a black dog Pokemon with 2 curled horns on the top of his head, a black skin, bearing fangs at Ash. His tail was quite long with a triangular tip on it, and some sort of skull ornament was on his neck, making it look like quite a scary Pokemon. He unclipped a Pokeball from his belt. Serena and Bonnie both had a good idea on where all the Pokemon on his belt were placed and knew which one he just picked up. Panic started to flood their very beings. Ash was really going to put them in danger. Greninja, I choose. The 3 strapped to the giant rocket started to scream through their GGS. The twerp was serious about cutting all ties to them. Knowing now that his words before weren't all tough talk, they lost their composure completely. Serena noticed how scared they looked and called out to Ash. Ash, no. Think about what you're doing. This isn't like you. Serena screamed from the top of her lungs, stopping his movement. He stopped, distracted by her distress call. She didn't know how to feel. Panicked, scared, restless, depressed, lifeless, shocked or ashamed. I know they've been nothing but trouble for you. But, they deserve a second chance. 8 years, he muttered. They've been bothering me for more than 8 years. Ever since I started my journey, they've been trying to steal Pikachu. They don't care about me, you, or anyone else. Give them a chance and they will try to steal your Pokemon. They would sell every Pokemon you have for a mere penny. Can you stand the idea your friends getting stolen? Your partners. Can you really forgive them if they did? Ash argued with her. If they weren't willing to change after 8 years, what would make them change their mind now? I can't. But this isn't the way. You're not them, Serena tried to convince him and Pikachu. They've been trying so hard to get rid of Team Rocket, and this was a perfect opportunity to get the point across. But seeing Serena and Bonnie's distressed faces, he knew he couldn't do it. The guy in the flame-colored armor was his first priority now. Team Rocket would come later. Listen. I'm only doing this because she asked me to. Got it? I meant it when I said I never wanted to see your faces again. Understand that? Eventually Ash conceded in her words and decided to play by his rules. It still put him at a disadvantage. Greninja was suited best for the Houndoom in front of him. Heracross and Torterra were out because of type disadvantage. He normally would try his luck in gym battles sometimes, but this wasn't a friendly gym battle to test his strength. Even though it was pretty late now, Ash never felt more awake than all day. He stood across one of the knights he was looking for. He was the major reason he came back to Kalos. Finally he had a battle where he had to get serious and didn't have to be afraid to hurt other people's Pokemon. Memories of his return to Kalos flooded him. Meeting up with Clement and Bonnie, seeing Serena be Kalos' queen and meeting new friends in Jean and TJ, the return of Greninja, the announcement of Team Union, Serena practically forcing him to travel with her again, Shauna's warning and the not-so-well meeting with Palermo, this was a moment he'd been pumping himself up for days. Time to see what these guys are really made of. Chapter 18, Rules of Conduct. Swellow, I choose you. Ash's flying type burst out from his Pokeball. It spread its wings and let out a cry that seemed he was ready for his battle. Both him and his trainer were ready for a battle of any caliber. There was no need to hold back anymore. All this time had been limiting himself to make sure he didn't beat his opponents too quick. Flamethrower, the knight ordered the first attack. Dodge it. Swellow adjusted his angle and managed to dodge the flames. Speeding towards his opponent, Ash gave him next command. Knock him back with wing attack. Swellow's wings glowed bright white and was speeding towards Houndoom. Swellow managed to land a hit, sending Houndoom reeling a bit. It flew around and was preparing a second hit. Use bite. Houndoom opened its jaw and waited to clench them into Swellow's wing. Using its jaw it caught Swellow's wings with precise timing. The bird Pokemon let out a cry of pain being hit at such a sensitive spot. Use peck, Ash commanded. Using its beak it started pecking Houndoom, rapidly forcing the dog to let go. Swellow took flight again, creating some distance between them again. You okay, Swellow? Ash asked his Pokemon. Despite the damage taken to his wing, Swellow still looked capable of flying without difficulty. Still, Houndoom being able to catch Swellow's wing attack like that was an impressive feat, that Ash had to admit. At least these guys aren't pushovers. Dark Pulse Mixture already ordered the next attack. Not wanting to stall this battle, he wanted to defeat Ash as quickly as possible. Houndoom, focusing his inner energy, let out a black wave of matter out of his body. Mirror move. Swellow made a screen in front of him and a similar-looking dark wave shot out. The two attacks collided, canceling each other out. Double team. Multiple copies of the Swallow Pokemon appeared in the air. All around the dark Pokemon, multiple Swellow now were flying around it. Flamethrower. Houndoom started shooting all the copies out of the air. All of them were gone, leaving nothing in the air again, with the real Swellow still missing. Use peck. It nosedived from right above Houndoom onto the dark Pokemon's head. Scoring a direct hit, it flew back upwards. Swellow's wing was starting to bother him now. It wasn't able to fly as fast anymore after the bite attack he suffered before. Mixture saw his chance at hitting the fast bird. Use overheat. Houndoom's body started to glow a bright orange, changing its color from pitch black to flaming orange. Firing an enormous wave of fire at the Swallow Pokemon, it couldn't change its trajectory fast enough due to the damage on his wing now taking its toll. The overheat hit Swellow dead on. Being shot out of the sky, it landed in front of Ash and Pikachu, looking over their friend. Inspecting Swellow's, Ash saw the damage. Swellow had taken enough damage that he couldn't fly anymore, and for his sake Ash returned it, took his Pokeball. Sorry, Swellow. You did great, Ash taking the blame for letting his Pokemon down. He was way too confident after how all his previous battles in Kalos went. This was just the wake-up call he needed. One down. Is that all you got? The man boasted. This didn't sit well with Serena and Bonnie. If only Ash could use Greninja and his water typing. The fact is that Team Union's Flame Knight had Ash agree to a battle with his hands tied behind his back sickened them, and seeing there wasn't any prospect of the situation improving didn't help either. Serena. Do you think Ash can win? Bonnie asked Serena. Despite Ash's training on Mount Silver, Mixture was capable of beating one of Ash's Pokemon. Bonnie really thought that he would have no trouble with them after seeing how easily he'd been winning battles recently. Of course he can. He still has Pikachu and the others, right? Serena tried to comfort her. But isn't everyone else but Infernape weak against fire types? He'll find a way. Ash always does. Serena had seen it before from him. If anyone could work with a type disadvantage, it's Ash. It will be difficult, but she had no doubt that he would win. You won't be able to handle this one. The man dressed in the flame-themed armor took this as signal that he would break the stipulation that was placed on this battle. Ash was about to unclip a new pokeball from his belt and Mixture noticed it was close to the pokeball he grabbed before. Serena and Bonnie, once again on edge, studied exactly where his hand would reach. To their relief, he picked one up next to Greninja's pokeball. As much as they wanted to help him, interfering in their battle might prompt Mixture to send the rocket flying where Team Rocket was strapped to. The fire-type user was more skilled with his Pokémon than they thought. Even after Ash's training, he was able to force Ash into losing one of his battles. The two girls wondered if the others were as strong as him. No water, ground or rock. So it's time to fight fire with fire. Infernape, I choose you. The flame Pokémon from Sinnoh was ready to continue on where Swellow left off. Priming to lash out, the flame on top of its head grew brighter and a bit bigger, symbolizing his fighting spirit. As much as Mixture was gushing in the inside about him using a fire type, he regained his focus after remembering what secondary type Infernape had. That's type advantage. The fire dark type Houndoom against the fire fighting type Infernape. This didn't sit well with the pyromaniac. He started playing with the detonator again, eagerly letting his fingers slide the button on the remote that would set the giant rocket off. Ash was getting sick of him. No matter what he did, he tried to impose all sort of disadvantages on him. At this rate he would run out of Pokémon to battle with. His opponent's irritating attitude getting to him, he spoke out about the man's cowardice. You said water, ground or rock. You never said anything about fighting types. Mach Punch. Infernape's fist started to glow white and dashed off with top speed towards Houndoom. Before Houndoom and his trainer realized it, Infernape's fist already connected with the dark fire type, sending it reeling backwards. It skidded along the ground before laying down in front of the pyromaniac. Already having taken a lot of damage from his battle with Swellow, it fell down defeated. But the two girls weren't glad with Ash's win. Ash used a Pokémon that had a type advantage. Bonnie's eyes started to tear up and Serena gave the three Team Rocket members an apologetic look. Knowing what was coming, they braced themselves for it. Lifting his arm high up in the air in dramatic way, it seemed like the man was winding up the moment. Mixture wanted to make the moment memorable and enjoy their distress over seeing the rocket flying. You use type advantage, that means. Mixture. A loud yell came from one of the upper balconies, interrupting the pyromaniac's claim. Everyone looked over to where the noise came from, and what they saw didn't put Ash's traveling companions to rest. But he broke silence. It was another member of Team Union. The one Ash and Serena fought in Laver City, who seemed like he commanded a pack of Mytiana trainers. Serena knew they could take them on, but seeing him made her worry that others were here as well and they were surrounded by them. The boy is right. Are you really changing the rules as we go along? That wasn't the plan. Serena thought they were finally going to hear about their plans for the region. They've only made themselves known once and disappeared later on in thin air. Understanding how and what they operated for was still a mystery to everyone. Screw the plan. It's my plan. I can change it however I want, Mixture complained. This was his idea for defeating Ash, and any plan that's yours should be modified to make sure you complete what you were set out to do. You broke the rules of conduct. Even if you defeat him, how will you think our leader would react? So those 4 knights are working for someone? This was the last thing Bonnie wanted to hear. Ash was having difficulty with this fire-type user, and knowing there's a guy who's commanding them made her realize the hurdles Ash just had to take to get the GS ball back. Rules of conduct. And who's your leader? Does he have the GS ball? Ash interrupted them. From the way they spoke to one another, they might give him some more information on why exactly they stole it, and they invited him here back to Kalos. For his amusement, the robed man decided to answer only one of his questions. We live by the rules of conduct. These are stipulations that we put on ourselves and our opponents in order to grow stronger. This hothead over here has put up a rule for you, not to use any of the previous named types. Since this idiot hasn't called out on fighting types in particular, you still haven't broken the stipulation. 3 on 3. First one to knock out 3 Pokemon wins. I don't care if you have more than 3 Pokemon on you. 3 down, you lose. Now that are actual rules in this battle, he didn't have to worry about his opponent sending out more Pokemon. That guarantees he has type disadvantage. Infernape and Pikachu would be enough to get the job done today. So currently it's 1-all, Bonnie deduced. That's right. And if he manages to defeat Mixture's 2 other Pokemon, I'll guarantee their safety. He pointed towards the 3 still strapped to the rocket. Serena looked at him with raised eyebrows. Did he really expect it of them to trust them? Wait. You said the rules of conduct are there to put limitations on yourself and your opponent. Then why isn't he under one ruling at all? Serena argued. All this time Ash was being put on the back foot while his opponent was declared free from any cheating. If they really lived by these rules, the fire-type user should have a handicap as well. The rules are sacred. And since this hothead hasn't put a limitation on himself, I'll create one for him. From now on he's only allowed to use 3 moves his Pokemon know instead of the usual 4. Ash and Pikachu were in for a stipulation like this. Knowing Mixture could only now use 3 moves per Pokemon, it made it easier for him to predict his attack patterns and counter accordingly. If you break your rule, you'll be joining them, the robed man finished his threat to the fire-type user. Stepping back behind the fire-type user with his Mightyena lurking for an opportunity to lash out if it was disobedient again. While Ash was too focused on his battle, Serena and Bonnie didn't understand what was going on. Why exactly does an evil organization challenge you to battle while sticking to rules? The mere idea they followed a set of rules was ridiculous. This went beyond a sense of pride or any type of confidence. These rules of conduct they spoke about sounded more like a philosophy than a goal of creating a beautiful world like Team Flare wanted. Just who are these people? Darmanitan, light it up. A red ape-like Pokemon with eyebrows that looked like they were on fire as well stood in a squatting position. His hands and feet had a tan to them, and on his belly were 3 ovals with the same color. But one of its more noticeable features were its grin. His large mouth supported spiked teeth which gave almost the same maniac expression Mixture wore. Serena felt uncomfortable by its grin. They say trainer and Pokemon resembled each other after a while. This rang true for Mixture and his Darmanitan. Except for the burn marks on the man's face, they made a perfect pair. Ready, Infernape? The flame Pokemon was all set. He had experience with the Mightyena trainers at Laver City and was eager to see just what else they had in store for him and Ash. Belly Drum, the smaller primate, started beating its chest like a gorilla quite hard. Darmanitan kept beating its chest so hard it seemed to hurt him a lot. The effect of Belly Drum is that it cuts your Pokemon's stamina by a lot, but your attack goes all the way up. Mixture must have been looking for a quick end to this round. It takes a while before he's done. Flamethrower, Ash took this opportunity to deal some damage before Darmanitan was finished performing the move. Infernape shot out a sea of flames from his mouth heading towards Darmanitan. Still in the process of beating his chest, Darmanitan took the flamethrower still standing. It endured the heat from the flames and stopped beating on his chest. Fire Punch. Darmanitan shot out of the flame. Infernape engulfed him in, and right fist became engulfed by fire. Taking a huge slow swing at Infernape gave Ash enough time to counter it. Mach Punch, Infernape's fist glowed white and was ready to intercept the fire punch. As soon as their fist connected, Infernape lost out immediately and skidded back across the arena floor all the way back to Ash. Roll out. Darmanitan rolled up into a ball and started rolling around the arena, gaining more speed the longer he was in that form. Rolling towards Infernape, it was aiming to deal as much damage as possible. And that's 3. Dodge it and dig. Infernape with his speed jumped up over the rolling Darmanitan and he dived into the ground below. You're wasting time by hiding underground. Darmanitan won't stop rolling until he comes up. What will you do now? You can't stop Darmanitan when he's like this. We call it our locomotive combo, Mixture taunted. When belly drum and rollout were combined it made for a combination that would hit as hard as a freight train. And the longer Darmanitan would roll, the more powerful it would become. Serena hated to admit it but he was right. One eye on the battle and the other on the captured trio, it seemed like they were cheering for Infernape. It was a strange sight for her to see them cheer on Ash's Pokemon, but since they were in danger there would be a first time for everything. We'll put a stop in your tracks. Flare Blitz. Bonnie and Serena weren't confident about Ash's next command. Even if Infernape was reappearing from the ground, Darmanitan still had speed in its rollout. Using a Flare Blitz after hiding for so long while your opponent actually gained momentum sounded like the most reckless choice he could make. But Infernape didn't came out of the ground. In fact, the ground started heating up. The temperature in the room started to rise even higher. This wasn't as much as a battle hall, but an oven where Serena could bake her treats in. Flames erupted from the floor, disrupting the entire field and making the ground loose. Pieces of dirt shot up, slowing Darmanitan's roll until he rolled on a piece of rock that flew up and knocked him out of his rollout. Now dangling in the air, it didn't have the ability to move around in the air, flailing helplessly, waving his huge limbs around. Go Ash! Bonnie started to cheer. They had him exactly where they wanted him. Use Mach Punch. Leaping from out of the ground, Infernape readied its fist, ready to strike. Darmanitan being flung of course, and to his surprise he saw the flame Pokemon now hanging above him with a glowing fist. Fire Punch! Darmanitan desperately swung his arm trying to hit Infernape, but before his fist even caught fire, Infernape's connected with his. The blazing Pokemon couldn't do anything but take the hit and crash landed onto the battlefield. When the dust formed, the impact collided. Darmanitan had swirls in his eyes, meaning it could no longer battle. Awesome job Infernape! Ash didn't expect anything less. He didn't have any doubt that Infernape would be able to pull off the same trick they used to get rid of toxic spikes. And if that didn't work, Ash could always use the strategy he used against the Goldenrod gym leader Whitney. Darmanitan basically was Whitney's Miltank for a minute there, so with experience on his side he didn't waste any time dealing with it. Even though he took a big fire punch from the powered-up Darmanitan, Infernape wasn't anywhere close to being tired or being pushed to its limit. Still being able to keep going unless his trainer said so. Mixture meanwhile was stunned. He was sure that his locomotive combo would steamroll this brat. And not only that, his Infernape produced a Flare Blitz equaling his mastery of fire. This was unacceptable in the man's eyes. And if only the Mityana user weren't here. His colleague explained Mixture's current state of mind to Ash and the others. I know how annoyed you are right now. You see, his Darmanitan knows Protect. He could have stopped that Mach Punch if he was a bit more patient and decided his moves better. That's what we understand as the rules of conduct. It seems your locomotive has run out of steam, huh Mixture? The robed man with the Mityana joked. Mixture had it coming to him. Being too eager to show the leader he could defeat the boy, thinking his plan would be good enough. He enjoyed making fun of the man's current predicament. Zip it. Mixture had enough of being made a fool at. He was going to show only he was worthy of defeating the boy and inheriting power. Magmortar, light it up. Mixture send out his final Pokemon. This one would burn everything in his path and would give him the win over the brat. Isn't that the same Magmortar from the ball? Bonnie asked herself. It seemed a familiar Pokemon to her. She did see a Magmortar when they invaded Laver City after all. Ash knew Infernape could still keep going. And even if Magmortar was capable of dealing damage to Infernape, Ash wanted to save Infernape's blaze for when it was necessary. Best not to show all of your cards just yet. Ash would like to keep them close to his chest for the moment. Since he had 3 more nights and a leader to go through, he had to keep some secrets from them. Won't be good if they were wanting to battle him and they knew everything about him before they started. Ash returned the Sinnoh starter to his Pokeball. His 2 friends didn't understood why he returned the flame Pokemon even though it was still capable of battling. Why did he return Infernape? Bonnie asked Serena. Maybe Ash is saving him for later when he comes across a secondary typing again. Serena also asked herself that question. Infernape didn't look that worn out from his battle against Darmanitan. Darmanitan's belly drum did more damage to it than Infernape did. It should still be fresh enough to battle Magmortar, making Ash's final Pokemon's battle easier. But isn't this his last Pokemon? Bonnie had a point. Houndoom and Darmanitan were already two Pokemon Ash knocked out, and if these rules of conduct were as important to them as they said it would be, Magmortar would be Mixture's last Pokemon. But was it a wise move to trust people who stole a Pokeball, attacked during a ball in Lavere City, took a hotel from its owner and put people in danger by strapping them to rockets? I don't know, Bonnie. Nothing makes sense anymore. Chapter 19, Rule Breaker. Saving him for later is not going to help you. Mixture still had confidence his final Pokemon would be enough to beat Infernape and Ash's final Pokemon. His Magmortar's fire-type moves would be enough to overwhelm anything put in front of him. He doesn't need to anymore. You're up, buddy. Ash sent out his first partner from his side. The small mouse had been itching the entire time to take this night on. And it would be a good way to let all that pent-up electricity go after holding back for so long. Sparks emitting from his red cheeks, it was eager to let it all go. You're using a Pikachu? My fire types are as hot as a desert. Are you seeing Mirage's boy? The fire-type user was mocking Ash for his choice of Pokemon. He was expecting something bigger like a Dragonite or a Slaking. He would have accepted a Raichu, but its pre-evolved form. Seeing such a tiny creature facing him with no fear made him wonder if the boy was actually taking this seriously. You're the one who won't believe your eyes. Ash called back. It seemed like they knew a lot about him, but if they did they would know that Pikachu wasn't one to mess around with. Like it matters. That Infernape will be out again before you know it. Lava plume, heat started coming off the bulky fire type. A wave of heat shot out to Pikachu with all intent of burning him. Don't underestimate us. Dodge with extreme speed. The yellow mouse used the speedy technique to dodge to the side, avoiding the wave. Making a sharp U-turn, it now dashed to its opponent. Magmortar, being big and slug, didn't move fast enough to counter in any way. Iron Tail, Ash and Pikachu wouldn't let up. Trying to overwhelm Magmortar with sheer speed compared to its size, it twisted its body quickly. Knock him down with Brick Break. Magmortar's right arm glowed white. Smashing its arm towards the shining tail of Pikachu, he would be sure that the mouse was about to take a huge hit on its head. Tail clashed with arm, and to Mixture's shock Pikachu wasn't being pushed back. How such a small Pokemon could go toe-to-toe with one relatively large compared to it, made him start to worry even more. Mixture had his back against the wall. He clearly underestimated his opponent and didn't expect the boy to be this strong. The boy was only supposed to be a threat with his Greninja, but that piece of information was clearly false. Wondering what exactly this kid did to gain such power baffled him. The rules of conduct were supposed to be the best way to grow stronger. Smoke screen, a black cloud came out of Magmortar's left arm being used during the clash. Blinding everyone in the hall, Ash gave out a command to stop the clash between the two. Pikachu, you know where to go, Ash yelled through the smoke. Trusting Pikachu blindly, he knew exactly where he told his starter to go. The faith and trust built up over the years would be put to the test right now. Lava plume, the same heat as before, shot out of Magmortar's body. Not being able to see Pikachu, Ash trusted his buddy to make the precise place he told him to go. The smoke disappeared after a minute and everyone was waiting for the result of Magmortar's lave plume. Nobody saw a sign of Pikachu. Seemingly disappearing inside the smoke, scanning the room gave no indication where it could be. Where is it? Mixture and his Pokemon started looking around for a clue where it could be hiding. Use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded, and Pikachu shot out of a hole. Although the battlefield was partly destroyed from Infernape's Flare Blitz, there was still a hole he made where Pikachu could hide in. Now hanging high in the air, it charged itself and let out a devastating Thunderbolt. Smoke screen. Cover everything. Another black cloud shot out of Magmortar's arm. This time covering the entire field except for his side. Ash and Pikachu were blinded by it and knew they couldn't use the same trick twice. Ash could only wait and respond to what Mixture's next move would be. Fire Blast. And aim for them. And that was his fourth move. He pointed to the 3 Team Rocket members strapped to the rocket and Magmortar aimed its arm in response. Not only did he broke his own rule of conduct, he was now actively aiming for the 3 Team Rocket members. I knew we couldn't trust him. Volt Tackle. Hoping it would put Magmortar off balance and it would misaim its attack. Pikachu dashed through the smoke at top speed covered with electricity. Just before the fire type could launch the devastating move, it looked like Pikachu could make it in time just barely. Moments before Pikachu hit the fire type, the symbol for the fire blast shot out of one of his arms. Magmortar's arm was knocked away by the speeding Pikachu, but it was too late. Just before the fire blast connected with the rocket, a dark wave shot out of a corner of the room. Serena and Bonnie let out a sigh of relief, but that feeling didn't long after seeing who it was. Now other robed men like the Mytiana trainer were inside the battle hall. Serena clutched Pancham's Pokeball ready to throw it should the need arise. Bonnie herself was holding her Nidorana's prepared. Even though Mixture broke the rule that was set up on him, they had no idea how the Mytiana trainer would react. It didn't take long for an answer. You used your fourth move, Mixture. You know how the rules of conduct are set up. Swarm him. The command came from the white-robed man. Other Mytiana appeared from all corners of the room. In fear they would swarm Ash and Pikachu. It was quickly gone cause 2 of them ran past them, paying them no attention. To their surprise, they were surrounding Mixture, instead baring their fangs at him. Everyone was confused at the scene in front of them. All this time they thought Ash was their target, and now they're turning on one of their own. Punishment awaits you, Mixture. We'll let the leader decide your fate. The burned man had no words for it. He knew he messed up, and now he was going to have to explain himself to his leader. Being silent with fear, he was busy how exactly he would his actions to the leader. What about Team Rocket? Bonnie asked the hooded man. In the confusion in what's been going, she reminded everyone of them. As unlikable as it was, he gave her an answer. They're taken care of. He pointed towards the top of the rocket where Jessie, James, and Meowth were strung up. Or were supposed to be. Team Rocket was cut down from the rocket. From the corner of their eyes the group saw them being carried away by some minions and put them in the back of a van. The Team Rocket gang, kicking and screaming, were driven away wherever destination they had in mind. Serena wanted to go after them, still trying to help them. Let's go. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Unless you want something other than a Draco meteor crashing down on the building you're in, the Mytiana trainer threatened, interrupting Serena's line. Knowing she had no choice but to comply, the group annoyingly watched the van drive away, not being able to chase him. What do you want with them? I thought you were here for me, Ash demanded to know. He agreed to this battle, and since he held himself to the rules the entire time, he demanded some answers. And we appreciate the fact of you coming here. We don't need any more interruptions here, do we now? Congratulations on your win on Mixture. Don't feel too proud though. He was just a warm-up. The way he spoke about Mixture didn't give Serena and Bonnie much relief. It sounded condescending the entire time, and if these other knights were at least as powerful as him, then they would have some big problems during Ash's journey. Why these rules of conduct? Don't they give you a disadvantage against other trainers who don't follow them? Bonnie had to ask him. Ash this time got granted a rule of his opponent that definitely helped with winning this battle. Just what other rules would they have in store for him? It's a philosophy our leader promotes. The rules are set up to create adversity. After all, the harder something is, the stronger you get from it. The rules are forcing you to adapt to any situation. You never know how a battle goes once you're in it. You can plan a strategy to the tiniest detail, but if your opponent has a way to disable it on their first go, then immediately you are on the back foot. We teach ourselves to adapt to any combat situation. Surprisingly, Ash agreed with him. Despite him being an enemy right now, he could see where he was coming from. Even though he knew some of the gym leader's specialties in typing, every basic counter strategy he had got countered one way or another, forcing him to create a counter to his counter. All in order to receive the grand prize. He ended his speech. Is the grand prize that Pokeball Ash was talking about? Serena asked herself. Just what was inside it that was so important to them? And what does Ash have to do with it of all people? He told her that no matter what you would do to it wouldn't budge. So if they know what's inside of it, why won't they open it? And what exactly is that crystal Pokeball Ash got from them? Who's your leader? Ash asked him. So far he was quite telling him some things about them, and maybe he would them who's in charge. Beat the 3 other knights and he'll come to you. And you might even find out what the GS ball does. He pulled out a small black spherical object from underneath his robe. He smashed it against the ground, revealing a huge cloud of smoke. Everyone was stunned by the sudden emergence from the smoke pellet. When the smoke disappeared, they saw no one on the other side of the room anymore. Next time they won't get away. Ash was making plans for tracking them down later on. And it would be a good time for switching his Pokemon up. Knowing there were 4 people he had to beat, Mixture might give some information on what Pokemon he had and what their abilities were. If he and Pikachu were to be successful retrieving the GS ball, they'd have to call upon the other Pokemon at Oak's lab. They're gone, Bonnie lamented. As much as she wanted to chase them down, she knew Ash and Pikachu had to recover from their battle. And Swellow's wing had to be taken care of before the wound on it could grow any worse. She just hoped she didn't have to see anyone of Team Union for a long time. Serena had a huge sigh of relief at seeing the hotel back in Weston's hands. She hoped the owner would finally get a break from getting the hotel getting taken over. How a nice man like him got into trouble like this all the time wasn't right. But the way Ash acted in his battle today was different than the Ash she'd seen so far. She didn't see any enjoyment being pushed in battle. No matter how bad a person was, from her experience he never insulted or put anyone in danger directly. He nearly goaded the man into blasting the 3 on the rocket off. She knew Ash grew more powerful, but the way he was behaving against Team Rocket was out of character for him. When the dust settled down a bit more, she would have to ask him about it. Thank you so much for saving the hotel again. The owner Weston thanked Ash and his friends again. For once he just hoped there would be no more trouble with the hotel after all these bandits come to seize control. Don't thank me. I wish we could have caught him though. This only thing Ash wasn't satisfied with at the moment was how easily they got away. He'd be sure to chase the next one back to their hideout. In the meantime, Bonnie was taking care of Swellow's burned wing. Spraying a potion Serena brought with her, the Swallow Pokemon cried out even more at the stinging feeling of his wing. The Pokemon Center was just a bit too far away, so she had to bandage it and wait until tomorrow till Nurse Joy could fix him up completely. In the meantime, Officer Jenny and other policemen had arrived. It seemed they received a call from a Mr. Motor who was living in the hotel and told them someone had taken control of it. Strangely, this Mr. Motor only spoke in Morse code. It took a while for them to decipher it, hence the reason they were so late. Despite how huge the rocket was, they had little trouble moving it out of the hotel. They had to destroy one of the halls of the hotel to get it safely outside, where specialists in defusing would disarm the rocket, leaving it nothing more than a prop. Weston was quite annoyed at having to wreck his hotel's walls just to get the rocket outside. But still, it was better than having the ceiling knocked down. He offered Ash, Serena and Bonnie the most luxurious room he had in thanks of saving the hotel. They accepted. It was quite late and Ash's latest battle worn them out even more. Going up to their room, they all planted themselves on the beds. The girls and his Pokemon fell asleep quite fast, and Ash finally had that warm and comfy bed he'd been asking for since last night. Despite the luxury he was enjoying right now, he wanted to think about the rogue man with the Mytiana. But being too fatigued after such a long day and his late battle, he drifted asleep. His thoughts about Team Union would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 20, Making Plans. Serena stood in the battle hall of the hotel. She saw the Team Rocket trio strapped to the giant rocket. Even if they were in danger, she knew Ash was going to save them despite their bad history. It isn't my job to look after those guys. They wouldn't be in this situation if they weren't following me around everywhere. I'm not here for them. I'm here for you. So blast them off if you want. We won't care, right, Pikachu? Serena was experiencing today's events again. The man in the fire-clad armor grinned. It was a sick smirk that Serena never wanted to see again. Even in her worst nightmares. Prove it. Houndoom lighted up, a black dog Pokemon with two curled horns on the top of his head, a black skin, bearing fangs at Ash. His tail was quite long with a triangular tip on it, and some sort of skull ornament was on his neck, making it look like quite a scary Pokemon. Ash unclipped a Pokeball from his belt. Having experienced it before, she screamed Ash's name to stop him. Serena opened her mouth to stop him, but this time nothing came out. Serena wanted to scream but couldn't. No matter what she did, her vocal cords were not cooperating with her. Greninja, I choose you, Ash finished, and the water type now stood ready for battle. This was all the incentive mixture needed for sending the rocket off. He pushed the detonator and the rocket was starting. Ash and his Pokemon stood there doing nothing. Like they didn't want it to waste any effort into helping them. You deserve it, Ash yelled before the ignition system started to do its job. The rocket took off and smashed through the ceiling, taking them to wherever the machine was programmed to land. Serena couldn't believe it. Bonnie was weeping against her leg and her world started to shatter. Whoever this person was, it wasn't Ash. This wasn't the boy that helped her in the forest during Professor Oak's summer camp. This wasn't the boy she traveled with. There was no way he could be so reckless with other people's safety. No. Wake up. Serena. Serena, wake up. Please wake up. In her dazed state, she heard someone crying out her name and shaking her heavily. Being groggy and tired, she had trouble adjusting her vision. It took Serena a moment to realize it was Ash. I heard you crying out. No. Did you have a nightmare? Yes. But next time, can you find another way to wake me? You've shook me pretty hard. Can't believe Bonnie is still asleep though. From the noise you were making, you could wake up a Snorlax. To Serena's relief, she saw the small blonde still sleeping peacefully. She didn't want Bonnie to worry as well because she had a bad dream. How about some fresh air? Ash suggested. The two walked to the balcony outside of their room. Serena leaned on the ledge of the balcony, stabilizing herself. Taking a moment to gather her bearings, she tried to find a way to explain her nightmare. What was it about? Serena heard his question but ignored it for now. How could she explain she was concerned for Team Rocket while they've been nothing but trouble for them all along? She needed a bit more time to come up with an explanation. Ash saw her shivering. Thinking she was cold, he went back inside and grabbed his jacket. Walking up to Serena, he put it around her shoulders, hoping it would keep her warm. Ash grew used to the cold up on Mount Silver, so he wouldn't miss it for the time being. Serena appreciated the gesture. Normally, if a guy would give you his jacket, it was a sign for him wanting you to take care of you, but her mind or heart weren't up for it right now. She did notice a singed smell coming from it. Must be from all the flamethrowers being flung around today. After a while, Serena still didn't say anything, so Ash tried again. Please. I want to help you. Remember what you told me at the lake in Laver City? Ash wanted a hole to open up and sink him into the ground. While she had only been keeping her nightmare from him for a few minutes, he had been lying to her for days on end now. He really hoped Shauna would contact him soon and hoped her research came up with something quick. Just promise me no secrets from now on. If there's anything that's bothering you, come to me immediately. I want to help you. No more secrets from now on. Promise? Serena finally was ready to explain her nightmare. Still looking over the balcony into the forest, she didn't dare to make eye contact with him. Team Rocket. Why didn't you care for them? Why didn't you want to save them? Not the slightest shiver of remorse was coming from him when Mixture threatened to blast them off. Ash was going to send out Greninja after all when the Team Union Knight warned him not to use water types. Maybe Ash was calling his bluff with his own, but the fact he was willing to let them get hurt made her afraid. Her nightmare reinforced the thought that Ash would push the detonator himself if she weren't there to rethink his options. I don't know honestly. Maybe it was just the heat of the moment. Serena looked over to him, eyebrow twitching, being extremely agitated at his choice of words. After dealing with the fire-type user today, she just heard about enough of fire puns and quips. Sorry. Not meant to say that. Ash quickly apologized before he went to the matter at hand. I'm just tired of them. Tired of them always following me around. Tired of not being able to enjoy my journey, knowing they are hiding in a bush ready to strike. Tired of their attempts and failures of stealing Pokémon. Tired of them seeing them fail all the time. Tired of them always getting in my way. I'm just tired of them. Why can't they just leave us alone? Did you threaten them like that before? While you were practicing for your demonstration in Dendemil Town, Bonnie and I battled Team Rocket. Well, Bonnie did. So that's what you meant with nothing Bonnie couldn't handle. A small smile graced her face. Bonnie sure had come a long way from being the little girl she knew when she started her journey. I did warn them something would happen if they went looking for me again. They just laughed it off like they usually do. I wanted them to realize I was serious this time. Is that why you took Greninja's Pokeball? I was more focused on Team Union than them. Knowing they're causing problems around here is the least I can use right now, Ash told her. I don't approve of what they're doing. But if you are willing to get rid of them at all costs, it makes you no better than them. People like that lose more than they win. The obsession with winning only makes you lose sometimes. Ash knew she made a great point. His obsession beating the Snowbell City gym leader the first time cost him a victory. It was a loss he never wanted to repeat again, so he made sure to make a mental note of that one. Ash? It might not have been in his plans to hunt Team Union down, but if she didn't try it she would never know. She hid her blush again behind her long hair, seeing she was about to ask him something that might be a distraction for him right now. But she had to try. I want to go to make a Pokevision with Shauna in Camprier Town. And after that the Battle Chateau is holding a dance party like the one years ago. Would you like to come with me? Can't see why not. It would be a good way for him to stay close to Serena. And his hopes were especially up since Shauna invited her, knowing he would be with her. Ash was desperate to know if Shauna found something. This lying to Serena hurt him more than any physical injury he received on Mount Silver. But he wasn't on planning to dance with her. The reason he was traveling with her right now was to protect Serena and keep her from getting hurt. Ash admitted he was an absolute klutz at dancing and it just wasn't for him. He felt sorry for Miette for almost giving the blue-haired girl a concussion when they butted heads all those years ago. This was a good point for Serena to cut off the conversation. Ash needed his sleep and she started to feel drowsy as well. Knowing that Ash agreed to shoot a Pokevision with her gave her the opportunity to maybe impress him some more. He seemed to react well to the dresses she wore so far, so it was a good chance to get another response out of him. I meant it. Just talking to you makes me feel better. I'll watch the night sky a bit longer, Serena told him. You want me stay with you? He offered her. No. I'll be fine. Just get your rest. You earned it. Ash wished her good night and went back to bed again. Crawling underneath the covers he made a short recap of their conversation. Although they came out here to talk about Serena's nightmare, Ash was also feeling better. Just talking to her alone without any interruptions was something he enjoyed more than he thought he would. Just talking about things that's bothering them made him happy that Serena had such faith in him that she would tell him such an awful nightmare. Not to mention that Ash was always willing to listen. Maybe we should do this more often. Having this talk with Ash cleared the air somewhat. She might now have an explanation for why Ash was so harsh towards Team Rocket. The feeling of responsibility is strangling him. They had experience with poachers, bad guys and all types of nasty people, but they were just along the way on his journeys. This was the first time Ash was actively seeking out bad guys for himself. The Team Flare attack was unexpected and they jumped in to help stopping them. There wasn't an added pressure of him being critical in stopping their plans. Knowing this, Serena would do everything she could, to help Ash stay calm and not take too much responsibility all by himself. Serena just hoped they didn't run into more trouble later on. Unbeknownst to Ash, there was another group causing problems in Kalos, but since Ash had already competed in the Kalos League, they shouldn't have any interest in him. The ones Serena was thinking about were called Wipers. In short, they were a group of people who steal other people's gym badges and princess keys and sell them to collectors in outer regions. Or just getting rid of a competitor who collected more keys than you did, as long as the price is right. Where they came from or who they are is a mystery, but she doubted they and Team Union were working together. The Wipers preferred the darkness of night compared to Team Union's outspoken offenses. They struck at night when people and Pokemon were tired from the day's traveling and made for easy targets. The police were hunting them down all over the region, but so far only a few were caught and they refused to speak about their location and who was responsible for setting up the mercenary group. Please don't let us run into them. I don't want him to take responsibility for them as well. Although knowing our luck, we'll run into them eventually. Serena was now exhausted and went back into bed. Ready to hang back Ash's jacket where he got it from, she eventually decided against it. Bonnie might make fun of her in the morning, but it was a risk she was willing to take. Serena was craving for some more comfort right now. She took it into bed with her, not minding the singed smell one bit now. She held his jacket like a baby would hold his favorite blankie and went to sleep, hoping tomorrow would be more calm. Chapter 21, Meet the Leader. I can explain. A man with disfigured face and a red-orange armor resembling flames was out of breath. He was speaking to a figure who had his hood and was entirely dressed in black compared to the clean white other members of Team Union wore on their robes. Did I tell you to talk back? The fire-type user immediately whimpered and started pedaling faster. After his failure of beating Ash and breaking the rules of conduct, the disfigured man was brought back to Team Union's hideout. The fire-type specialist was strapped to a bicycle on a plateau of some sort. The man had to generate a certain amount to keep the facility running with enough electrical power. Accepting his punishment, he was strapped on the bike and was pedaling for what seemed like hours now. Having witnessed the person's power and ferocity firsthand, he knew better than to talk back like that, but he had to defend himself. If the lights in the facility even lost a bit of their glow, an electrical Pokemon that usually would provide power for them would shock the pyromaniac until he would start again. You came to me with a plan. I told you I approved it. You know what happens when you turn away from it. You'll always stick to the plan unless I tell you to. You'll know this little stunt gets reported to the press. I don't mind a little publicity, but how do we pass our philosophy with you harming innocent people? The figure in black scowled at him. This figure was the leader of Team Union. You told us to blast the mansion with Draco Meteor. The black figure went up on the plateau and kicked the bicycle with mixture still on it. Falling off and being unable to pedal further, the lights went out for a few seconds before the other electrical Pokemon that were stacked in their engine room would provide power again. The man now was hanging above Mixture's face, leaning over him with a presence of threat. Because it was in a city where the gym leader has fairy types, you numbskull. I was counting on everyone to stop the mansion from collapsing. That Draco Meteor would have done nothing if a fairy type move was used. The black figure wanted to impose an ideology on the Kalos region. The attack on Laver City was only to announce themselves to the world. It won't help if people were getting hurt because of their actions. If they wanted the general public to agree with their stance on certain things, no one could get hurt. They weren't really innocent. And you heard from your spies how he spoke about them. How could I know that to him? They're comparable to trash. The fire-type specialist defended himself while trying to regain his breath. The man who he was talking to now agreed by letting him use Team Rocket as hostages and leverage to put the Greninja trainer at a disadvantage. Why he took those words back now, was quite hypocritical in his eyes. Out of my sight. You lost your chance. From now on you'll be getting sent on errands like the pack. Be glad I don't demote you to doorstopper, and with that the scarred trainer left liking his wounds. He got away from it quite well, knowing the black figure's temper in some cases. An urge to protest against his demotion was unbearable almost, but a small part of his brain was yelling at him to let it go. Worse things have happened to those who failed before. One other knight that was part of the Laver City attack took great pleasure in seeing Mixture run off like a dog with his tail between his legs. Nothing felt better to her than seeing that sad excuse for a type specialist leave like that. Despite her thoughts, she was still focused on her duty, and she came with a request to her leader. He might have had an earlier encounter with Team Rocket before. Want me to go deal with them? Maybe I can get more out of them than Mr. Combustion over there. The one in blue armor thought about it. It might make her score some bonus points with the leader, and she would have an edge over the boy they were ordered to defeat. No doubt with her unique skill set, she was confident that they would spill some information about Ash and Team Rocket themselves. No. I'll deal with them personally. I'm more interested in what the rest of you have in store for the boy. Unless you want the same power I have, you have to defeat him. Isn't that the entire reason why you came here? Now that Mixture had failed, he lost his chance of proving himself being worthy of wielding the leader's power. But he was sure his other 3 knights were more than capable enough of beating the boy with his Greninja. Without endangering anyone, he warned the one in blue armor. Considering the others already have left for their plan, I would like to explain mine now. Since the leader told her that he would take care of Team Rocket himself, it was time for the Blue Knight to move on to her scheme of defeating the boy from Pallet Town. You think you can beat them to it? The leader asked her. The other knight, who had shown a disdain for showcases, and the Kalos Queen had set out to enact her plan for defeating Ash. While the last one was working on a way to draw the boy towards him instead of ambushing him like Mixture did. The element of surprise didn't work, so a more direct approach would be more suited in his eyes. Don't compare me with that rundown old woman and the arrogant one. They should get with the times. I'm the future. The leader intently listened to all the Blue Knight had to tell him. It was quite an elaborate plot she thought of, and despite her past successes in Team Union, the leader wasn't as convinced about her plan as he was with Mixture's. Admiring. But do you have the skills to pull it off? I'm hurt, sir. Do you remember how I came here in the first place? She acted like something terrible has happened to her. Trying to sound as sad as convincingly possible, she was always trying to make the leader believe her claims. Everyone else in the team always fell for it, but the black-hooded one had never fallen for her ploys. I do. And I'm still cross about it. It was safe to say that the one wearing the blue armor didn't came to join their ranks, in the usual way the others did or would join an organization. He didn't trust her as much as the others. He'd think that his henchmen would be a bit more disciplined than allowing her to following them to where their hideout is. Still, the Blue Knight had proven herself in the eyes of the leader, and whatever trial he gave her, she performed admirably and never had a single failure thus far. And she could sell ice to an bear tick. She was that good with words. Some of the grunts even suggested that she was the leader's favorite henchman, seeing as he let her get away with matters other members would be punished for severely, but whenever she heard those accusations she beat them back hard with her own strength. She was her own woman and no one else's. She just came here for the leader's special power, nothing more. And she would do anything to obtain it. Just remember, if you change it too much, my hounds will hunt you down. The 6 Maitayana trainers that formed a pack together were loyal to the leader and him only. They were trained to follow his commands and never questioning his motives. Despite how strong his knights were, he kept a tight leash on them. You've seen how strong he is, and that is without his Greninja. Are you sure you're up for it? Standing in the doorway, she turned around and faced him. Did he suddenly have doubts about her defeating the raven-haired boy? Was he that scared of him now? Like beating the fire-type user was such a big accomplishment. She knew he did it to make her stay focused, and Mixture's fate won't fall on her. Are you afraid that failure is contagious? Mixture is a buffoon. He never beat me before. Despite the circumstances, he was always failing against me. The boy won't be much of a problem. Very well. Best of luck, Lady Unity, were his final words before he would set his attention to the Team Rocket trio. The way the Greninja trainer talked about them was intriguing to him. His spies told him they had history for years and that he was getting sick of their charades. Maybe the leader could get some intel out of them regarding the boy. On his way to their prison cell, he was already thinking on how to proceed with the three. If they knew him for so long, the three might have some uses for the leader. He just had to convert them to his cause. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If it wasn't for your stupid pack, I would v1. Still fuming over the punishment and demotion the leader gave him, he was ranting inside his head. He was quite outgoing, but he knew the walls have ears and eyes here. Nothing escapes the black figure's attention in this compound. Entering his private room, he started to remember how exactly he came here in the first place. He wanted nothing more in life than to be the strongest fire-type trainer. Ever since he was a young boy, he found comfort in fire. It soothed him, gave him comfort and warmth during cold nights while he was alone, and yet when handled in a different way had enough capability to destroy something. Mixture took it to himself to be the greatest Pokemon trainer alive using only fire types. So he started his journey learning everything there is about fire types. Traveling through Sinnoh, he arrived at Pastoria City, the home of Crasher Wake. Water-type gym leader and wrestler, the burly man was quite known for being as tough as they come. He trained for this moment intensely. Knowing he would face up against a water-type expert, he devised a dozen strategies against that specific type. He would have no doubt that despite the disadvantage he would be victorious. He tried vaporizing the water in the gym. He lost. No amount of flames was enough to get rid of all the water inside the gym. He taught his Pokemon electric-type moves. He lost again because the gym leader would always spray the platforms with water, making sure his fire types would always electrocute themselves. How was it fair that water Pokemon had such an advantage over fire types? And water was the most common species found in the Pokemon world. How could he ever be a fire-type master with so many water Pokemon around that he couldn't beat? One day, losing himself in a fit of rage at his failures at defeating the gym leader, he decided to burn the gym. He couldn't stay around to admire his work because he knew that now that he was a fugitive. He continued traveling the world despite him being a wanted man. With nowhere to go, he took small jobs as a demolition expert for people who wanted to get rid of something. Seeing how much people were willing to pay for his services, he could make a decent living out of it. One day he was found by the Maitaiana pack of Team Union. Their leader wanted a meeting with the self-proclaimed fire-type specialist and wanted him to work for his organization alone, leaving behind his life as a hitman of some sort. He declined, telling him that someone like him wouldn't understand him and never would be able to match his expertise with flames. But seeing that the man was willing to pay him well, he decided to stick around for a bit. It was a standard job. He did it 100 times before. Plant a small bomb and detonate it from a distance. Being told to blow up the Pokemon Center in Shalar City, he went through an underground tunnel and was preparing to set the charge. He was nearly finished planting the bomb when he noticed a ticking noise. The bomb's timer went from 10 minutes to 10 seconds. Panicking, he dropped it and ran as far away as he could before the charge would blow up. The explosion happened, but the tunnel didn't collapse. It was quite a controlled exploding to what he normally used, and the blast wave came rushing to him while he was still running away from it. Being hit by the wave and some falling debris, he was knocked, being led at the mercy of the flames. The pyromaniac woke up. Calling it a miracle that he survived, he felt his face was hurting like never before. He came crawling out of the tunnel, still being woozy after such a blast. Just how long was I out, he wondered. Crawling over a small lake, the water reflected his face off of it. He was horribly scarred on his face. Skin started to peel off, and he knew from this point on there was no turning back. His face was forever singed and burn wounds before he passed out from exhaustion. Being brought back to Team Union's compound by the Maitaiana pack, he woke up in the room he was given to from the leader. The leader clad in black told him he was sorry for having his face disfigured like that. The now scarred man didn't mind. It made him remember his commitment to mastering the fire type. It made him remember the times he was defeated by a water type user. It made him remember the reason he fell in love with fire and why he would grow to respect it. He saw it as a message. Fire had consumed him partly and it had accepted him as his master. It didn't turn him into a pile of ashes, so he must have had complete control over it. From that day on, every time a flame was set on a Team Union target, they knew who was responsible for it. The leader was so impressed with his commitment to burning things for them, he offered him the title of Knight in Team Union. It was the highest title you could receive except for leader himself. His former life now long gone was known as Sir Mixture. His leader gave him that name seeing that a mixture of chemicals could create a massive explosion. Seeing how much he loved setting things on fire, it was only suitable he was named after a chemical blend that could cause an explosion. And it suited the whole Union thing he was going for. And now as a knight he was offered the opportunity of the grand prize. Mixture knew that the leader had complete control over a certain ability, and he knew that the power that the prize would give would make him able to vaporize every water-type user that stood against him. While the leader and Lady Unity were of doing their own things, Mixture was stumbling through the halls of the compound Team Union took shelter in. Despite everything that the leader put him through and said that he lost his chance at the grand prize, he still was plotting and needed to prove himself worthy of the grand prize. But not against the raven-haired boy that humbled him during battle in the hotel. The boy was nothing but an obstacle to overcome. He was plotting his revenge against Lady Unity. She thinks that kissing up to the leader makes her the best. I'm going to burn that pedestal with you on it. Chapter 22, Expanding the Ranks. Being stuck in a dark prison cell in some underground facility wasn't exactly how the 3 Team Rocket members thought they would be spending their day. Back in Kanto, Team Rocket spies heard rumors in the underground about a new group called the Wipers, which their boss took interest in and would have liked to recruit some of them for some tasks he had in store. After all, money makes the world turn, and the boss of Team Rocket had plenty to burn. That's the reason why Jesse, James and Meowth were in Kalos again. With their so-called success at disbanding Team Flare, Giovanni chose them to return to Kalos. But instead of encountering a Wiper, they saw Ash again training with Bonnie and wanted to take away Pikachu like old-time Sake. Seeing it as their calling and a sign, they always focused on Pikachu more than their actual objective. Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket, was willing to let it slide, actually believing them to have a hand in dismantling their competition in other regions. The plan as usual was to have the element of surprise, cast a net around Pikachu and any Pokemon near him, call their motto and then fly off, making the boss happy. However, after Ash's other Pokemon had freed Pikachu and Deden, something changed. Hey! Do you think the twerp really meant it the first time? Meowth asked his 2 human companions. About blasting us off and aiming where we would land? James asked him to confirm the topic his feline friend wanted to discuss. After Bonnie blasted them off, the 3 landed near the hotel where these people in white robes were busy setting up something. Trying to find out what was going on, their curiosity got the better of them, got caught and eventually got themselves strapped to a giant rocket. Who cares? I want to know why exactly the twerp after them. Jessie spoke up. The long-haired woman always showed more hatred and disdain towards other people, thinking herself to be superior to everyone. Whoever this new group was that held them prisoner, they would end up the same way as Team Flare. Their cell door opened up and they saw a figure dressed up completely in black. His face was covered up from the hood he was wearing, being not too keen to showing his face to an outsider of Team Union. Behind him were 2 other people dressed in the standard white hood with their U logo on them. The leader didn't needed their protection, but having the same amount of personal while interrogating them might scare Team Rocket enough that they couldn't band together against one person. Did you guys walk out of bed with the sheets on? Jessie mocked them for their sense of dress. You wouldn't catch her wearing something like that ever. Always ridden with a sense of delusion, she always made comments she couldn't back up. Even if her life depended on it. Team Rocket. Why exactly are you here? The man in black robes spoke to them. Like we would tell you, James countered. They had no business with these people at first, but since they seemed to be rivals to them like Team Flare was, he wasn't going to spill any intel about them. How about you explain what's your business with the twerp? The smallest one of the group countered. Twerp. The leader grew confused at the naming they gave someone. The boy with the Pikachu, James rephrased it, being a bit more respectful to the man. He knew better than to take on someone who had every possible advantage at the moment. He was cautious than usual, seeing as they held all the cards in his current predicament. At least the leader now knows that the one they were talking about were the same person. Who cares about a Pikachu? There are so many Pikachu out there. I can catch 100 Pikachu and train them all to be stronger than his. Why are you chasing after such a regular Pokemon? Who are you calling regular, you oversized bed sheet? The woman with the curled hair spoke up. This guy came here to know something about the raven-haired trainer they've been chasing all those years, and she wanted to get it out of him. Just why exactly are they so interested in the twerp? It clearly wasn't Pikachu they were aiming for. The leader knew the boy by name and the things he did when he was in the Kalos region. Stories emerged from the Pokemon League a few years ago about a boy with a Greninja that's capable of Mega evolving without a Mega Stone. Ever since he heard how Ash performed and how he lost the final to a trainer with a Mega Charizard, the leader knew that Ash was the one he was looking for. Hearing how Ash reacted to the three when Mixture strapped them to a rocket, he was pleasantly surprised to hear the boy was willing to do anything to beat the Fire-type specialist. Going as far to call Mixture's bluff in shooting them off, it showed the black figure that he did have potential. All will be revealed soon. How about you come working for me? I can use someone with experience in thieving. He wanted to use them to get closer to Ash. And a few former Team Rocket members trained in breaking and entering would be a welcome addition to his ranks. Team Union had gathered strength over the years, but now it was time for some subtlety. A few members of Team Rocket, a criminal organization willing to do anything to get results, would suit his plans nicely. He found it a shame that they would waste their talents on something as trivial as money. That's a good one. Why would we quit our jobs and come work for you? Meowth laughed at the offer. He always wanted to be the boss, his lap kitten. There was this Persian in the way, and he would prove that he was better than its evolved form. Just like a certain mouse he's been chasing for years. Yeah. No matter what, we won't betray the boss. The paycheck probably isn't that great, James joined in their praising of their boss. The leader grew amused at their assumption that he would give them money for their services. The more you have of something, the less value it has. You can't put a price on one-of-a-kind objects. How much money do you need to pay in order to grow stronger? Power that I speak of has no price. I can tell you right now that no amount in the world can buy what I have. The leader went up to one of his men and whispered something in his ear. The robed person nodded and went outside the cell to go and carry out the task the leader asked of him. With one person leaving the room, the trio started fancying their changes a bit more. Maybe if they kept talking like this, they might scare them into releasing them. A blue powder appeared in the cell. It was sleep powder extracted from some grass-type Pokemon they possessed. Knocking the three out using large dosages, it didn't take long for them all to fall asleep. Jessie woke up. She noticed she was no longer in the cramped cell. Regaining her vision, she noticed she was now standing in a large room. Pokeballs adorned her feet, and after scanning them closely she realized they were hers. A battlefield? What's going on? Jessie asked. Wasn't she a prisoner of Team Union? Were they really this dumb to cut their binds and actually give her a chance to escape and warn her boss over this new threat? But where are James and Meowth? Ready to begin. The woman with the long curled hair heard a voice coming over from the other side of the battlefield. It was the leader. Still wearing his hood, he never gave up his identity. Next to the leader, another figure was standing. This one wore a dark purplish robe with a hood covering the person's face. The posture of the figure hung over it looked lifeless until the leader spoke again. Yes, my lord, an emotionless voice came from the purple figure. From what Jessie could tell, it was a bit higher pitched compared to a male's. It must have been a woman that was underneath them. Jessie's arrogance shined through again, mocking their sense of clothes even more. She's probably ugly. That's why you have them wearing those robes. How will they ever take you seriously when you look like a feeball? The two Team Union persona ignored it. The purple figure didn't respond at all since her master told her she was not allowed to speak. She was only summoned here to battle. She would obey her leader's command. The leader admitted this woman had some spunk. He would enjoy seeing his henchwoman put her down a peg or three. Prove that you can one of my men in battle. You were talking so high and mighty a few minutes ago. I'm eager to see if your skills are as good as your tongue. Leopard, appear, a slender, purple feline Pokemon speckled with yellow rosettes. It has a pink mask marking over its eyes, a pink nose, and small yellow markings over its green eyes. It has 2 pairs of long yellow whiskers, and a tufted yellow underside. It has a long, curving tail with a sickle-like shape toward the tip. The Mytiana pack were extremely loyal to the leader, but they had it a bit too easy. The way they were set up meant there was not a single group around that could defeat them. Trying to keep them motivated, the leader created a new group so that the Mytiana trainers would have some sort of rivalry with them. It gets boring being on top of the food chain. Unlike Mytiana, who were dependent on teamwork and coordination, this new unit filled with Leopard would be able to work alone as well. Cats were more independent than dogs, and for his future plans he needed to have more people at multiple locations at the same time. It was his way of keeping his staff motivated to always improve. The strongest should rule, and if that was the group with the Leopard or Mytiana, he didn't care. Only the best would do for him. Gurgiest. Shadow Ball, the female Team Rocket member wasted no time. Leopard, Shadow Ball, the purple figure countered with the same move. 2 dark spheres shot over the battlefield and clashed in a stalemate. Hone Claws, using the smoke cloud that emerged from the spheres clashing, the Team Union member made use of the time to boost Leopard's stats. Leech Seed, not having an exact position of the cat-like Pokemon, made it hard for the Gurgias to aim at something. The pumpkin on Jessie's side fired off small seeds, hoping that one eventually would hit and would drain Leopard's energy slowly. When the dust cloud vanished, Gurgias was still hovering where she was before, but of the Leopard was no sign. Where did it go? Using the time to boost its power and using its newfound power, the Leopard had its eyes fixated on her helpless prey. Luring from a shadow in the hall, it eyed her opponent, waiting for her trainer's command. Night Slash, the cruel Pokemon claws extended and leaped out of the shadow. With an attack and accuracy boost from the Hone Claws, it slashed with the ghost type with frightening accuracy and tremendous force. Its dark paws slashing the Gurgiest out of midair and onto the solid ground, waiting for it. No hint of tangibility was detected of the ghost type when it crash-landed on the ground. After just one hit, Gurgiest was defeated, showing off the Leopard's impressive power and cunningness. The black hooded figure expected nothing less really, still some salt in the wound of humiliation would be quite suitable, seeing how arrogant she showed herself to be. Well. That was quick. I've expected more from Team Rocket. How about I make you so much more than you are? You think that after one defeat I'll be as compliant as the rest of your gang? I know you will. Malamar. A dark purple squid-like Pokemon shot out of a Pokeball and stood before the Team Rocket member. It has a pair of fins on the bottom of its body that function as its legs. Its body has 6 light yellow spots on the front and back and a light yellow stripe nearly wrapping around its body above the spots. Its long arms giving the impression of tentacles. It has a red beak, half-closed eyes with black sclera, yellow irises and wavy hair made of 8 tentacles. Nightmares of the squid creature came rushing back at Jessie. A bunch of Malamar tried to hypnotize everyone so that they could create a new world order all for themselves. Luckily James his Inkey was against the maliciousness they had in store and stopped their plans. After these events the 3 made a vow to never evolve it, despite the benefits it could bring them. You know what to do. The lights on the squid's chest started glowing. Jessie couldn't close her eyes on time, but the hypnosis of this Malamar wasn't as potent as the ones she encountered before. Like, I'll ever join you, the Team Rocket member still defiant as ever. The leader huffed at her resistance. I'm sure you'll come around soon enough. Show her your face, he spoke to the one in the dark purple robes and left the battle hall. Removing her hood, her face was now noticeable enough for Jessie to see who it was. You. The shock of seeing the woman's face was enough to break her concentration in keeping her mind intact. Feeling herself drifting away into nothingness, Jessie ceased her struggles, now being influenced by the Malamar's bright lights. While his newest recruit and Malamar was working on Jessie's mind, he had some time to think about all that happened and what was about to happen. The whole reason he set up all this was to test the boy with the Greninja. He kept the reason for himself why he wanted his 4 knights to test their skills against Ash and would try to defeat him. They experienced the leader's power firsthand and wished for nothing more but to have a piece of it. Even a small taste of it was enough to start a thirst for his power. He promised them it. If they followed his commands and were capable of outsmarting and beating the leader himself. But they never were able to beat him. Countless months went into their routines and yet no one of the knights ever came close to beating the leader. Despite his superiority over everyone, he was determined to find an equal. Hearing about the boy with his Greninja was like finding a needle in a haystack. And after realizing the raven-haired boy had experienced a certain situation in Kalos, that needle turned out to be 24-karat gold. That's the whole reason the rules of conduct were invented. His knights would be fighting Ash and his Greninja, so he trained everyone that served him to fight at a disadvantage. After all, the knights would be battling against a power which they didn't have, making it an unfair fight. The success of this operation depended on one of the Team Union knights being able of beating Ash. The leader was confident enough that he could do it himself, but he wanted to stick to the shadows a bit longer until the times is right to show himself to the world. But there was now a possibility that his knights could fail. Despite Mixture being the weakest member of the 4 knights, Ash still had some relatively fresh Pokemon in his Infernape and Pikachu. The Pyromaniac broke his rule of conduct, which he once swore by, so how far the boy's strength goes is still a mystery. The leader was counting on the fact that Mixture was going to be the first one. The man never had a tendency to be patient, so it made sense he was dying to try first. His other knights except for Lady Unity already had their plans ready when they stole the GS ball, but he wanted them to wait until the Pyromaniac would have failed. If the other 3 fail, I might have to change my plan a tiny bit. That's the problem of letting others do things for you. His plans always worked. He had schemed up everything for the past 30 years, and soon the result of all that planning would be unleashed upon the Kalos region. This was his life's work, and soon the fruit of all that labor would be ready for the picking.